Synopsis. Yan, the protagonist, was brainwashed by the emperor and lived as his puppet. After finding out he was being played by the emperor, he planned to seek revenge, but collapsed due to the emperor's might. He thought he had died, but when he woke up, he realized he had regressed to the time when he was a recruit, whether to seek revenge on the emperor or to find his family. The choice lay in his hands. Volume 1, Chapter 1. That day, he set the yellow road ablaze, and then he died to the emperor. Yan. Wake up, someone whispered next to him, soft and gentle, a voice he missed. That's why he didn't want to wake up. He wanted to hear that voice one more time. Yan. Wake up, a pleasant laugh escaped. It felt cozy just to listen. Yan. Wake up, you wormy brat. His brows furrowed. He was enjoying the nice afterglow, but someone was spoiling it from the side. He didn't like that at all. Then he came to his senses. Someone was being rude to him like that. Swoosh. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw in front of him was a boy who looked about 15 years old. His face was smeared with dirt or ink, and he tried to make a fierce face, but it was rather funny. Who are you? He looked like a beggar. But how did he get in front of him? Before Yan could finish his thought, a shallow fist flew at him. Thud. It was a punch that didn't hurt or sting much. Look, the guy who hit him was hopping around, clutching his fist. He was a kid who couldn't even make a proper fist. Yan brushed his cheek and laughed incredulously. He had no idea what was going on. Was this some kind of prank? Did someone bring their kid to him? He was the leader of the Special Mission Unit, nicknamed the Special Forces, that flew and soared in the Empire. How gutsy would someone have to be to pull such a prank on him? It would be perfectly normal to torture and kill them right away. But Yan decided to let it go with a generous heart and got up from his seat. What is this kid? He didn't see the bluff of the boy who was scared of Yan but acted nonchalant. But something else caught his eye. Your height. He had a face and proportions like a little kid, but he looked a head taller than him. That wasn't all. Why is the ceiling so high? He stared at the ceiling quietly and then moved his gaze down, from his toes to his calves, thighs, abdomen, arms. His fairly sturdy arms had shrunk, and his legs that were like logs were thin like matches. Even the belt that always showed his majestic presence was empty for some reason. Ha, what kind of dog dream was this? What the hell is this? Just then, as he was chuckling, suddenly, the memories that had sunk under his sleep burst out like a flood. The burning imperial capital, the collapsing palace, the emperor who sat on the throne with a bored face and asked him, why did he suddenly do such a crazy thing after living as a loyal shadow? To that, Yan answered, it was his retribution for living as a brainwashed hunting dog for the past 30 years. And then, I was stabbed in the heart by the dragon sword that the emperor used, right? He thought he was dead for sure, but he never expected to open his eyes again. And that too, in a young body. What the hell is going on? I have come back to the past. That was the conclusion Yan came to after a long deliberation. It was only natural, since everything around him was too familiar. The ceiling full of luminous stones, the blood cell where a dozen children were locked up, the instructors who wandered around the corridor. It was clearly the Special Forces Training Center, where he had spent several years as a mere trainee before joining the Special Forces. Damn it, if I had to go back, I would have gone back a year earlier. There was a joke among the Special Forces members. They would rather run into the palace with a knife than go through the training center life again. That's how horribly they had spent their time at the training center. The Dragon Soldier Project. A crazy scheme to gather children from all over the country and turn them into the Emperor's shadows, or hunting dogs. Most of the people selected here were assigned to the Special Forces. They were an organization that moved in the dark for the sake of the Emperor and the royal family's well-being. They were the information organization at the top of espionage, intrigue, manipulation, assassination, and the like, and Yan was a prominent figure who had been recognized for his outstanding skills and rose to the position of leader. Yan washed his face and sorted out his thoughts. It was a new life given to him, so he didn't want to live as the Emperor's shadow again. But he didn't want to take revenge on the Emperor either. He had died by the Emperor, but he had also burned down the ancient imperial capital Avalon, which had never been invaded for 1,000 years. With his own hands, that was enough to pay off his debt for the past 30 years. What should I do now? He would have memories of the future. He would know the Special Forces life very well. He had no reason to stay here. His mind was working fast, but someone in front of him poured cold water on him. "Hey, are you ignoring me?" The kid who was still holding his swollen fist. He had too much to think about and was annoyed. Yan waved his hand. "I don't have time for you right now. Go away when you have a chance." He had no time to spare for the guy in front of him. "Yo, you bastard." The kid finally turned his body red and ran away somewhere. Whatever. Yan put on a serious face and thought about the future. Should he start a business? Or live as a mercenary? He had a lot of knowledge about the future that he didn't reveal to the world while he was active as the Special Forces leader. He could live comfortably for the rest of his life if he used just one or two of them well. Or maybe he could train a bit and become a noble of a small kingdom. It didn't seem too hard. He sat down on the floor. He thought he had a lot of things to do if he combined this and that. Shoosh! Just then, someone blocked his sight. Yan looked up. "What are you?" He had a rough face that looked like he had been in the sun for a long time, and a blunt nose that was impressive. He looked like he had been a gang leader somewhere, and his physique was bulky compared to his rather mature appearance. Yan's eyes twisted. His head was so complicated that he was dying, but annoying guys kept popping up. "Didn't you just chase away my subordinate?" "So what? I gave him a punch. Do you want me to give him the other cheek too?" The guy in front of him might not know, but anyone who knew him in his previous life would know how big of a mercy he had given to the kid. But the guy didn't know that and just frowned. "Are you joking with me right now?" Yan shrugged. If he took it that way, there was nothing he could do. That also annoyed the guy. "That won't do. Let's just fight. You look like you need a beating." As soon as he said that, the guy walked slowly towards him. He cracked his knuckles. Was that supposed to be a threat? He would have found it cute if it was normal. But not now. "Yeah, I think so too." Yan nodded quietly and felt the floor. He felt something hard in his fingertips. It was a big pebble. He hit it and quietly got up. "Well, let's do it." The guy thought Yan was scared and raised his eyebrows as he swung his fist hard. Whoosh! Then he was startled. His fist, which he thought would hit Yan's face, was crossing the empty air. Yan dodged his fist by turning his head slightly and threw the pebble at him. Smack! The pebble hit his nose hard. He felt a terrible pain and his eyes widened. The guy realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Yan grabbed his collar, which was pushed back, and pulled him inward, laughing softly. "Where are you going?" "Lilette?" Crack, with the sound of breaking bones. A scream burst out. "I feel refreshed." Yan stretched out. He was annoyed, but he felt better thanks to this guy. He chuckled at the face of the fallen guy and suddenly frowned. He realized something. Why does this guy look so familiar? A giant who didn't look like 15, a dirty face, a blunt nose. The guy resembled someone in Yan's memory. Then he opened his mouth slightly. Ah, he remembered. Roman, the Imperial Security Chief. He had forgotten because it was too long ago, but he was his classmate, his fellow in this dragon soldier project. And unlike him, who had a hard time doing missions, he was a guy who did his work comfortably and made a fuss. Son of a bitch. Thud. He kicked the unconscious Roman again. That was when, ting, a clear sound echoed in the blood cell. The sound came from under Yan's feet. What is this? A silver pendant. A seal that looked like a burning fire was engraved on the lid. It seemed to have fallen from him. But did I have this? He couldn't remember when he had it. He picked it up and looked at it, then opened the lid. Click, there was a picture inside. A man and a woman and a child. They looked like a family and were smiling happily. He had never seen their faces before, but he couldn't take his eyes off them. Especially the child, who looked so much like him. Could it be? Drip suddenly, a tear fell from Yan's right eye. He rubbed his eyes with his hand, but the tears wouldn't stop. His chest was heavy. Come to think of it, I've never seen my parents' faces. 30 years of living as the Emperor's shadow. He had no memory of himself because of the brainwashing. No, he wasn't even sure if this name was his real name. If he hadn't broken the brainwashing by chance, he wouldn't have known, but it was different now. Squeeze. He clenched the pendant over his chest and gritted his teeth. I'll come back this time, Mom. Dad, he had something to do in this life. Something he had to do. Chapter 2. Dragon Soldier Project. As the name suggests, it is a process of selecting soldiers who protect the dragon, or the Emperor. Those who are selected here will become members of the Special Mission Unit, or the so-called Special Task Force, and depending on their rank and talent, they can also be assigned to other agencies. Usually, the children of nobles and commoners who hold high positions can participate as applicants, and the children of ordinary commoners are forcibly taken away if they show some talent. If the number does not exceed the quota of 1,000, they would also kidnap from other countries or rescue from the slave market. Then here is the problem. Why would the children of high-ranking nobles apply for this suspicious selection process? The answer was in the superfast promotion and the power that followed, which the future selectees would enjoy. To become the closest confidant of the emperor who had absolute power. There could be no sweeter fruit than this. That's why the training was so harsh and life-threatening. But the application rate of the nobles and the wealthy was very high. Of course, for beings like Yan, who was a kidnapped slave, it was nothing but nonsense that did not resonate with him. And from next week, we will enter the Blade Mountain Range demon realm, so try hard if you don't want to die. Today, the chief instructor made his first appearance. He was showing signs of annoyance as he gathered the trainees and spoke to them. The speech was about the Dragon Soldier Project. Boring. Yan was not interested in the content. In fact, there was probably no one here who knew more about the Dragon Soldier Project than him. So instead of listening, he looked around. This was the first floor central, where they gathered whenever there was something to announce. Yan was standing on the far left. On the floor, there was a white line drawn, and in front of it was the number 900. Not only that, but on the upper and lower clothes he received, the number 974 was engraved. The other kids didn't know the meaning of the number and tilted their heads, but Yan knew it well. I guess I'll be called by number for a while. Before entering the training camp, the instructors tested their talents and assigned them numbers in order. And they called the trainees by number like a prison. In other words, he had the 974th talent among the 1,000 people gathered here. The people around him were also trainees with similar talents. He didn't feel shocked or surprised. He knew very well that his talent was mediocre. It took him days to learn one thing, and he learned what others learned in 2 or 3 times over several days. But he had one skill that could shake off all those restrictions. Ferocity, a stubborn ferocity. Whisper, I want to go home. Please send me home. I'm scared, Mom. Among those who were brought here, there were some who cried or sat down on the spot and begged to be sent home without even listening to the explanation. Most of them were trainees in the 800 to 900 range, but the trainees with higher numbers kept their mouths shut and focused on the chief instructor's words. They didn't hold back their tears, but they seemed to swallow them forcibly under the eyes of the nearby trainees. Sigh, I'm going to die here. It was around that time that Yan thought that. Smirk, the man who introduced himself as the chief instructor, suddenly smiled at the place where the 800 and 900 numbers were gathered. Shit! Yan tensed up at the sight. He knew very well what kind of person that chief instructor was. You bastards like vermin? Whoosh. The whole training camp shook. The trainees who were causing a commotion here and there shut their mouths. Some of them shivered, and some peed their pants. Yan's face also turned pale. He's still crazy. Voice transmission, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. A skill that sends out a voice filled with mana and will. Only those who could be called strong by anyone could use it. He's using it on kids who haven't even lost their baby fat. Even he, who had prepared himself, felt his stomach churn. There must be some people who were injured among them. The chief instructor laughed and continued. Talent is the lowest. Status is the lowest. What reason do you have to live? The kids shuddered at his words. There was a deep killing intent in his tone. The chief instructor looked at the trainees once and then stretched his arms to the sky and shouted, but don't worry. His Majesty the Emperor, who is great and considerate, has given you trash a last chance. Now, everyone clap for His Majesty's broad mercy. A cold silence flowed through the hall. Then the chief instructor lowered his head slightly, still with his arms spread. Those who met his eyes started to clap desperately like puppets. The clapping sound gradually grew louder. Yan also clapped like the others. There was nothing good about attracting the attention of that crazy chief instructor. If I get caught, I'll have to give up on getting out of here. If he caught his eye, he might give him some convenience, but what did that mean? A fun toy, that was all. Yan was thinking that when a loud noise erupted next to him. Then, if I pass that project, can I slap your face once? Yan's face stiffened. He slowly turned his head and checked who shouted, and he rolled his tongue inward. He's really out of his mind. It was Roman. He had a black eye from being hit by him yesterday, and he was standing with his arms crossed. Yan swallowed his saliva, and he twisted his shoulder slightly, as if to say, I have nothing to do with this guy. Far away, the chief instructor smiled at Roman again. The shocking first encounter with the chief instructor was over. The trainees returned without saying a word. They realized that the chief instructor was not someone who could be reasoned with. Of course, there would be no communication either. Why do I think that? Us. How about looking at Roman, who was hanging on the instructor's shoulder like a sack of potatoes, covered in blood? After provoking the chief instructor, he was beaten until he was half dead. The sight of the chief instructor smearing blood on his hand with a smile, it made his spine shiver just to remember it. Before you go to your quarters, go to the bathroom if you need to. After you enter the blood cell, you can deal with it yourself or whatever. Me. Yan was the only one who raised his hand at that. The rest of the trainees seemed to be too shocked to hear the instructor's words, so the instructor took Yan to the bathroom. He walked a little and stopped. Come out in 5 minutes after you finish your business. Yan went into the bathroom after hearing that. There was dirt everywhere in the space of about 10 square meters, and the stench was terrible. Yan had no intention of doing his business in there. He didn't even come in for that. So why did he come in? It was around here. It was something that happened in his previous life, when Yan was an instructor. Some trainees disappeared in the middle of the training. Of course, they were caught soon enough, and Yan participated in the interrogation himself. We escaped through the bathroom. Thanks to that, he found out there was a hidden escape route here. Yan recalled the structure of the bathroom in his head and slowly closed his eyes and walked. Touching the wall, he didn't care about the dirty dirt that stuck to his hand. He only focused on the sensation he felt beyond the wall. Swoosh. He swept the entire front of the bathroom and shook his hand. There was nothing here. Then, it must be here. The stalls where you do your business. There were 5 stalls. He went into the first one, and he rubbed his hand again. Swoosh. He only felt a hard touch. Yan didn't get disappointed and went to the second, third, and fourth stalls, but there was still no stall that felt the space beyond. Then, it's here. He went into the 5th stall and rubbed it again, and swoosh, his mouth curled up. His eyes opened. I found it. He knocked on the wall as if to knock. Thud. A hollow sound echoed in the bathroom. It was certain. There was a space beyond this. Just then, bang bang, the instructor banged on the door outside the bathroom as if to break it. Come out, time's up. Yes, I'm coming out. He said that and memorized the place he checked in his head and went out. The instructor didn't seem to suspect anything and took Yan to the place where he was locked up at first. That's how the first day's work ended. Yan reviewed his escape plan as he returned to the blood cell. He didn't get excited or anything. He had learned from his long experience of missions that the more he rushed, the more likely he was to succeed. I've found the way. He knew where the escape route led to. He would have to walk a bit, but he could definitely get out. The problem was how to get into the escape route and how to shake off the instructors when they started chasing him. He had only one chance. If he got caught, he would be executed without a doubt. Maybe he would be killed very brutally as a warning to the other trainees who had similar thoughts. In the end, even if he prepared for this and that, if he went out barehanded, he would have a very high chance of dying without being able to resist the moment he was caught. He needed a card that could create a little bit of a variable. Let's try to learn that first. As a special task force leader, he had encountered many secrets and techniques. Among them, he had briefly learned the most outstanding secret. Well, to be precise, I learned it as an experiment to check the safety before the Emperor learned it. But whatever. The part he learned was the beginning of the secret. Just a few pages, but it was much more effective than the Dark Dragon Sphere I had learned before. Dark Dragon Sphere, the top secret among the Special Task Force's techniques. It was a mana technique that only the leader could learn. He was satisfied enough with that and lived. One day, the legacy of the founding emperor. The first emperor was discovered by chance. Breath of the Divine Dragon the Emperor, who was always bored to death, personally searched for the pieces, which showed how valuable the legacy was. He was so bored that he was dying, but he was afraid of dying himself, Anyway, thanks to the new secret, Yan was able to surpass several levels of enlightenment at once. He reached the second level of enlightenment, which was very rare in the continent. If he could learn the whole thing, he couldn't even guess how far he could reach. Breath of the Divine Dragon, the name itself was very arrogant, but it was not lacking at all. Then he suddenly thought, maybe I was able to break free from the brainwashing because I learned that. Yan couldn't find a clear reason for why his brainwashing was suddenly lifted in his previous life. He was just making various guesses, but maybe this guess was the closest to the truth. In fact, the founding emperor was a great being who was recorded as the first emperor of the Golden Age. If it was a secret that he created himself, it was highly likely. I'll learn it from now on, even though it's only the beginning. It's enough to train my body quickly. Yan closed his eyes and recalled the formula. He felt the mana coming into his nose and guided it. SSSSS, the mana that came in through his throat, rotated in his body. He got greedy when a lot of mana came in. I can make a core right away? Normally. He had to make it slowly over a few days, but it seemed like he could make it right now with this momentum. What the hell, I'll try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll just spend some time. He made up his mind and went ahead. He quickly rotated the mana and settled it below his navel. But soon, cold sweat started to drip. It wasn't as easy as he thought. Sputter. The mana kept spinning, but it didn't settle in the core. It wasn't because of the lack of quantity, but he had a rough idea of the reason. It's not complete. The part that the Emperor gave him was only the formula for inhaling. The part for storing was missing. He thought he could do it with the amount of mana he sucked in, but it didn't seem to be the case. Yan stopped the circulation and lay down on the spot. Sigh, and he let out a deep sigh. I could find the remaining pieces if I wanted to. He knew where they were hidden. He had been serving the Emperor all along, and it wouldn't be too hard to get there. But there was a problem. His goal was escape. But to find the remaining pieces, he had to stay in the training camp. The surveillance will be very strict when the Blade Mountain Range test starts. The brainwashing will also intensify. Then I'll never have a chance to escape from here. Yan closed his eyes. But I can access the breath of the Divine Dragon anytime I want if I get out. The difference between having freedom and not having it is huge. So he had to put aside his regret for the breath of the Divine Dragon for now. Chapter 3. The next morning, Yan woke up in the dark blood chamber and immediately checked his body and lost his appetite. The mana he had absorbed fully while running yesterday had all disappeared without a trace. But at least I have some idea of how to use this in the future. It's not that all the usefulness is gone just because the condensation is not possible. If running is possible, then use it in a different way. Strong body modification. There is something called the strong body technique. A great method that was accidentally created by the Hugh Engley Research Institute while researching the taboo, forbidden, after 10 years. This forcibly tore and modified the muscles and bones of the body, making it possible to artificially create a metamorphosis and a complete transformation. Because of this, countless strong bones popped out in the later Dragon Child project. Of course, the sooner you learn the strong body technique, the faster you can have a much better talent. But Yan encountered this in his previous life when he was over 30, when the physical potential was completely closed. But I did it. Everyone said it wouldn't work. But Yan clenched his teeth and thoroughly trained the strong body technique. And after a long time, he succeeded in blooming the lost talent again. There was a reason why a talentless 974th special team member became a special team leader. And now I'm going to train that again. Based on the energy, I ran with the breath of the Divine Dragon. The energy drawn in by the breath of the Divine Dragon is very pure. If you modify your body with it, the efficiency will be very good and the growth rate will be amazing. Especially now that the potential is somewhat open in the mid-teens. Compared to his previous life, everything was too good. Would you? Yan got up from his seat and twisted his body here and there. He wanted to loosen his body before he started training the strong body technique. The sound of the muscles and bones twisting was terrible, but Yan somehow couldn't like that sound enough. Get up. You wormy bastards. The sun is up. If you keep lying down, I'll take it as a sign that you want to get beaten. The instructors, wielding clubs, shouted loudly and entered the blood chamber. They passed by Yan, who was already up, and glared at the trainees who were still in dreamland. These bastards! The clubs swung. Thwack, thwack, the instructors mercilessly beat the kids. The trainees who were hit seemed to come to their senses and said things like, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me," and got up from their seats. After a round of commotion, nearly 30 people who were in the blood chamber gathered outside the blood chamber. The instructors checked each face and then led the trainees to another place. Yan, who was walking in line with them, turned his eyes slightly to the side, towards the trainee, Roman, who had a face full of annoyance. He screamed when he was hit by the club, but he never uttered a word of repentance. Was he always this tough? He remembered vividly what kind of test he had taken in his previous life, what the instructors and the chief instructor were like, and so on, but he had completely forgotten about Roman, who had been his roommate. Yan shook his head and looked up when the line stopped. The training ground. It was exactly the same as his past memory. The only difference was that it looked a bit cleaner. Looking around, there were only trainees in the 900s like Yan. It seemed that they divided the class by 100 people according to the number and taught them separately. He didn't come, I guess. Fortunately, the chief instructor was not visible. After all, if that bastard personally taught the weapon technique, most of the trainees would die. Pick up any weapon from the back and stand in your designated place. A man who looked like a weapon technique instructor said, and the trainees walked nervously to where the weapons were scattered. There were big swords, daggers, strange weapons like daggers and whips, and blunt weapons like maces. Yan picked up a normal-shaped long sword, and he went to the place where 974 was written on the floor. The weapon technique training time was 2 hours, and there was nothing particularly difficult. It was something I could do with my eyes closed, but they taught it seriously. I should just go along with it and look for a timing to get out. Yan turned his body at the instructor's words to put the weapon on the table behind him. 974. Long sword, I confirmed it, so put it down and join the line. Yes, yes, Yan made a nonchalant expression and walked towards the place where he first picked up the sword. Then something caught his eye. A dagger? Someone had put a dagger where the long sword was supposed to be. Yan's mouth curled up. Such a lucky coincidence? He thought so and casually put the long sword back in its place. Then he grabbed the tip of the dagger with his pinky and middle finger and hid it behind his wrist. Then he scratched the back of his head naturally and let the dagger slide down his sleeve. Thud, the dagger that came down from above touched his side very naturally. He felt a sharp sensation. Yan glanced sideways. 976. Spear, I confirmed it, so put it down and join the line. Fortunately, the instructor didn't seem to notice. He didn't even think he would get caught in the first place. Well, of course, how good is my skill? Yan enjoyed the cool sensation on his side and walked out happily. He was worried about how to make an escape route, but he got a tool in an instant. It had been 3 days since the weapon technique training started. Every time the training ended, there was always a meal time waiting, the place where they followed the instructor to the cafeteria. The students in the 900s each grabbed their utensils and filled their food. Their movements were watched by Roman's subordinates. Boss, that guy is in the 900s, right? They had been whispering among themselves. One of the subordinates asked Roman quietly. They had realized the meaning of the number to some extent, but Yan's number was still an unsolved mystery to them. At that, Roman, who had been quietly stuffing his food, slammed his plate down in front of him, and he glared at the subordinate with a frown. So what? What do you want me to do? Roman's sharp voice. The subordinates shrank their necks and focused on their meal again, but the one who had asked Roman directly couldn't do that. That is, I mean, he realized how it would sound to Roman now. Roman glared at him for a while and then concentrated on his meal again. In fact, he was the most suspicious and incomprehensible about Yan's number. Suspicious bastard. He knew it well because he had been beaten by Yan himself. He was not his subordinate at all. And weird bastard. From the beginning to now, they had been in the same room, but there was no minimum interaction. He didn't even seem to want to. His usual actions were also strange. He would sit blankly for hours by himself, or suddenly get up and do weird movements. He was an incomprehensible guy, but he didn't feel the need to get close to him. Of course, he still had a grudge about the last time. Just stop worrying about him and eat your food. He said that, but he was still bothered by Yan, while Roman and his subordinates were having a conversation about Yan. Squeak, squeak. A very faint sound echoed in the stinky bathroom. Yan, who was diligently digging a hole in the wall with a dagger in the bathroom stall, had sweat beads on his forehead. He checked the progress of his work and stretched out. Phew, it takes quite a long time to dig this by myself. For the past 3 days, Yan had been acting as inconspicuously as possible to the instructors. Thanks to that, he was able to go to the bathroom without much interference or suspicion as long as he kept the time well. As a result, he seemed to have reached the vicinity of the secret passage by now. Will I be able to get out by tomorrow? The first test of the Blade Mountain Range was not far away. That's when the real hell road would begin. The trainees would die, and the brainwashing would start. The chief instructor's hysteria would also get stronger. I can't do that crazy shit again. I have to leave this place before that. Yan was lost in thought when he must have touched something wrong. Whoosh, water leaked out from the inside. At that, Yan instinctively pulled his body back. Damn, the pipe must have burst from the constant impact of making the hole. And bang, 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 what are you doing in there? Hurry up, the instructor outside the door pounded on the door as if to break it and shouted. Shit! He clenched his teeth. If the instructor came in, it would be a disaster. He wouldn't just let this go. Yan quickly found the burst pipe and stabbed it with a dagger. Squeak, squeak. He twisted it a few times to stop the water. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. If he didn't fix it further, the water would burst out bigger soon, but he didn't bother to block it properly. Anyway, I'm leaving tomorrow. Fortunately, the temporary patch seemed to last until tomorrow evening. Yan smiled slyly and changed his expression to look as pitiful as possible and opened the bathroom door. Thwack! As soon as he came out, the instructor hit Yan's head. Hurry up. 974? Yan bit his lower lip at the pain in his head. Bastard! But he wasn't very angry. Who would be the first to take responsibility when he left tomorrow? It would be fun to watch. He was only sorry that he couldn't see it, so Yan joined the line back to the blood chamber with a smirk. After all, the training sessions were over. Yan had a headache about how to lure the bait for his plan. He couldn't move alone if he wanted his escape tomorrow to go smoothly. I need at least 4 more people. From adding manpower for securing the secret passage, to distracting the instructor's attention when the escape was discovered. They had to be heavy-mouthed but smart. The best ones were the trainees and the zeros, but they were hard to approach, so they were excluded. Excluding them, the most satisfactory candidate was Roman of the 12s. How do I lure him? Yan organized his thoughts on one side of his head and moved his body slowly on the other. A basic exercise that would look very simple to others, but the series of processes that took place in his body were not like that at all. Inhale, with a single breath, his whole body muscles tensed up. At the same time, the energy that was born from the half-finished breath of the divine dragon ran around his body, awakening his senses and making his fibers hard. His body became heavy in an instant, as if he had swallowed a sponge full of water. Crack, crack. The moment he moved his arms slowly, his shoulders, triceps and biceps all screamed in pain. The muscles were forcibly clumped together, and the bones shifted slightly out of place. It was inevitable to suffer a lot of pain from biting the muscles and bones. But Yan only had bloodshot eyes and didn't make a sound. He knew that the weight that was pressing down on his body would disappear as soon as he exhaled the breath he had taken in. The strong body technique starts from putting an absolute overload on the body. It gives a strong stress to the body by artificially pressing it, and leads to rapid growth in the process of overcoming it. The strong body technique was classified into 3 stages. The first was bone replacement. It was to reassemble the position of the skeleton and make it into a martial bone. The second was fetal abduction. It was to change the fibers that make up the muscles into steel-like hardness and increase the physical ability to the maximum. And the last third was transformation. It was to change the constitution into the best one that could accept the mana stream, the source of all things, or more precisely, the mana stream that resembled the original energy. Anyone can reach the second stage of fetal abduction depending on their effort, but the third stage is only for the chosen ones. There were various factors for the choice that was required for that condition: talent or spirituality. It was only possible with a blessed quality. And of course, Yan's current state had nothing to do with it. But there is a way to awaken the talent that I don't have. It was a very easy way if it was easy. Elixir. If there was an elixir that had such a great effect that it could awaken the talent of the sky, or if there was an energy that was pure enough to resemble the original energy of the mana stream. I can reach the third stage without any problem. Of course, it was very difficult to get such an elixir. Even if you searched the royal treasury, there would be only a few. The problem was that he needed more than one elixir. Not to mention a trainee of the lowest rank 974. There was no chance of getting such an elixir. But Yan was not worried. He knew several places where such elixirs were hidden. Phew! Yan savored the energy that was still running around his body. The pain that came from the bones changing their position made his veins bulge. His top was soaked with cold sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot. Thump, thump, thump. Every time he moved one step, the floor shook as if an elephant had passed by. Crunch, crunch. His body begged him to stop the pain. His stamina ran out quickly, but for Yan, it was just the beginning. Crunch, Chapter 4. Phew! Yan let out a long breath. As the weight left his body, a sense of vitality filled him. His body felt so light as if he had become a feather. He felt a thrill, as if he could fly up to the sky right now. He squeezed his body to the limit on the inhale and breathed in vitality on the exhale. Just like hammering and cooling a heated iron in a forge, the hardening technique focused on changing the body little by little in this way. The smell is a bit too strong. At the same time, other senses that had been blocked by controlling the subtle movements of his muscles returned. The sweat smell that stung his nose was terrible. It seemed that the waste that had accumulated in his body had been discharged. He thought he should throw it away when the training was over, and tried to breathe in again. Huh, Roman was approaching him. Why did he come here? Didn't he hate me? But he had just thought that he should contact Roman, so he didn't need to refuse. The guy who came up to him in no time looked at him sharply, and suddenly pinched his nose. Smell? What? Don't you wash yourself? I can't breathe because of the stench. Stop talking nonsense. Why did you come? Roman still frowned and sat down on the ground without hesitation. You, what are you doing? Yan pretended not to know and shrugged his shoulders while repeating the basic movements that the instructor taught him today. What are you talking about? What am I doing? Really? Then it's a bit strange? Roman twisted his mouth slightly and continued. For the past few days, every time you went in and out of the bathroom, there was a little bit of gravel on your bare feet. Was there a place in the bathroom where you could get that? Yan's eyes twitched. Oh, he's pretty sharp. He thought of the shoes that would stick to them and went into the whole barefoot to work. But he didn't expect Roman to look at his bare feet. He's not the future Imperial Star for nothing. The title that the Emperor gave to the super rookies, the new stars of the Empire, the Imperial Stars, and he was one of the Imperial Stars. Venus Security Chief Roman, he definitely showed that sprout from a very young age. Should I kill him? He thought for a moment. He was the security chief, so he might do something to solve his doubts. Then there was a high possibility that his purpose would be exposed. There's no need to leave a variable. Even if Roman was the future Imperial Star, he was just a kid now. It wouldn't be hard to kill him secretly and bury him in a place where no one would notice. Even if he was caught, it would be a few days later. So he didn't have to worry. The problem is whether he told this to others or not. He was conflicted, as he had been wondering whether to involve Roman in this matter or not. If he told others, he had to silence Roman and his gang. On the contrary, if he only suspected and kept his mouth shut, he had to drag him to his side. Roman had always hated the environment of the training camp, so it was clear. He was beaten by the chief instructor, but he still didn't fix his mind and was having a nerve war with other instructors. In fact, even before the return, he had trouble with the instructors until the end. When he graduated from the training camp, he jumped to the security office instead of the special team, which was already decided for him. He was a living rebel. It would be much worse now that he hadn't been here for long. I'll have to test him. Yan was going to test Roman from now on. If he passed, he would go with him, and if he failed, he would kill him. His eyes shone coldly, but he didn't look like anything on the outside, and he just shrugged his shoulders. Well, I guess I got caught. You're more boring than I thought. Then should I beg you not to tell the instructors? Yan's cheeky look made Roman chuckle. I felt it when you knocked me down before, but you're not an ordinary guy. Yan made a disgusted expression. Why are you suddenly complimenting me in an awkward way? I'm just saying. That's all, anyway. Roman didn't seem to have any intention of dragging on the introduction. and cut off the flow and went straight to the point. So, what are you plotting? Escape. Roman was startled for a moment. He thought he was up to something, but he didn't expect it to be escaping from this hellish training camp. Do you really think that's possible? Yan was a bit amused by the fact that Roman showed such a flustered look. Did he read Yan's eyes that way? Too, he coughed and quickly regained his complexion, but the burning doubt in his eyes didn't go away. Did I say anything to anyone? Roman squinted his eyes. Do I have any reason to blabber about it? That's true. What about you coming here? Since I didn't say anything, no one would know. That's also true. Is that what you're saying? Yan's mouth curled up on one side. Stop asking weird questions and answer me. Is it really possible? That's why I'm doing it, right? I want to know. Too, Roman looked really desperate. He didn't lie. He's the only one who doubted me. He never thought of escaping either. Having worked in the special team for a long time, he could tell what people were thinking by looking at their tone, expression, and gestures, especially for a kid like this. It was as clear as opening his skull and looking inside. The test for him was passed. Then it was time to drag him into his pawn. Hey, I can't tell you that. Are you trying to eat it too easily? That's what he meant. The training camp was harder to escape than the Empire's border, and it was a way that no one but him could get out of. For a moment, Roman's eyebrows twitched. He's still a kid after all. Yan smiled lightly at his inability to hide his inner thoughts and threw him another carrot. If you promise to be on my side for sure, I'll tell you. How can I trust you and decide first? If you don't like it, fine, you look talented, so you'll survive till the end. At least for 10 years, Roman stared at Yan. Don't you think I can tell the instructor about this? Tell him? Yan also looked at Roman. How are you going to tell him? Do you think someone who is dying to get out of here would kick away the opportunity? That's not even funny. As Yan thought, Roman soon backed down. He realized that the only thing that would happen if he told him was that Yan would be tortured or killed, and it had nothing to do with him. You have to throw me some bait at least. Don't you think you're too arrogant? If you listen to me well, you won't be here in 2 days. Roman's eyes widened. He didn't expect him to escape so soon. Yan smiled at him. What do you want to do? Do you want to bite the bait or not? Roman closed his eyes slightly. I have no choice but to bite. It was too sweet and tempting bait. Yan gave him one thing to do and then lay down on the spot. The next morning, I brought them. Roman brought his 2 cronies, 192 and 211. Their names were Jake and Todd, still numbers much higher than Yan. I picked only the ones who are trustworthy and tight-lipped. As you said, Yan's task for Roman yesterday was to bring 2 people who are tight-lipped and desperately want to get out of here. Roman sat down on the ground without hesitation. Now it's your turn to talk. How are you going to escape? Roman stared at Yan. He felt a will that he wouldn't let him go if he said anything nonsense. From today, you 3 have to finish what I've been working on. Yan's workload so far was 3 times a day, 5 minutes each. But with this, it was hard to secure an escape route before the first test. But if it was 4 people, it was possible by tomorrow, and, after we get out completely, we'll split up and run away in different directions. What? The cronies who had been listening quietly raised their heads. This is different from what he said. They seemed to think that they would get out if they just followed him. Don't you think I can protect you while escaping from here, even though I can't even use mana? Yan hit the nail on the head, and the 2 cronies shut their mouths. Yan smiled at that. Even if we get out of this building through the hole I dug, it's all up to luck to shake off the chasing instructors. No, Roman opened his mouth. I'll be the biggest bait. Yan frowned. He's quick-witted. If 4 trainees run away, the priority is of course the higher numbers with more potential. So Yan, who was at the bottom, would get much less chase. So what? What do you want me to do? Yan shrugged and continued. It's useless to stick together anyway. You have to think of a way to get out of here somehow. Don't you? The cronies shuddered. If they get caught, they're dead for sure. But they had reasons to get out, whether it was family or personal. They hesitated for a moment and then nodded with a determined expression. So, after they all made up their minds, Yan began to explain his plan. When he finished explaining everything and they started to disperse, he suddenly wondered. There's something I want to ask you. Roman turned his head slightly. He had thought so since earlier, but his face was too old and his tone was too mature for a 15-year-old. Did you lie about your age and come in? Shut up. He turned his body with a crumpled face. It seemed to be his complex. the central first floor where they gather when there is a special announcement. The chief instructor gathered all the trainees and briefly explained the first test that would take place in a few days. The first test site is the Blade Mountains, and if you survive there for a week, you pass. Simple, right? The chief instructor's face looked uninterested and bored. Yan bit his tongue as he looked at him. At least he should have explained properly. The Blade Mountains that he would enter next week was a forbidden zone where all kinds of monsters lived. From the bottom-ranked goblins to beast-like monsters, plant-type demons, and that thing was also in the innermost part. It was almost impossible for the trainees who had no preparation and lacked knowledge to survive in the Blade Mountains. But there's also a lot to gain. As far as Yan knew, there were at least dozens of useful spoils that could be obtained from the Blade Mountains, but he wasn't interested in them. They were useless to him anyway. Instead, he looked at the ones standing on the far right. The short-haired, short-first Lorna, the second Casa with a stunning appearance, the third Cruel with a confident expression. They still have nasty faces. If Yan's memory was correct, they would dominate the top ranks in the upcoming tests. The three of them, who were at the top among the 0th class with outstanding talent, were in a different dimension from the lower numbers. Overwhelming talent, genius-like 5 stars. They also became imperial stars later. Like Roman, they weren't called the new wave of the empire by the emperor for nothing. If he had to stay here, the ones he had to watch out for were those 3. I hope they get a lot of favor from the chief instructor in the future. As he was thinking about this and that, the chief instructor's explanation ended. He waved his hand in the air as if he was annoyed. I'm done talking, so take them away, I have to get ready. There was even irritation in his voice. Yan knew why he was so annoyed, and what he meant by preparation. The special team that was in charge of this project had to go to the Imperial Palace and report on the test before the first test. Who were the notable talents in this class? How the factions were formed among the trainees, etc. It included a general situation report. And the reporter role included both the final approver, the special team leader, and the practitioner of the Dragon Child Project. The chief instructor, that's why he looked so annoyed and irritated. The chief instructor hated going to the palace. He didn't have a good relationship with them either. It was a golden opportunity for him. With that, the biggest variable is gone. He had also prepared for the rest to some extent. Tonight is the best chance to escape. Yan clenched the pendant in his pocket. His heart started to pound at the thought of going back soon. Chapter 5. After all the work was done, when Yan arrived at the blood cell, the Roman gang who had agreed to escape with him were standing in front of the cage. Tension was visible in the eyes of Roman and the 2 idiots. They all knew that they could die in this plan, and it seemed to weigh on their shoulders. Yan smiled slightly as he looked at them. They must be burning with anxiety. Meet me tonight. Yan left a word as he passed them by. Roman's eyes lit up, and the other 2 shuddered. No matter how confident they were, they still had some fear left. Relax a bit. Tension should be moderate. If it's too severe, the body freezes, and the mind stiffens. Yan announced the meeting time and walked into his place. And then he spent the rest of the time as usual. 3 a.m. the time when everyone should be asleep. A rustling sound began to be heard here and there. After a brief moment, "Are you all awake?" In the dark where nothing could be seen, someone whispered. I couldn't sleep because of the excitement. As Yan's eyes got used to the darkness, he saw the faces of the people gathered around him. Unlike Roman, who looked quite happy, Jake and Todd looked like they hadn't slept. They had tired faces, but not to the point of causing trouble. After checking everyone's condition, Yan nodded. Let's go now. By now, the chief warden must have left his post. Maybe he was almost at the palace. Yan reached out his right hand to the lock beyond the cage, and then he gently inserted the chopstick into the lock with his left hand and turned it sideways. Tick, tick, tick. The sensation of spinning in vain and something loosening repeated. Then Yan smiled. Click. As the lock opened, Jake and Todd, who were skeptical, widened their eyes. Could he open it with that? What did he do before he came here? A skill he learned during his special squad days. But Yan had no intention of telling them that, so he immediately unlocked the lock and opened the cage. Squeak, squeak. They walked out of the cage slowly, watching their surroundings. Then Yan took out something like a pocket from his chest. It was a pocket made of torn clothes. Yan pulled something out of it. It was the meat that came out for dinner. Grrr, grrr. As the smell of meat spread around, a terrifying howl gathered around. He was right. How did he know all this? They were doubtful until they heard Yan's escape plan. How could they believe that the ones guarding the outside were not wardens, but hunting dogs? They had never heard a dog barking all this time, so the doubt was only bigger. But it turned out that Yan was right. Grrr, grrr. Soon, the hunting dogs appeared. Black mane and blood-red eyes, above all. They're still stupidly big. Compared to Yan now, they were about 6 times the size. Yan put the meat he was holding back in his pocket and tied the entrance tightly. Then he threw it as far as he could. The dogs also sniffed their noses in that direction and ran after it. Who? I thought I was going to die. As the big dogs around them disappeared, they finally let out a sigh of relief. They had definitely bought some time. They would stop chasing until they tore the pocket and ate all the pieces of meat inside. Focus! Yan gave a hint to Jake and Todd, who were relaxing. It was not time to relax yet. They had just opened the way to the bathroom. This was nothing compared to the obstacles they had to break through. Yan took the lead and walked to the bathroom where he had been working. He walked quietly, making no sound of footsteps, and when he arrived at the bathroom, they spat out their heavy breath. Hoo! Ha! Yan opened the 5th stall and removed the outer wall. Then a hole he had worked hard on appeared. Shall I go in first? Yan entered the hole without hesitation, and the 3 followed him. Yan loosened the part of the pipe that he had temporarily blocked yesterday as he passed through the narrow hole. Soon after the wardens noticed their absence, water would burst out of the pipe. It will take quite a lot of time to clean that up. Yan clicked his tongue as he saw the site of the passage. There was nothing different from when he had found it in his previous life. The water was up to his knees, and water dripped from above. The sound echoed softly in the passage. The stone wall was intact, but the wooden pillars that were stuck in occasionally were weathered and very old. From these traces, he could guess that this passage was very old. It's big. Is it an emergency passage? Probably. When he had investigated this passage before, he had no income. There was no record or information about this place, so he just vaguely assumed that it was an emergency passage used by his previous dragon soldiers. Splash! Splash! Yan and Roman walked in front, and Jake and Todd guarded the back. Jake shivered slightly. It's creepy. Don't say unlucky things. Todd said that, but he also looked around. Yan also looked around once in a while as he moved forward. You haven't forgotten about tearing up when we get to the exit, right? That's when it really starts. As he said that, Jake and Todd let out a heavy breath, a breath mixed with half worry and half excitement. After that, no one spoke. Yan was thinking about the plan ahead, and Roman couldn't tell what he was thinking. Jake and Todd seemed to be quiet because the 2 ahead didn't say anything. That way, about 10 minutes after they moved, the exit appeared. The moonlight that came in through there welcomed them. Could we get out so easily? Roman said in a hollow voice. Yan confirmed the mountain behind the exit, looked at the 3 who were tense, and said, "It's just the beginning." He had done everything he could for them here. He also shared all the information they needed to get out of here. The more they didn't get caught, the more time he could move freely. The most dangerous guy isn't here either, Yan smiled. Let's never see each other again. At that, Roman curled his lips. Yeah, if we see each other again, we'll only die. Roman patted Jake and Todd's shoulders once and ran straight to the mountain. Yan chuckled at the sight. Anyone would think he's the one who returned. From his speech to his actions, he was a perfect old man. Should I ask him later? Jake and Todd also left a word each. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, we couldn't have gotten out. Later, if we happen to meet by chance, can we pretend to know each other? Yan laughed as he watched them tear apart in different directions, and then he started running in a completely different direction. Ding 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 ding, ding 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 ding. Emergency bells began to ring like crazy all over the mountain range. Woof woof, woof woof woof, woof woof. The sound of the hunting dogs raised by the special squad barking ferociously was heard. This is where the real start begins. How long can they hold on? Yan spat out a rough breath as he swept his sweat-soaked hair back, and then he laughed absurdly. What am I expecting from just kids? He was satisfied if they could delay the time a little bit. He was confident that he could escape the siege as soon as there was a gap. No matter how hard it was, and how physically disadvantageous it was, he still had a lot of experience in his head. Anyway, what he had to do first. I have to go up first. He could see how they would try to chase him if he saw the movements of the pursuers from the top. Huyup, Yan recited the formula of breath of the divine dragon. The mana dissolved in the air flowed into his body through his throat. It's still efficient, but the maintenance is a problem. It was a painful drawback that he couldn't maintain the mana he had gathered. It was cramming, but it was fortunate that the hardening technique he had been training steadily helped him. This is something to worry about when I get out. There was no way to solve it right now. Huang. Yan started moving, pushing all the mana into his legs. Pat. It looked like he was just walking, but Yan ran down the hillside like a mountain bird. The swift technique he had accidentally acquired after becoming the special squad leader. The wing flap of the wind bird. Squeak even while running, Yan's hand did not stop collecting useful things quickly. They were things that would be useful in the upcoming chase. That way, after about 10 minutes of moving, he was able to reach the top of the mountain range. Yan bit his tongue at the pain that made his legs tremble. This damn body is the problem. He had just moved that, and his legs felt like they were going to explode. The blood vessels that mana flowed through seemed to have shrunk a little. He collapsed on a large rock and took out the psyllium berries that he had picked up whenever he saw them. This was one of the things that the dogs with sensitive noses hated the most. It was not because of the stench that came from here, but because of the faint toxicity inside, an item that was very useful in chasing in his previous life. Yan scratched the surface of the berry with his dagger and squeezed it hard. A sticky liquid flowed down his fingers and wrists. Sting. There was a mild pain where the liquid touched, but Yan rather smeared it on his skin. Wasn't there a similar situation in the past? He chuckled and reminisced about the past. Of course, he was in the position of chasing as a manager then. Well, he was confident in this too. Yan's mouth corners rose slightly. Well, shall we see how good the special squad of the past is now? He was the peak of chasing, assassination, and espionage. The 5th Special Mission Squad Leader. Chapter 6. Dawn was breaking. Yan stared intently at one spot from the top. The place he was looking at was the opposite cliff. There were footprints scattered there to shake off the pursuit of the instructors, as expected. They're not idiots who think I jumped off the cliff, are they? Yan sighed as he saw the instructors hovering over the cliff. Of course, he had left the footprints on purpose, but he felt a bit uneasy. Maybe he still had some affection for the special forces? Yan took his eyes off there and looked elsewhere. He saw smoke rising. By the way, those bastards. I told them not to light a fire in the mountains. Ha! It was probably Jake or Todd's side. A brief pity flashed in Yan's eyes, but it soon disappeared quickly. This was not the time to worry about others. The reason he brought them here, to use them as bait, not to escape with them because he had feelings for them. Yan took out a few pieces of meat from his pocket. He had caught some rabbits that came here without knowing, skinned them, and dried the flesh to make jerky. There was no seasoning, so the smell of blood was strong, but he chewed it without any problem. I wonder how far Roman went? He was the only one among the 3 baits who was moving smartly. It doesn't seem like he's been caught yet. There were only 2 instructors chasing him. The rest seemed to have all gone after Roman. The net seems to have loosened a lot. Maybe it's time to get out. As the net tightened around Roman, there were more routes for Yan to escape. Yan shaded the sun with his palm and looked around carefully. Then, that way, I can get out easily. Yan's mouth curled up. The place he was looking at was one of the entrances to several mountain ranges, and a place where the number of instructors was very low. Ding 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 ding, ding 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 ding, the training camp, which was always solemn and quiet, was noisy today. How many trainees have escaped? 4. 4 of them, these damn bastards. You can't even manage one kid properly. The oldest instructor among the ones left in the training camp gritted his teeth. 10 instructors had gone out for the chase, but it had been a day since they left, and not a single person had returned. And this happened when the chief instructor was absent. The senior instructor bit his lip and turned his head sharply. How many instructors are inside now? TW. 20 of them. Call them all except the minimum staff. I'll join the chase team too. Just before the senior instructor finished his sentence, someone interrupted him. Wow, how can such a fun incident happen as soon as I leave my seat? A voice that didn't feel any tension at all. At that moment, cold sweat ran down the senior instructor's forehead. and then he twisted his body and bowed his waist at a right angle toward the direction where the voice came from. I'm sorry. Chief Instructor, I'll catch them for sure. The Chief Instructor, who should have been in the palace by now, was here. He didn't know why, but this was not the time to be curious about that. I saw it on my way here. But the 10 instructors are searching hard, aren't they? Yes, it won't be long before we can bring them all back without any trouble. The Chief Instructor laughed softly at the confident tone of the senior instructor. How can you bring them back without any trouble when the incident has already happened? That is, and for those who are searching hard, not a single one has been caught yet. He hit the nail on the head. The senior instructor had no choice but to lower his head. Seeing that, the chief instructor sneered and called the other instructors. Oh, and who was the instructor who was in charge of the bloodline? At the chief instructor's words, one of the instructors who had just been scolded by the senior instructor raised his hand. I am? Ahaha. You are? He was a new instructor who had not been assigned here for long. The chief instructor looked at the new instructor who was swallowing his saliva with a grin. Thud. You don't even know that the trainees you're in charge of are digging an escape route secretly. The new instructor shivered and lowered his head. The senior instructor behind him bit his lip and looked at the new instructor with a pitying expression. Thud. You don't even know that they're secretly gathering and planning this. You don't even know that they're stealing the supplies they need for survival. The chief instructor's boots came into the new instructor's eyes as he lowered his head. Then, he grabbed his shoulder. It didn't feel very strong, so he felt a little relieved. But the chief instructor's words that followed made the new instructor's eyes tremble violently. Do you think there's any reason for a calf like you who doesn't know anything to live? He kicked his shin while holding his shoulder. Cuck! The new instructor who fell backwards grabbed his shin and screamed. It was too painful. Ah, noisy. The chief instructor's tone changed completely from before. You think I don't know who's behind you? A cold and piercing tone that cut through the inside. The new instructor lifted his head in surprise. The chief instructor's eyes, which always smiled at the instructors, were now looking at him like trash. Save me? The new instructor opened his mouth without knowing, but the answer was a boot that was shoved into his mouth. The chief instructor narrowed his eyes and said, It would be nice to see you die with a smile, even if you die, but you only show me an ugly sight until you die, you do. As the boot slowly reached his throat, the new instructor's eyes were filled with fear, and then tears and snot flowed out. How are you? He begged for his life, but squish, the pressure on his neck increased, and finally, the boot pierced the new instructor's neck and touched the ground. After that, blood flowed out. The chief instructor lifted his foot and rubbed it on the ground as if it was dirty, then turned his body sharply. Well, enough chit-chat. Let's get to work now. The other instructors were afraid to see the chief instructor smiling as if nothing had happened. Tell the instructors outside to come in. I'll take command of the capture operation from now on. Looking at the smiling chief instructor, the instructors had no choice but to close their mouths and nod their heads. Where the hell did this guy run off to? Judging by the footprints, he must be around here somewhere. 2 instructors who had followed the trail of 974 looked around, but at some point, they had a hard time finding any other traces. It was not raining, so it was hard to find them unless he erased them himself. I underestimated him because he was 974, but he's not ordinary. It was very difficult for a 15-year-old kid who had not received any training to erase his own traces while being chased. He had to predict what traces the chasers would follow. And, more than anything, it was almost impossible to have such a thought while running away unless he was relaxed. He thought he could catch him easily because he was a bottom-ranked trainee, but it seemed to be much more troublesome than he expected. Tusk. He'll be caught anyway, why doesn't he just give up? But even so, he was just a kid after all. There's only one place he can go from here, so let's go that way. Oh, before that, I'll be back in a minute, I have to pee. Dirty, go after we finish. I'm about to burst, I'll be back soon, it's just a small thing. The instructor turned his head away because he didn't want to see the dirty sight, and thought about the routes that 974 could have escaped. Did he cross the mountain range and escape? Or did he hide nearby and wait for the instructors to give up and return to the training camp? Whatever it is, it doesn't change the fact that it's annoying. The instructor lifted his head with a strange feeling. Why isn't he back yet? He didn't notice because he was lost in thought, but it had been more than 5 minutes. It took too long for him to pee. The instructor looked at the bushes where his colleague had gone and shouted, "Are you done yet? I'll be up all night at this rate." But there was no answer from that side. The instructor's eyes narrowed. He wasn't joking. Why wasn't he answering all of a sudden? The instructor walked toward the bushes with an annoyed step and soon opened his eyes wide. Blood was flowing out of the bushes. The instructor quickly drew his sword and walked slowly, muffling his footsteps, and right in front of the bushes, slash, he swung his sword and blew away the bushes. At that moment, the instructor's face turned pale. Mark, the colleague he had just been talking to, was a cold corpse. There was a red dot in the middle of his neck. The instructor quickly approached the corpse and checked the cause of death. He waited for him to relax and pierced his spine in one shot. A penetrating wound that looked like it was pierced by something as sharp as a needle. But there was no sign of a dagger or a hidden weapon around. When he realized what that meant, shiver, he suddenly felt a chill. He's hiding around here. Not only that, he moved so stealthily that he couldn't even notice, and even retrieved the hidden weapon. The instructor clenched his sword and shouted around, "Who are you? I know you're around here. Come out now." He knew that he wouldn't come out by saying this, but if he didn't do this, he felt like fear would take over his body. The cricket and mountain bird sounds that he didn't care about until a while ago felt eerily sinister. Who is it? The instructor's eyes trembled violently. Was it an invasion from outside forces, or a surprise attack from another country? If not, could it be? The instructor quickly erased the thought that came to his mind. No, if it was 12 maybe. But how could 974? The instructor bit his lip. But why was he so anxious despite his words? Cold sweat ran down the back of his neck. Then, swoosh, something caught his neck. He tried to reach for his neck with his hand at the strange feeling. But squeak, ka. The rope around his neck mercilessly lifted him into the air. The sword he was holding fell to the ground. He raised his mana with a pale face, but he couldn't put any strength into his arms. He struggled to get free, but his vision only turned white. The instructor's eyes began to lose focus. His flailing movements became quieter as time passed, and when he was completely suffocated, thud, the corpse fell to the ground with a thud. That was not easy. Really? Even though he strengthened his body with hardening technique, I still have a long way to go. An annoyed voice. It was 974 Yan, who had been ignored by the two instructors all along. He had several layers of rope made of vines around his waist. The vine was connected to the corpse's neck over a thick branch above. Blood was dripping from Yan's hand. It was the price of forcing himself to use his strength and using the incomplete dragon's breath. There should be some medicine around here. Yan approached the corpses of the two instructors and turned their clothes over. He searched for a while and found bandages, ointment for wounds, a dagger, and a few hidden weapons. This is pretty good. Yan nodded his head with satisfaction as he saw the sharp edge of the hidden weapon. He had used a sword as his main weapon in his previous life, but his body became younger and it was uncomfortable. He thought it would be better to use a hidden weapon as a dagger, so he liked it, and he happened to find some good ones. The same was true for the other items. Yan applied the ointment generously to his reddened belly and wrapped it with a bandage. When he tied the end tightly, a sharp pain rose. But now that I've taken care of all the chasers, I can relax a bit, right? I was worried about my seniors, but maybe it was better when I led them. With this, he had killed all the ones who were chasing him, so the remaining escape didn't seem to be that difficult. But what do I do after I get out of here? He thought he would return to his clan, but he had no clue how to do that. Squeak. Yan felt the touch of the pendant in his pocket. Can I find the way with just this? He was confused by the uncertain journey ahead. Then, rustle. Suddenly, he felt a presence around him. What were there others? Yan quickly lowered his body to the ground and hid among the bushes. Team 3 and 4 will stay here. They were the instructors who had formed the chase team. Yan frowned. Did Roman and Jake and Todd get caught already? Are the instructors that good? Did I underestimate them? But after a short thought, Yan shook his head. No, that's too fast anyway. It doesn't make sense unless someone is behind it. No matter how good the instructors were, it was hard to build such a meticulous net in a short time without someone's command, and they moved so stealthily that they even fooled his attention. That meant only one thing. There was someone with the skills of the chief instructor or the special forces leader. At that moment, Yan's eyes sank deeply. Chapter 7. I'm sure there's someone who didn't go to the royal palace and came back among the high-ranking officials. Now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to use Plan B. Yan bit his lips hard. Out of habit, he had prepared another plan in advance in case of an emergency, but he really hated that option. First of all, there were too many restrictions. If he could use mana freely, he might have considered it, but at least not now. Let's give up on the idea of getting out easily. Then what can he do? Just do it. The signs of life around him gradually began to decrease. Yan lifted his head slightly and looked around. He confirmed that the distance between them was not easy to catch. The opposite cliff. Yan lowered his head again and moved quietly, killing the sound and presence. Shasha, Yan moved to the front of his destination by crawling, and sighed as he felt the presence of the surrounding people. Damn it, I'm being chased more and more as time goes by. A huge encirclement was built around him. It was a net of heaven and earth. Tens of layers of encirclement that was formed only when the special forces chased the most wanted criminals. In this situation, even if he was a strong man who could fly, escaping was almost impossible. Let alone him, who couldn't even use mana properly. There was only one way, if any, to soar into the sky, or disappear under the ground. Yan sighed deeply. I guess I have no choice but to run now. Plan A was to sneak out through the escape route he had prepared in advance based on his previous life's knowledge, when the instructors were distracted by other baits. But that was already ruined as soon as the high-ranking officer appeared. Then the only thing left was Plan B, which had a very high risk of danger that he had to stake his life on. There's a very deep river below the cliff over there. The current is fast enough to make it hard for the instructors to catch up. It was a secret escape route that he had marked in case of an enemy attack in his previous life. But there are also many rocks in the river, so you have to be prepared to die. But it was still better than being caught and killed. At that moment, a flash of light caught Yan's eye. There was no point in hiding anymore. He sprang up from his seat and kicked the ground, running towards the cliff. He soon arrived at his destination and looked down, a high cliff. He could see the river flowing rapidly along the narrow gorge. It was a sight that anyone would think they would die if they fell. But I made it here well. The only escape route that could disappear under the ground in this situation. I have to avoid making them continue to search for me after I fall. Yan held his breath in tension. I have to convince them that I have no choice but to die. To do that, he had to give them a good show. Yan finished his thoughts and took out 2 daggers from his chest and lowered his posture. Come out, I know you're hiding. As he said that, the instructors appeared one by one from around and formed an encirclement. They all had a murderous look on their faces who had been troubled by Yan. But such a fierce scene was overshadowed by clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, someone else clapped cheerfully and walked out in front of the instructors. Yan snorted when he saw the other person. It was impossible to escape safely from the beginning. The other person asked with a grin, Is the hide and seek over? Hide and seek? It seemed too intense for that. Yan answered, shrugging his shoulders. The other person was the chief instructor, who he thought had gone to the palace. Something that never happened in his previous life. Moreover, at that time, the chief instructor had caused a big accident in the palace and almost got a prison sentence. And he was here, not in the palace. It was not a problem that he could easily pass over. Was it some kind of butterfly effect caused by me? But I didn't do anything to provoke him while I was in the training camp. He racked his brain, but he couldn't think of anything. Well, nothing will change now that I'm here. He was the chief instructor who would reach the peak of swordsmanship and be called the 3 swords of the continent in the future. But not yet, so he could do it. If he showed him that he fell with a big wound, there would be no one to chase him. Even if there was, it would be very small. As long as I don't die. Yan clenched his daggers. His hands were full of sweat, seeing him burning with fighting spirit. The chief instructor burst into laughter. How did you become number 974? Did all of our instructors' eyes break or something? For a moment, the other instructors turned pale, but the chief instructor couldn't help laughing. He was actually amazed by Yan, who had entertained him so much. The meaning of the numbers given to the trainees was potential. The instructors naturally thought that the trainees with 0 numbers were the best, and the trainees with 900 numbers were nothing. but Yan shattered the instructor's prejudices very nicely. He didn't cause confusion to the instructors by using various tricks. He didn't break through the encirclement with his bare body. Judgment, boldness, guts, perseverance, and excellent physical strength. He had everything, and he even killed 2 instructors with his ruthlessness. He had the best talent as an assassin. He seemed to be born for this special force. If only he had talent for mana too. Maybe a monster would have been born. The reason he was able to catch him now was because he was still young and weak. And alone, if it wasn't for the mass attack, maybe I would have missed him. Thinking that, he felt a desire rise in his head. The chief instructor smiled. "Shall I give you a chance?" "A chance? Make me laugh from now on, then I'll spare you." Yan pretended to think and thought, "He's crazy. He'd rather die than be tormented by him," but now he had to play along with him. "Yes. Good. Let's do that then." The chief instructor chuckled and straightened his waist. At that moment, shiver, the momentum changed. Yan swallowed his dry saliva and held his daggers. "I have to fight with all my strength." That was not the only condition. He couldn't be caught, nor could he fall off the cliff awkwardly. "Why do I have to keep so many things in mind?" Yan grumbled inwardly, but diligently watched the black energy that was rising from the chief instructor's feet. As expected, that's it, the black blade. It was a skill that the chief instructor developed based on the shadow style, a lower-level technique of the special force. A technique that uses shadows as a physical form and pulls them out. If he had enough mana, he could pull out infinite shadow stems, and if he could sharpen them like blades, he could cut even iron cleanly. The chief instructor used this to always seize the victory in one-on-one combat as well as in multiple combat. There were 8 stems at the tip of the chief instructor's boots. Squash. The chief instructor pressed the ground hard. Whoosh. The black energy that was smoldering under his boots exploded at once. "Here it comes." Yan spun his 2 daggers and held them upside down. Then he began to collide with the black blades that came at him. The 2 daggers bounced, slid, and pushed aside the black energy at a fast speed. Clang, clang, clang. Even though they collided with nothing but energy blades, sparks flew from the tips of the daggers. A strange friction sound of scraping metal also burst out. Every time his arms vibrated. "Ha ha ha, you're really fun." He was already exhausted, but he was laughing in front of him. He gritted his teeth at the sight. "But, fortunately, the mana in the blade is faint," he said to make him laugh, but he seemed to be really joking. Of course, even that would have been enough to chop up an ordinary trainee without blocking a few times. A bombardment-like attack. As time went by, wounds appeared all over his body and blood splattered. His body kept being pushed back, and before he knew it, he reached the edge of the cliff. That's it. Maybe it was because he lost too much blood, but his eyes were dizzy. But he came to his senses at the thought that it was all over. Next time, right at the next attack, he pretends to fail to block and get hit hard, and then he bounces back and falls off the cliff, spraying blood. Then the escape is over. He waited for the timing of the next attack, thinking that, whoosh, he turned his body towards the black blade that was stabbing down from above like a whip. "Now, I can get out of this annoying place." He finally did it, and a faint smile crossed his lips. It was then. Swish. He didn't know how it suddenly came into his sight. He might have missed it because he was focused on the black blade. He might have missed it because he was timing the fall off the cliff. But at this moment, as if time had slowed down, something appeared very clearly in Yan's eyes. The chief instructor's neck area. He didn't know what had happened, but his shirt was torn very long as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. A tattoo was visible through the gap. A tattoo that seemed to depict a flame burning fiercely. That is. For a moment, Yan's eyes widened. "Boring, too boring. I thought I had found a fun toy for a change." The chief instructor quickly got bored, as Yan didn't show any remarkable performance unlike his initial expectation. This clothes is also very annoying. He had insisted on staying at the training camp instead of going to the palace, and the wound near his shirt from the sword fight with the special force leader. As he moved around, his clothes kept fluttering in the wind and bothered him. He also had to hide the tattoo that he had carved with his comrades a long time ago. "I'll just get rid of them together." If he threw the annoying clothes and the kid out of the cliff, he wouldn't have to bother to collect them. He was about to launch the final attack, thinking that, flinch, the chief instructor momentarily opened his eyes wide without knowing. That guy, his eyes suddenly, Yan's atmosphere, which had been dying until a moment ago, changed drastically in an instant. At that moment, the final attack fell on Yan's head, a force that could cut down a maple tree in one stroke. Yan threw the 2 daggers he had in his hands towards it, but the strength contained in them was clearly different from before. Very fast and fierce, like a dragon swinging its tail. Bang! The first dagger collided with the black blade. As if a bomb had exploded, a loud noise echoed and the cliff shook, creating a cloud of dust. What is this? A shock wave that surprised the instructors, and swoosh! A flash of light flew quietly through the dust and reached the front of the chief instructor, like a thief cat approaching its prey stealthily. It was the second dagger that followed behind the first dagger, hiding skillfully and running half a beat late. Damn! The chief instructor instinctively pulled his body back. Fortunately, the second dagger didn't even hurt him and passed by in vain. But he didn't know that Yan's aim was not to hurt him in the first place. Whoosh! The wound on his shirt that the special force leader had left widened even more, revealing the chief instructor's upper body. Dozens of stab wounds all over his body, a burn mark that almost covered his left chest and various scars, the upper body of a warrior who had clearly been through countless battles. But Yan only saw the huge tattoo that ran from his neck to his right chest. I didn't see it wrong. He was startled by the tattoo of a flame that looked exactly like the one on the pendant's lid. Chapter 8. The Armenian Rebellion. Once, it erupted like a wildfire and engulfed the entire continent, toppling over a dozen kingdoms, slaughtering hundreds and thousands of nobles, and even threatening the empire itself. In fact, the imperial family had faced a crisis of being overthrown at one point. Of course, in the end, the rebellion was completely crushed under the emperor's ruthless suppression, but the impact it had on the continent was tremendous. However, the reason why this incident remained as a vivid memory for Yan was different. The chief instructor, he was one of the main leaders of the rebellion. The chief instructor had shown a remarkable feat of strength that made him rise to one of the 3 swords of the continent in a short time. Yan didn't know how he, who had been a member of the special task force, ended up joining the rebels. After the rebellion was quelled, all the records related to the chief instructor were destroyed. He only remembered one thing. The chief instructor was an absolute powerhouse in the continent, and he was actually a bastard of the imperial family. That is, he was the emperor's half-brother. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter to me whether he started a rebellion, was dragged to the execution ground, or became one of the 3 swords. But what if there was even one thing that was related to him? If that mark has anything to do with my family, and if it was also somehow related to the Armenian rebellion, what should he do then? If my family is connected to the Armenian rebellion, I have to stop it, somehow. Yan knew better than anyone what kind of fate the rebels who participated in the Armenian rebellion had faced. It wasn't just execution or exile. Massacre. A massacre took place. Hundreds of thousands of corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. There was no mercy or justice in it. What if they had even a distant relative or a slight connection? They were also executed on the spot. The emperor did not want to spare anyone who was related to the Armenian rebellion, as if he wanted to uproot them all. Of course, these speculations might be too far-fetched, but I don't know anything about my family. The only clue I have is this pendant. Then, Yan's eyes sank deep. I have to bet everything on that little hope. He had to dig up the chief instructor's past. Then he scrapped all his plans for the future in his head. I'll postpone the escape and stay in the training camp. His mind started to spin in a different direction. Oh, you had such a trick up your sleeve? At that moment, the chief instructor chuckled and spoke. Yan calmly stared at his eyes. I like it. Very much. Yan did not miss the greed that flickered in the chief instructor's eyes. No, greed is not enough. I have to make him need me, so that he can't kill me no matter what happens. Then he needed something that would pique the chief instructor's interest. What did he need right now? Come to think of it, wasn't there a big conflict between him and the special task force leader around this time? The chief instructor and the special task force leader belonged to different factions. Their goals also clashed several times. The special task force leader was determined to get rid of the chief instructor, and vice versa. The chief instructor was looking for any weakness of the special task force leader. What if I give him the special task force leader's weakness? The chief instructor would be hooked, but It's no fun to tell him everything from the start. Yan's lips curled up. This gave him confidence that the chief instructor would not be able to kill him anymore. Simmons Baronetcy, 52nd Street. Yan's lips moved slightly, so that only the chief instructor could hear, "Huh," at that moment. The chief instructor's face, which had been making various noises, froze stiffly with a smile. He understood what he had said right away. And you know what that means, right? Yan's lips twitched without making a sound. Fortunately, the other instructors were behind the chief instructor and couldn't see it. "How do you know that address?" The chief instructor's voice transmission came into his ear. He tried to sound casual, but Yan didn't miss the wariness and confusion in his tone, so he twitched his lips again. "I know where the person who lived there went." Yan chuckled. "Do you want me to tell you?" The chief instructor decided to spare all 4 of the runaway trainees. The official reason was their skill to shake off the pursuit almost to the end as trainees, their killing of 2 instructors, and their thick guts. He also claimed that it would be a waste of their potential to deal with Roman and the other 2 here. Some of the instructors vehemently opposed the chief instructor's decision, but after he cut off the necks of 2 of them for insubordination, the rest of the mouths shut up. In his room, the chief instructor slumped into his chair and rubbed his forehead. Ha ha, a dry laugh escaped his lips. It was because the information he had been trying to dig up had come into his hands too easily. Just then, ring, 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 ring. The communication orb on the desk rang loudly. The chief instructor lifted his lips with his index fingers again, like a clown. "Smile, yeah, smile and you'll feel better." He checked his expression in the desk mirror and tapped the communication orb lightly. Soon, a man with an indifferent face appeared on the orb. "Yeah, how do you feel about ruining the imperial etiquette and coming back?" "I caught all 4 of the runaways. But you sound so bitter." "They would have been caught anyway without you. Don't you think the etiquette towards His Majesty is more important than that?" The chief instructor thought with a smile on his face. Bullshit. If it wasn't for him, he might not have caught 12, but he was sure he would have missed 974. He didn't answer, and the man on the other side of the orb, the special task force leader, clicked his tongue. "Tusk, well, I guess that's why you're sitting there with that blood." The special task force leader said that and snickered. It was a clear mockery. The chief instructor also curled his lips and bowed his head. "Yes, I understand, sir." His mouth said that, but his eyes were cold. Yan smiled inwardly as he watched the chief instructor fiddling with the communication orb with fierce eyes. The conflict is bigger than I thought. It was good news for him. The value of the information he had would increase as much as the chief instructor wanted to kill the special task force leader. Crack! The chief instructor smashed the communication orb with a smile on his face. Then he turned his head and looked at Yan, who was sitting quietly, and lifted his lips. So, the chief instructor's eyes were mixed with killing intent, curiosity, and doubt. Yan tensed up as he saw the whirlpool of emotions. He hoped that this madman wouldn't lose his temper and torture him, but that worry was unfounded. The chief instructor restrained his boiling emotions and asked Yan, "How did you know that there was a rift between me and the special task force leader?" 974? A question he expected. He had already prepared an answer for that. Yan gave his prepared answer. "I remembered what you said when you explained about the Blade Mountain Range." "Me? What did I say?" "Then, you said to another instructor, 'That shitty palace trip.' That doesn't mean I hate the special task force leader, does it?" His voice was playful, but his eyes were icy cold. He seemed to check if there was any error in Yan's words. "But I took it as a sign that you didn't like going to the palace for some reason." "Go on." "That means there is someone in the palace that you dislike, and I don't think it's easy to assume that it's a noble or someone from another agency." "Why not?" "Nobles wouldn't want to clash with the second in command of the special task force. Even if there was such a case, it wouldn't be a reason for you to avoid it." "Why?" "The power of the special task force is strong. I know that you can easily destroy any noble family. Then the nobles would be the ones to avoid you, not the other way around. The same goes for the people from other agencies." So the only one left is the special task force leader?" "Yes, the special task force leader." "No, the special task force leader fits the hypothesis better." "How so?" "You wouldn't casually mention him to the instructors who can report you anytime, and he's your superior in authority and position, and most importantly, Yan hesitated, and the chief instructor urged him to continue. Most importantly, you wouldn't have killed him if you wanted to, but you're just annoyed. Which means it's hard for you to do that. That makes sense. But it also makes me more suspicious. The chief instructor's lips tore up. Doesn't it fit too well? How did you get this lucky when I really wanted to find out? His eyes were filled with desire. Maybe the goddess of fortune is on my side, right? Yan smiled back at him. That's right. But he still doesn't believe me. The chief instructor still seemed doubtful, right after Yan left. The chief instructor sat on his chair and stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then he took out the personal records of the trainees from his drawer, a pile of hundreds of documents. The chief instructor frowned and flipped through the personal records one by one, looking for the information of 974. He scanned the contents of the document and lifted his lips at some point. Would you look at that? Chapter 9. After finishing the interview with the chief instructor, Yan followed the instructor who led him to the central first floor. The first test as soon as I arrive. Yan shook his head as he followed the instructor. The place he arrived at was where all the trainees were gathered. When Yan went to the back of the line, where the trainees with numbers in the 900s were, the chief instructor came up to the podium in front. The chief instructor began to explain about the test site they would be heading to. You will be heading to the Blade Mountain Range from now on. Blade Mountain Range, a mountain where monsters of various colors live. It is also a forbidden area where the Empire prohibits civilians from entering, from goblins to ogres. There are also beast-type monsters and rare plant-type monsters. And if you go deeper, there are monsters. It seems that no one knows yet. And the content of the first test is to survive for a week in there and bring back the magic stones that the monsters have. In other words, survival and plunder. It's not a big deal, right? He added, and Yan spat out a smirk. What do you mean it's not a big deal? The first test is for 15-year-old kids to survive in the Blade Mountain Range without any weapons or supplies. How many of the 1,000 trainees here have learned mana manipulation? At most, about 30. That includes the third-rate manipulation methods that mercenaries and the like learn. Besides that, who has experienced survival training in the mountains where those monsters are swarming? Would there be anyone else besides him? By the way, the past first test casualties were 500 people. It's not for nothing that the ecosystem that allows monsters to swarm in the Blade Mountain Range is maintained because of the Dragon Knight Project. The chief instructor's face was different from when he announced it before. It was an expression that seemed to expect something. Of course, it was not an expectation for the trainees. It must have been because of the weakness of the special commander that he would soon get. At least I bought some time. The chief instructor would not trust him and rather be wary of him. It was strange that he believed such a thing at once in the first place, no matter how much he tried to verify it. But he must have wanted to use it anyway, thinking it might be useful. It was obvious. That's why he asked for a mana oath before telling the chief instructor the information. If he breaks it, he will be hated by mana and unable to do even light manipulation, an absolute contract. If he tells him the information he knows, he will not bother him in the future. That was the condition. And the chief instructor reluctantly agreed. If the special commander's daughter is there as he said, the chief instructor would think that there is no chance that he is a spy for the special commander. From there, the chief instructor had no need to bother him. However, if the information is wrong, he would make Yan into a state where he can't die even if he wants to. That much. The chief instructor desperately needed the special commander's weakness. So did he obediently spill the information? Why would I? I'll never give it up easily. The reason he proposed the deal was to find out the identity of the tattoo on the chief instructor's chest and to build a relationship with him. If he gives too much information at once, it would be meaningless. He had to get the most out of it. So he bought time by giving the address of another place where the special commander's daughter had moved. Now that he was going into the Blade Mountain Range, the chief instructor would start investigating that address. Or maybe he's already moving his cronies to investigate? The chief instructor was not an easy guy either. Anyway, what I have to think about now is not that. Since he came back to the training camp, he had to scrape up everything he could get here. That way, the chief instructor will be more interested in me, and it will be easier to dig into the tattoo. Also, he would have more opportunities to learn about the family. And it can also be insurance when the relationship with the chief instructor changes. No matter how crazy he is, he wouldn't be able to mess with someone who shows overwhelming results in a project approved by the emperor for no reason. After thinking for a while, Yan suddenly sighed deeply. But to do that, I have to do something about this damn body first. Even if he shows overwhelming results, he doesn't want to show his full power. To do that, he needed to grow to some extent. The physical part was body-strengthening technique to grow, but it was just the beginning. That's why the speed was not fast enough to satisfy him, so he was thinking of supplementing it. First of all, 3 things. They were all treasures that could change his body right now, and they are also opportunities that no one knows about. One of them was something he could get after the first test was over. 2 of them were in the Blade Mountain range. Yan turned his head and scanned the other trainees, finding familiar faces. By the way, they all look fine. Not really. Roman and his gang had bruises all over their faces, and their arms and legs were bandaged, as if they had a hard time. As long as they survived, that's enough. Yan's gaze moved further to the right, the line where the trainees with numbers and the zeros were, to the 3 people at the very front. Lorna, Cruel, and Casa. These 3 top-tier ones were listening carefully to the chief instructor's announcement. It's best to avoid clashing with those guys. Of course, it wasn't because he felt burdened by them. The problem was that they attracted a lot of attention. Not only the instructors who knew their backgrounds, but also the other trainees who participated in the Blade Mountain range test. As Yan, who had to move secretly, he had to avoid getting involved with them as much as possible. Yan sorted out his thoughts a bit and looked back at the chief instructor. So be careful and act accordingly. The instructors don't like cleaning up corpses. It was the moment his words ended. Suddenly, an instructor ran in from outside with a thoughtful look on his face. The chief instructor frowned at the sight. He was annoyed that he broke the mood without even asking for his permission. But the instructor didn't care about that at all and ran up to the podium and whispered something in the chief instructor's ear. For a moment, the chief instructor's eyes widened, which were full of irritation. What? Yan furrowed his brows as he watched. It seemed that something was wrong, sure enough. Soon, the chief instructor followed the instructor's guidance and hurriedly came down from the podium. There was a cold silence in the central first floor, and the trainees began to whisper to each other. Is something wrong? I don't want to do it. I'm scared. The trainees were divided into 3 categories: the trainees who carefully analyzed the situation, the trainees who were still out of it and whining, and the trainees who were afraid of the content of the first test. Yan was the first category. What the hell is going on? Was there ever such a thing? He racked his brain, but there was no incident that came to mind. While there was a lot of commotion, the large main gate that had always been locked opened wide. Someone ran in front of it and shouted loudly. Enter the rightful ruler of the Kabalan Empire and the most noble emperor, the legitimate bloodline of His Majesty the Emperor, Leon Kabalan, the Crown Prince. What did he say? The Crown Prince? The trainees swayed once. Those who were originally nobles of the empire immediately knelt down and pressed their heads to the ground, and the commoners hesitated and followed the others under the gaze of the instructors. Yan also bent his knees forcibly. The Emperor. He didn't know why the Emperor, who had killed him in the past and was now the Crown Prince, had visited here. He had never met the Crown Prince in the training camp in his previous life. Yan looked up at the Crown Prince with cold eyes. I'm glad to see you all. As the Crown Prince opened his mouth, the chest that had been stabbed in the previous life throbbed. Leon Kabalan, the lord he had served for nearly 30 years, the emperor of the empire, and the one who killed him. I thought I had no more regrets. Yan's eyes sank. Contrary to what he thought, he seemed to be unconsciously angry. The wounds he had suffered from him throbbed, his teeth clenched. Then, by the way, why is he here? He wondered suddenly. The Crown Prince had never visited the training camp in his previous life. Did the chief instructor not go to the palace, so he came out for inspection? If so, it's because of me. There was nothing else. Yan glanced up at the Crown Prince while kneeling. The Crown Prince's eyes were bright. Unlike in the past, his waist was still straight, and his expression seemed furious for some reason. Why are you making that face? He had never seen the Crown Prince in person until he ascended to the throne. Until then, His eyes were always indifferent, and his emotions were dry. Yan had a doubt in his eyes. Could it be an imposter? Then Yan was startled by the words the Crown Prince uttered. Anyone who wants to leave this worthless place right now, or who was dragged here by force, raise your hand. I swear by my name that I will guarantee your safety. Your Highness, this is different from what you said. As soon as he said that, the attendant next to him widened his eyes and called the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince didn't stop there. And I also advise the children of the noble families who want to gain power by achieving excellent results here to go back. I don't want to be disappointed when I ascend to the throne. As soon as the Crown Prince's words ended, the trainees began to buzz. At that moment, Your Highness, you have gone too far. A man with gray hair appeared next to him, as if he had been there from the beginning. No one noticed him until he got there. Yan narrowed his eyes. The special commander. He recognized the face. He had never seen him in person in his previous life, but he had seen his portrait many times. And, judging by the reaction of the chief instructor, who was grinning and grinding his teeth behind him, it seemed to be certain. What's going on? After returning, the project was unfolding in a different direction from the past. The special commander looked around the hall once, and then spread a barrier of chi to cover the Crown Prince and himself. Even though they couldn't hear the sound, there was no problem. They could tell what they were saying just by looking at their mouth movements. The special commander approached the enraged Crown Prince and spoke. I have received an order from His Majesty to bring you back. The Crown Prince glared at the special commander with an angry expression. What is the reason for this unethical project? I have answered that countless times. Ha! For the sake of the Empire? For the sake of the imperial citizens? Don't say such nonsense that doesn't sound like it. Yan couldn't understand the Crown Prince's rage. Is he really an imposter, or did he take some drugs? The Crown Prince he knew was never like that. If he had been like that, would he have done such a thing? The situation was too sudden, and his mind couldn't keep up. Anyway, this is something that His Majesty approved. If you really want to change it, you should plead to His Majesty. Huh? The special commander shrugged his shoulders and the Crown Prince spat out a smirk. Then he hardened his face and said, Then I will watch everything from the beginning to the end of this test. You won't say no to that. What do you want to check? If you have any questions, I can tell you. I want to see with my own eyes and judge whether this project that my ancestors created is really necessary for the Empire. His Majesty asked you to come back. Special Commander. The Crown Prince called the Special Commander with a stiff face. A golden glow rose around him. Right now. I said that I will watch everything here. Don't provoke me anymore. I will go to His Majesty later and ask for punishment. The golden aura bubbled like a volcano about to erupt. The barrier of chi that the special commander had made shook violently. It seemed like it would break at any moment. Yan licked his lips as he looked at the Crown Prince. Whatever is going on, he was still a monster. He could tell at a glance that he was at least a third or second-class knight. He was still one of the strongest in the Empire at this point. He was the one who would soon be called the reincarnation of the founding emperor. So it was natural if it was natural. The special commander had no choice but to raise both hands. He eventually released the barrier and persuaded him to go somewhere else. Still angry, the trainees stared blankly at what had just happened. They couldn't understand what was going on either. Come on, everyone, pay attention. There was a bit of a commotion, but the test will proceed as planned. So focus. Then the chief instructor came up to the podium and said, Unlike when he looked at the special commander, his eyes were somewhat emotional when he looked at the Crown Prince, but now he didn't care about that at all. Soon, some instructors came with a large door. Warp Gate. It was a special artifact used for long-distance travel. They placed the door between the chief instructor and the trainees in line, then they infused mana into it. Whoosh! Light leaked from the geometric patterns engraved on the door. Soon, as the light became clear, one of the instructors opened the door wide. Send the kids in on your own. The chief instructor left his seat and entrusted the management of the trainees to the instructors. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Okay, everyone, enter in order. The trainees started moving according to the instructor's instructions. The trainees lined up in order from the front number and entered the door. Every time, a bunch of light flashed and the portal swallowed the trainees. Then, Yan's turn came. He lit up his eyes and approached the door. This is the start of the first test. He didn't know what was going on between the crown prince and the special commander, but that wasn't something he had to worry about at this point. Let's think about what I have to get first. He would keep an eye on the crown prince and judge accordingly. Soon, a dark and gloomy mountain and forest appeared in front of him. It was the Blade Mountain Range. Chapter 10. Yan took in the view of the Blade Mountains. It's been a long time since I've been here. The ominous purple sky and the distant roars of monsters seemed to welcome their arrival. Most of the trainees had no clue what to do here. They rolled their eyes and waited for someone to make the first move. Then, bang, some of them started to act. The first one to go ahead was trainee number 1, Lorna Beowulf. She had short hair, a small stature, and slightly upturned eyes that made her stand out. She was already attracting the attention of the trainees. "Lo, Lorna, I met you at the party last year. Do you remember me? I was invited to your birthday a while ago." The children of the noble families knew of her brilliant talent and lingered around her to survive. And the commoners, or the ones who were dragged here, also tried to stay near her. Seeing the nobles' behavior. "Get lost, you commoner bastards. How dare you lowlifes? You're so vulgar." Trying to butt in without knowing anything. The conflict between the nobles and the dragged ones had already begun, but she didn't care about the quarrel around her, let alone stop it. She was more focused on the view of the Blade Mountains. Don't mess with her or get involved with her. That was Yan's simple evaluation of her. Lorna was a possessor of a brilliant talent that would earn her the title of Sword Star in the future. She was the leader of the Beowulf family, who was known for commanding all the rough nights of the north, filled with ice and snow all year round. Even the lord of that family was amazed by her natural talent for the best sword of the continent when she first wielded a sword. She was also known for her great competitive spirit. In fact, she had chased the most notorious bounty hunter in the empire for several years at the age of 28 in her previous life. She finally brought back one of his arms and became the youngest member of the Royal Knights, the strongest knight order in the empire. After that, she had many anecdotes of challenging or dueling strong opponents. If she thought her opponent was strong, she would attack first and ask later. That meant she could be a headache for the chief instructor in the future if she showed any weakness. Of course, she had an overwhelming talent, but she was still a sprout that hadn't grown yet. It wouldn't be a hard task to deal with her if anything happened, but it was better not to touch her since she was a noble's daughter. She's still a spoiled brat with a good backing. Yan turned his head, licking his tongue. It was time to check the movements of the other main trainees. This time, there was someone who was already climbing the mountains. He was biting his teeth and moving forward, even though the thick reeds and branches scratched his face. Number 2, Cruel Dwight. That bastard had a shitty personality. His rough demeanor made it hard for the other trainees to approach him. He would later be called the Blood Star. However, in the process, countless innocent people were sacrificed, which caused a lot of controversy in the empire. Maybe he's bloodthirsty to become the lord by now. He was the youngest and the third son of the Dwight Count, and he was also a bastard who was ignored by his father and 2 brothers. So unlike Lorna, it wouldn't be a problem if I had to deal with him. Even if he killed him, the Dwight family wouldn't come for revenge. They might even welcome him with open arms. Even if not, it would be good for the future victims. A trashy punk. That was Yan's one-line evaluation of him. And lastly, number 3, xperrif. The most handsome-looking trainee among them was on a tree. He glanced at the Blade Mountains in the distance and shrugged his shoulders. "Hey, if you go in there recklessly, you'll be eaten by monsters right away." He came down to the road and approached the ones who still couldn't do anything. "If you all go in there without any plan, you'll all die. What are you going to do?" What? Swear to me that you'll listen to me and follow me, then I'll make sure you pass this test." In the future, xperrif would be called the Phantom Star. He was good at charming people and deceiving enemies, earning him the nickname of a goblin. He was a master of strategy and tactics, and even in his childhood, he was expanding his influence with his various rhetoric. Unlike Lorna, who attracted people by just being there, he was the type to actively move and recruit talents. In fact, he was the heir of the Ifrain family, which was known for producing the most talents in the history of the empire. But Casa survived alone after the Ifrain family was ruined by a false accusation. He could have been broken or changed his personality, but he didn't show any signs of that. He's still good at running his mouth. He cleared his family's name with his mouth alone, so he was a skilled one. Of course, to Yan's eyes, he's like a snake. That was about it. There were a few others who caught his eye besides the three of them, but they weren't worth considering. Then, someone grabbed Yan's shoulder. "What are you going to do in this test?" It was Roman. Behind him, there were about 10 other trainees, including Jake and Todd. "What? It's dangerous to go alone. Don't you want to join us? I'll treat you as an equal, not a subordinate." Yan snickered at Roman's words. It wasn't a bad offer, but he had something to do. "I'm fine, I prefer to be alone." "Really? Then do as you please, by the way." Roman looked at Yan up and down and tilted his head. "Why are you so fine?" His words sounded like resentment, but his expression wasn't. He just seemed curious and asked, and there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He was too embarrassed to say it. "Well, maybe I spared you because you're pretty." Yan shrugged his shoulders and Roman chuckled and turned his body. And then he whispered in a low voice that only Yan could hear, "Is there another chance?" Yan smiled. He liked him for that. He was always sharpening his sword. "Sure. Good, survive, if you don't want to die by my hand." Yan laughed at Roman's contradictory threat. What a cute guy. "Okay, since this is fate, I'll give you one advice." "What?" "If you feel like something big is happening, run to this side, don't look back." Roman was puzzled by Yan's words, but he realized that his eyes were serious and nodded. Then he went up the mountain with his subordinates. Yan stretched lightly. "Ha!" He didn't know why. But the strange crown prince, the chief instructor who doubted him with a smile, he had to fix his talent for the rotten mana to prepare for them. "Senior, do you know what I got from the Blade Mountains?" And he already had the way in his memory. Only after all the trainees left. Yan blinked and started to climb the mountain, in a completely different direction from where most of the trainees left. "Let's see if you're ready to wake up the monster." And where there was a monster, there was a big treasure. Yan giggled and moved quickly. Yan ran with full force to the middle of the Blade Mountains and enjoyed the gazes he felt around him as he took a deep breath. This was the habitat of humanoid monsters. Goblins. He sensed the killing intent of the goblins hiding everywhere. It's been a while since he became a special commander. He spent most of his time in the commander's office or guarding the emperor's side. That's why he hadn't experienced this thick killing intent for a long time. And it was all killing intent driven by hunger. It was so blatant that it made his whole body shiver even though his senses were dulled. Was he scared? No, it was because of anticipation. With their magic stones, in the present age, magic stones, one of the byproducts of monsters, were nothing more than pretty pebbles. But in a few years, the evaluation of magic stones would change drastically. There was a presentation by Isaac, a magician who would become famous as a weirdo in the future, about how to use magic stones. At that time, his crazy social influence was so great that it made the blood of all the mana users in the continent boil. You can use magic stones to absorb a little bit of the monster's characteristics and mana. You can steal vitality from orcs, regeneration from trolls, strong power from ogres. After this research was published, people started to testify about their experiences, and from then on, monsters were no longer dangerous and worthless beings. They were treated as walking elixirs. As a result, in less than 10 years, the monsters that occupied a quarter of the continent became so scarce that it was hard to see them, and that information was not yet released. Only I know it. It was a perfect appetizer before going for the real treasure. Heh, human hungry. As soon as he finished his thoughts, a hungry goblin jumped out of the bushes. Yan curled his lips and clenched his fist. First one. The goblin attacked him with a crude dagger. Yan dodged it by twisting his body and grabbed the goblin's arm. Crack! Yan's arm muscles bulged and he twisted the goblin's arm back and threw him to the ground. Thud! Keek! Kekikeek! Yan snapped the spine of the goblin, who was screaming loudly. Yan picked up the dagger that the corpse was holding. It was a crude dagger, but it was better than nothing in this situation, where the instructors had taken away all the daggers. Yan stabbed the air a few times with the dagger, gauging the center of gravity, and turned his body to the other side of the forest. The forest was still silent, but Yan smirked. He knew that the goblins who were secretly watching him were holding their breath. It seemed to be going well. He needed the goblins' magic stones for the house robbery he was going to do, and a lot of them. If you don't come, I'll go. Yan kicked the ground and ran into the forest. Oh, by the way, the characteristic of goblins was fast feet. Cruel moved his seat with a grimace as the nuisances around him increased. It wasn't a difficult task to deal with a bunch of worthless commoners, but the ones next to them were the problem: Lorna and Casa. He was confident in a one-on-one, but Lorna had the Beowulf family behind her, and Casa was good at handling the commoners. I have to move because of these trashy bastards. Cruel snapped and gritted his teeth. He was already annoyed by being pushed to this place by his two brothers, who were nothing but pigs. Now, even the worm-like commoners were blocking his way. As he moved alone, venting his anger, Cruel soon reached his destination, the opposite of the mountain range where almost all the trainees were. There, Cruel gulped down his saliva at the blood scent that hooked into his nose. What is this? The problem was the concentration of the blood scent. This wouldn't happen unless something crazy happened. He realized that he hadn't encountered any monsters for a while. Could it be? This is the ogre's habitat? Ogres are dangerous. He thought so and tried to turn around. Wait, if there really were ogres, and they caused this much trouble, they would have filled their stomachs by now. If I do this well, I can win without doing anything. Ogres are picky eaters, so they would have killed quite a lot of monsters. Among them, there would be a lot of monsters with magic stones. Opportunity. Cruel's eyes sparkled. He had never met an ogre, but he was confident that he could run away with his skills. He was always called a genius. Cruel nodded and started to follow the blood smell with his nose, and not long after, ha ha, he came across a road where goblin corpses were endless. He could easily do this much if he wanted to, since they were only goblins, but it was still the best to sniff and not use any strength. At least 20. And the condition of the corpses was good, so it would be easy to collect the magic stones. If I have 5 of these, I'll hit the jackpot. He was about to rummage through the corpses with a gleeful smile, when he exclaimed, "What is this?" Cruel's expression twisted. The corpses were all neatly carved out of their chests. He realized that the condition of the corpses was strange. Why are they intact if they killed them to eat? Damn it. Could it be? Cruel's eyes were irritated. He was already in a bad mood because of the worm-like bastards, but was there someone like that here too? He checked the goblin corpses again and let out a snort, tapping his forehead. That's right. It wasn't a wound left by a technique using mana. Many of them had their necks broken or stabbed in the neck, and they all had their chests ripped open. It was a sign that they had already collected the magic stones. Cruel's head cooled down as he had raised his expectations. Just then, thump. Thump, he heard a cheerful footsteps from afar. He was so excited that he even walked with a rhythm. Cruel frowned and suddenly thought, why don't I just kill that bastard and take everything? There's nothing wrong with that. No one's watching. Cruel's mouth curled up, and his sharp fangs sparkled. He smiled and looked at the approaching figure. He couldn't see his face because of the shade, but the number engraved on his chest was 974. That was enough. A weak worm that couldn't even compete with him. Who was number 2? Just step on him and kill him. Cruel finished his thoughts and raised his mana, looking at the figure. Hey, worm, I'll show you mercy, so if you don't want to die, give me all the magic stones you have. Cruel stiffened as he shrugged his shoulders and spoke. The face of 974, which was hidden by the shade, was revealed. It wasn't because he was ugly or someone he knew. You, when did you start watching? He walked out with a narrow-eyed, annoyed tone. Did you eat the goblins? His mouth was full of flesh and blood that was presumed to be goblins, a human who eats monsters. It was a strange eating habit that he had never heard or seen before. Even Cruel couldn't help but feel fear. He didn't know if he knew that or not. He sighed with a sigh of relief, and raised his hand with a strange smile. Did you just get here? From then on, he started to feel something was wrong. I'm glad to see you. I was short of hands. It was a feeling of suffocation and twisting. Chapter 11. A situation room where you can see the whole process of the first test. The Crown Prince sat at the round table. In the middle of it, there was a large communication device. The Crown Prince frowned at the scene reflected on the communication device. Squeak. The sound of grinding his teeth was heard between his indifferent face. The chief instructor, who was standing quietly next to the door, licked his tongue lightly. As expected, he doesn't suit me. Some trainees who wandered around the Blade Mountains without knowing anything were being eaten by trolls. The chief instructor could watch it without any emotion, but the Crown Prince was angry at it. He had felt it before. The crown prince was too righteous. He was so different in personality that he wondered if he was the same person who had the same father, and the special commander sitting across from him. He was a loyal servant to the emperor, but he did not bow his head to his son, the crown prince. It must be because of the brainwashing. He was full of loyalty to the emperor, so he was extremely indifferent to the rest of the parts, and the rest also included the crown prince. Fortunately, he pretended to listen to the crown prince's words or respected them to some extent. If the crown prince ascends the throne, I don't know, but now he will be like that all the time. Anyway, I have to get out of here soon. He wanted to check the information that 974 gave him as soon as possible, but there was no hole to escape with the special commander and his half-brother, the crown prince. In front of him, I'll have to watch the situation a little more. The argument between the Lion of Justice and the ruthless realist was quite an interesting spectacle. The chief instructor's eyes turned to the crown prince, who was about to open his mouth. What good does it do to the empire for these ignorant people to die so meaninglessly? The crown prince glared at the special commander, who was wearing a ring. It's just that they met their death according to their status. Since they applied for it, the excellent ones can survive easily. You know that's not what I asked. Anyway, it seems like it's time for you to grow up a little. As the crown prince's expression hardened, the special commander took a string from his chest and tied up his shaggy hair. The empire is strong, and always tomorrow, 10 years later, 100 years later. It must be strong. It's already strong enough. The whole continent is afraid of us. The special commander nodded. The current empire was the loser of the continent. If they wanted to, they could unify the continent without much difficulty. Yes, now is. So you don't have to grind up the young people like this, you can find a way. Bang. Besides this way, what's the difference between the taboo that the founding emperor forbade? The crown prince slammed the round table with his fist, but there was no change in the special commander's posture or attitude. Strictly speaking, there is a clear difference between the taboo that the founding emperor said and the Dragon Child Project. The taboo means experimenting on human bodies for evil power, but the Dragon Child Project aims to train talents. Are you trying to play word games with me now? The special commander shook his head vigorously at the crown prince's rage. Your Majesty, if you don't even accept this, please give me an alternative. If there is a way to maintain the empire's prestige for 1,000 years without bloodshed, if there is, I will follow it without hesitation. The crown prince gritted his teeth at the special commander's words, but he couldn't give an immediate answer. Of course you won't be able to say it, because there is no such hopeful way. Whatever it is, this method is wrong, I can say that with confidence. The special commander sighed deeply. He looked like a teacher who was frustrated trying to teach a childish child. The empire is the loser of the continent, so it faces countless challenges. So, almost all the forces except the empire do not hope that the empire and the royal family will bleed and fall. The special commander's eyes sank. 7 years ago, the incident where nearly 1,200 people were buried by a terrorist attack by the rebels or something at the great cathedral of the Imperial Road. Do you remember, Your Majesty? Why does that story suddenly come up here? At that time, it was the first-generation member who threw his body and stopped the terrorist attack by the rebels. A spy disguised as a servant of the Beowulf ducal family brainwashed the heir and almost turned the whole ducal family over. And there was someone who knew it in advance. The crown prince couldn't answer. He hadn't received a report on this, let alone what had happened. Is that also a special member of this project? 172 of the third generation. He was a nameless orphan. The special commander's voice began to grow louder. Like this, even now, the spies who go to foreign lands without relatives to perform missions for the sake of the empire's security, do you know what will happen if they are not there? The special commander's eyes were filled with conviction. If they weren't there, many imperial citizens would suffer and die. All the talents selected in this project they are the pillars that support the empire and the shields that protect the people as well as the royal family. Your Majesty, everything has its pros and cons. You can't always pursue the bright things, especially if you want to lead this huge empire, you have to admit it. The special commander's voice changed to a bleak one. Because there is darkness. Because there are people who volunteer or die without knowing anything. Many people can maintain a hopeful life without knowing anything. The Crown Prince looked quietly at the special commander who spoke with a voice full of conviction. He was not a fool. No, he couldn't be a fool. The position of Crown Prince was not a place where such a person could sit, especially in this empire where countless monsters are swaying. It's hard. He didn't think he was a good man enough to call himself an adult. But this Dragon Child project, which grinds nearly 1,000 people every 10 years and finds a handful of talents, isn't it too far beyond the line? How the hell do I do this? There was nothing wrong with the special commander's words. Surely, one of the talents who survived and were strongly brainwashed in this project could replace tens of thousands of people. The special commander leaned his body on the chair while the Crown Prince was lost in thought. Then he pressed the switch on the round table and turned it around the Blade Mountains. I'll finally see this guy fight. I heard he's a promising one. I'm looking forward to it. The chief instructor moved his eyes from the Crown Prince to the communication device at the special commander's admiration. Just then, a fight between two trainees was about to break out. The chief instructor looked at the trainee who the special commander was looking at and said, "The gray-haired one is cruel." The second trainee, "I know, who's the other one?" Snicker. I laughed without knowing it. It was a familiar face. "The other one is 974. He's a foreign trainee. So he has no name." As the chief instructor's words were mixed with a light laugh, the Crown Prince, who was deep in thought, also moved his eyes to the communication device. And not long after, the Crown Prince's eyes sparkled. The process of magic stone ingestion that Isaac announced was quite complicated. It required a lot of ingredients that were hard to get at the training center, such as the wormhood that could only be found in the Arctic wilderness or the lava stone from the eastern volcanic region. But the initial version of magic stone processing wasn't like that. The early method of ingesting magic stones was very simple: chewing the magic stone and the heart of the monster that collected the magic stone in a 2:1 ratio. The poison and acid in the monster's heart melted the magic stone. Anyway, through a complex and unique process that was hard to explain, it was possible to absorb it into the body, and through this, rapid growth was possible. Of course, only a very few people who had a good appetite and a strong stomach could do this. The monster's heart was too bitter. Gulp. Yan went to one corner, in case the Crown Prince or the special commander watched the test process through the communication device. Yan hid his body between the trees and pushed the heart and the magic stone filled with blood into his throat. Ah! He felt nauseous from the unbearable stench and the foul smell, but he barely endured it. Swipe. As he wiped the blood on his mouth with his hand and came out. Why is he here? He didn't like the guy who was standing in front of him with his mouth open. He wondered if he saw him eating the magic stone. But did you eat a goblin? He didn't think that was the case from the way he said it. You just got here, I'm glad to see you. Yan smiled at Cruel, who he met by chance. I'm lucky. He tried not to clash with the people of the week because of the eyes of others, but there was no feeling of eyes around, and there was a lot of annoying things to do from now on. He felt guilty about luring a trainee who didn't know anything and making him do it, because the chances of dying were high. But maybe he's okay. Oh, maybe not. It's a future thing to become a one-of-a-kind bastard. So maybe I should watch a little more. The Crown Prince seemed to have changed something. Cruel calmed his startled heart with a deep breath as Yan stared at him, and then he glanced at the goblin corpses around him. 20 goblins. He could have caught them without much difficulty, and there was no trace of mana in the corpses here. There were only traces of killing them with strength and a knife. One has a broken neck. The rest are all killed with a dagger or something. Cruel's head spun, and he came to a conclusion. I'm much stronger. He was a little surprised by the grotesque appearance of 974, but he didn't think he would lose. He couldn't even use mana in the first place. He thought so, and his mouth curled up again. I don't know what you're doing, but if you give me all the magic stones you have now, I'll spare your life. Yan laughed at Cruel, who confidently handed him his hand. He was just a thug. Yan opened his pocket. There's nothing. Where are you lying so blatantly? Cruel clenched his fist and approached him threateningly. Do you really want to die? Do you think I can't do it? Cruel's mouth twitched slightly. Yan felt that the guilt of his conscience that he had a little bit disappeared every time Cruel showed that look. He thought it was rather good. The effect of the magic stone he swallowed while holding back the vomiting. He also had a chance to test the goblin's foot. Yan also smiled at Cruel. Well, I don't think you can. You little worm, Cruel frowned and got up at Yan's provocation. Cruel snapped his seat and rushed at Yan's provocation. His hand was covered with a faint energy. Chinese letter, Chinese letter? He was only 15 years old and he already materialized mana and wore it on his body. He wasn't ranked second for nothing. Yan stuck out his tongue and bent his knees low. Then he leaned forward and slid forward. My movements are definitely lighter. It was worth holding back the nausea. Whoosh, Cruel's fist cut through the air. As his blow missed, Cruel's face twisted, and as soon as Yan got into his arms, he quickly raised his guard. Thud, the guard was useless as a heavy fist was buried in his abdomen. Cough, it was a fist that was sharpened with only strength. It was a question of how a small guy's fist could hit him so hard. Blood spurted from his esophagus. Cruel screamed as he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. You bastard! He lifted his head and looked for Yan. But suddenly a strong shock hit his ankle and his vision spun. Thud, damn it! Yan kicked Cruel's ankle. He fell to the ground with his face down and blood spurted from his nose. Yan twisted Cruel's hair, who couldn't get up anymore. He didn't answer until then. He was trying to stop the tears that were about to burst out of his last pride. Then Yan slapped Cruel's cheek mercilessly. Do you think everyone in the world is under you? Do you think you can kill anyone? You can't get your mind right because they're around you. Huh? Slap, slap, slap. Cruel couldn't regain his senses from the slaps that kept flying, and his pride was shaved off. He was slapped dozens of times. Sniff, sniff. He finally burst into tears after holding them back. He had never been beaten so badly by anyone. Rather, he was always the one who beat others. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Say something. Huh? Yan frowned as he didn't get the answer he wanted. Then, oh, I'm sorry. He realized too late that his hand was slapping Cruel's cheeks without giving him a chance to answer. He stopped the mechanical slaps and let go of his hair. Thud. Cruel, who was freed, slumped to the ground. Now tell me. Sniff. Sniff, you're not talking. Yan mixed annoyance in his voice as Cruel only cried and didn't say anything. Cruel lowered his head with his cheeks swollen and said in a mosquito-like voice, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The ground was damp as if he had shed a bucket of tears. What are you mumbling? Don't you speak clearly? Do you want to get hit more? Eek! He covered his cheeks and shook his head desperately. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't pick a fight again. I'll behave. This time it was a scream close to a howl. Yan was still dissatisfied. A kid who was so young was talking informally. Don't you speak politely? I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I was wrong. Cruel spoke politely for the first time since his father. Yan felt a little satisfied as he heard Cruel's repentance, and the annoyance in his voice disappeared. That's right, people you see have to know how to apologize first. The best thing is not to do wrong, right? Right. The atmosphere softened a bit. Then, a fire rose in Cruel's heart again. He remembered what his swordsmanship teacher had said. This bastard. His family had said that if he could put mana in his fist, he would have no match among his peers. It was pure nonsense. I'll kill you first when I go back. If that bastard had taught him properly, this dog-like situation wouldn't have happened. Thwack! Ow! Yan slapped Cruel's head. Cruel screamed and looked at him with resentful eyes. Did you just curse me? No, I really didn't. His face was distorted like a real wronged person. Most of these guys would curse me first in this situation. Yan felt sorry for him and patted his head awkwardly. That was a slap of love. You bastard. Boz, beauty. He must have lied. But the sight of him rolling his eyes desperately was funny, so he let it go. I've confirmed the effect of the goblin's foot enough. Even if it wasn't a transcendental technique using mana, he was satisfied enough. Now let's get him to do some work. Yan rubbed Cruel's shoulder and asked, You said you were wrong, right? Yeah, so let me go, please. At that, Yan opened his eyes wide as if he was saying nonsense. What the hell are you talking about, that's? If you said you were wrong, you have to take the punishment. As he looked at Cruel, who was half frozen, he had only one thought. This guy is good at his job. Chapter 12. Yan's footsteps were very light, in contrast. Cruel's footsteps behind him were heavy and sluggish. Cruel glared at Yan, who was ahead of him. What the hell is that freakish sight? Did he think he was some kind of savage in the wilderness? He was walking with a rough gray monster skin turned inside out. Was he prepared for a possible downpour? But that didn't make sense, since he had tied all kinds of strange things to the skin and hung them around. But that wasn't the important thing. Drag, hurry up. This? What? Cruel shouted with a flushed face. Now you pull too, why are you making me do this alone? Thud, a crisp sound of impact, and Cruel fell back. The middle of his forehead was stained red. I'm making you do it because it's your punishment. That's ridiculous. There were several ropes tied to Cruel's waist, and at the end of them were goblin corpses. Yan was using Cruel as a transport for the goblins he had killed. I'm not the kind of person who does this. I'm from the Dwight Count's family. Bastard. Cruel's eyes widened. He didn't think Yan already knew that. How? How did you know that? I heard it from here and there. What? If you're done talking, stop the nonsense and do your work. By imperial law, it's illegal to make a minor under 15 do this. You're a mana user, aren't you? Or do you want to run to the chief instructor and tell him he broke the imperial law? If Cruel had been really ordinary, he wouldn't have made him do this. It was insane to make a 15-year-old boy drag 20 goblins along. But that guy can handle mana well. He was soaked in sweat, but he had managed to drag them so far. It wasn't an impossible task. I shouldn't be doing this right now. You should. Then at least untie this. Cruel grabbed the rope around his neck and shouted. The end of the rope was in Yan's hand. It was like a dog leash. No, like a slave being dragged around. Cruel felt extreme shame and humiliation at being the target. You'll be a hassle if you run away. I have a lot of work to do. Ah, I won't run away. I don't trust you. I'll be caught right away if I run away like this. Why bother? That's true. Yan scratched his chin at Cruel's desperate scream. Well, it is a bit funny to see you like this, right? No matter how much of a jerk Cruel was, it was something to have a rope around his neck and drag him around. It seemed like he had gone too far. In the end, Yan untied the rope around Cruel's neck. You know what happens if you run away, right? I know. Yan shrugged his shoulders and moved forward. Cruel secretly gritted his teeth. Damn you, when I get my mana back, I'll make you die a painful death. Cruel's eyes were filled with malice. Whack! Ow! A stone flew and hit Cruel's head. I can see what you're thinking in your thick skull. If you don't want to crawl on all fours, stay still. Yan turned his head slightly and said. Cruel quickly lowered his head. FCK? Crawling on all fours in front of someone was worse than dying. It was around here somewhere. Yan searched his memory as he scanned the mountain range, the place where the monster was sleeping. If he had a map, it would have been easier, but he had to rely on his recollection alone. Huff, huff, hey, how far are you going? Quiet and follow me. If an ogre shows up, we'll die together. HMPH? Yan chuckled as he saw Cruel cover his mouth. He didn't know, but the mountain range he was climbing was cleaned up by a single being. He was looking for that monster now. By the way, how does that pathetic guy become such a vicious bastard later? No, if he hadn't kept pampering him, he would have been doing bad things with a rag in his mouth by now. And there was something that bothered him since a while ago. Huff, huff. He felt a faint killing intent from Cruel, who seemed to be dying of exhaustion. At first, he thought he really had a grudge, but now he wasn't sure. More than that, the direction of the killing intent was not limited to him, but spread out everywhere. Something's wrong with him. If he was hiding his eyes and faking his expression, that killing intent wouldn't make sense. Is he learning some kind of magic skill? If there was black magic in magic, there was magic skill in swordsmanship and martial arts. Magic skill, Chinese letter. A wicked skill that achieves faster than ordinary skills, but blackens the user's mind and body and eventually turns them into a madman. Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Cruel, who was sweating profusely. But I can't see it clearly. He didn't have a container to hold mana, so it was hard to see other people's things in detail. Cruel lifted his head slightly when Yan stared at him. Huff, why, wanna trade? No, I was thinking of adding a few more. Crazy. Well, it's none of his business. Right? He thought so and turned his body. No one forced him to learn magic skill. It was his own choice. Then it was strange to interfere. Yan stopped thinking about Cruel and turned his attention to the monster's nest, after searching the mountain range for about 2 hours. Found it, Yan muttered as he looked at a place that looked like a cliff. Cruel came up to where Yan was standing, panting. What did you find? What's on this cliff? Cruel looked around and frowned. You must have had a hard time dragging those things behind you. Are you going to give me some medicine now? Now drop those things one by one down there. What? Yan pointed to the cliff below. Why? Just do it. Just do this and one more thing and you'll be free. Free, Cruel, who liked the word, suddenly scowled. But what's the rest again? After you throw all the corpses, run to the gate we passed earlier. Gate? The place where we came from the training camp to here. He wanted to ask why he had to do that, but he didn't say it out loud. If he did, he would have a headache. Yan handed him a crude dagger and he cut the ropes that were hanging all over his body. Then suddenly, wait, if I have this dagger. Couldn't he do something to that bastard? What he learned was not martial arts, but swordsmanship. The dagger was shoddy, but it was better than clumsy punches. Cruel glanced at Yan. Yan was staring at the cliff as if he had something on his mind. Squeak. His lips curled up wickedly and he gripped the dagger tightly. Yeah, I have to pay him back. Thud. Ow, you bastard, trying to die. Yan, who was only looking ahead, somehow hit his head with a stone. Monster-like kid. In the end, Cruel gave up on ambushing Yan and did as he told him, throwing the goblin corpses down the cliff. A dark chamber that had been undisturbed for hundreds of years. In that chamber, a skeleton wearing a splendid ritual robe was laid to rest. Thud, 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 a loud noise echoed in that place. The sound of flesh falling and splattering broke the silence of the chamber little by little. Zing! Something changed in the skeleton that seemed to have been buried for a long time. Between the eye sockets of the skeleton, a red light glowed. Thud, thud, crack. Another noise rang out, creak. The skeleton gritted its teeth and slowly raised its upper body. Then, when no sound was heard for a few minutes, the skeleton stopped moving while sitting. It looked like a mechanical device. The red light in the eye holes also faded gradually. Then, thud, thud, crack. The noise became faster and faster. Cry, the skeleton finally screamed. Then, a crimson aura began to rise above the skeleton's body. Soon, the aura intertwined and drew a large magic circle. And then, the skeleton was swallowed whole by it. Cruel did as Yan ordered, throwing all 20 corpses and turning his body around. Hey, 974, 974. But Yan, who had been watching him all this time, was gone as if he had sunk into the ground. Where did he go? Cruel narrowed his eyes and looked around. Can't I just run away now? It was a blow to his pride, but for some reason, 974 was definitely hiding his strength. So it was best to avoid friction with him as a fellow trainee, but if I get a chance to get out of here, I'll kill you for insulting a noble. Shiver, Cruel's back suddenly shivered. He didn't feel this nervous or goosebumps even when he faced his father. Cruel turned his head back to the cliff. The sky is changing. The purple sky was shaking. The clouds began to rotate around where he was standing. Every time, cold sweat ran down his back. Then, he remembered what Yan had said. Stack these here and run to the gate we passed earlier. Italic, the place where we came from the training camp to here. Italic, now he had a little idea why he said that. You bastard, what the hell did you do? Cruel immediately poured mana into his legs and started running. At that moment, a fierce echo burst out behind him. Cry, fear gripped his heart. His whole body trembled. He barely turned his shaking head and saw it. A skeleton, a huge magic circle appeared on the cliff, and in front of it, a skeleton mage wearing a ritual robe was looking down at him. He couldn't move a muscle as he met the red eyes of the skeleton. The splendid outfit didn't match the bones, and it looked rather ridiculous. Huff, the overwhelming magic power that crushed him made even that appearance terrifying. Especially the crimson magic power that was pouring out of him was the most bizarre. Cry! The skeleton roared and the scattered aura changed into different shapes, from ice spears, fireballs, gusts to arrows of darkness. Suddenly, the ground shook and an earthquake occurred, and a tornado swept the earth and uprooted the trees. The majestic mountain range quickly turned into a barren hill. A skeleton, that uses magic, faced with the monster that was spraying disaster magic that could be called the Flower of War, at least 6th circle. Cruel had to use the acceleration technique by squeezing out the remaining mana from his container. Quack-quack-quack-quang, the monster chased after Cruel, who had dirtied his nest. Cry-a-grrr. What was that? The trainees were doing their tasks and wandering around when they suddenly felt a chill. More and more trainees felt that sensation. If you want to live, run to the gate now. Everyone, go down to the gate. Lorna and Casa, who were at the front, also started to act as soon as their spines tingled. Gate? Why the gate? I'll explain on the way down, hurry up. The two, who were always relaxed, shouted with urgency, and the trainees started to rush to the gate. "Hey, princess, don't call me that or I'll kill you. Anyway, you felt it too, right? It seems like something went wrong." Lorna and Casa quickly descended the mountain range, discussing the aura. "I don't know much about strong people, so I can't tell. How strong is this?" The Beowulf ducal family was a great family where many strong people flocked. Lorna, who grew up in that gap, might have some idea of how strong this creepy aura was. Lorna was cutting off the branches and bushes that were in the way. "He's more soft-hearted than he looks. He must be clearing the obstacles for the trainees behind him. He looked like he didn't care about anything around him until he entered the Blade Mountain range." Lorna opened her mouth cautiously after thinking for a while. "I'm not sure, but I think it's comparable to his grace." "What? The Duke of Beowulf?" The Duke of Beowulf was one of the 4 dukes of the Empire and the Guardian of the North. He was one of the top 5 people in the Empire in terms of strength. "I'm not sure." "I don't know," Casa snorted. "Can't the instructors stop this? Then we're doomed." "Then that's our fate." At that moment, bang, 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 a huge explosion sounded from behind. "Kayak! Sa! Save me!" The monster was already on their tail. The faces of the trainees who lacked stamina were filled with despair. "Tisk!" Lorna bit her tongue hard and stopped running and turned her body around. Casa looked at Lorna with a shocked expression. "Hey, you go first." With that, Lorna charged toward the monster. That crazy? Did he want to die by running there? He couldn't save everyone anyway. He should have prioritized his own life. Is he one of those types? The type who can't stand not helping others? But Casa, he was not that type. Even if he was, he shouldn't have been. He had a heavy burden of family on his shoulders. Casa slapped his cheek once with a loud sound and started to head to the gate faster. Lorna was flying to the back, avoiding the trainees who were rolling down. When she reached the last point, "Kayak!" A female trainee was sitting down, pale and vomiting. Screaming, a fireball flying toward her. Lorna's body moved faster than ever before. "Ta!" Lorna kicked the ground and jumped out, and then she grabbed the collar of the female trainee and threw her far away. Kwang! A large hole appeared where the female trainee had been sitting. "Kraa!" The monster roared as its attack was in vain. Lorna opened her eyes wide at the identity of the monster that was glowing in front of her. "To lick! Why is there a lick here?" She thought that and pulled up mana from her container to counter the magic that was coming soon. But, triple casting? She was shocked when she saw the 3 magic circles in front of her. Even a genius mage could only do double casting, and not to mention low-level magic. They were all casting high-level magic. Lorna picked up a crude sword that was lying on the ground and stared at the monster. "I won't give up until the end." As soon as she made up her mind, the monster seemed to finish casting. Kua, Perung, Witting, a pillar of fire, ice arrows, and gravity that crushed the atmosphere mixed and headed toward Lorna. A desperate situation, when all the things she had gone through in her family flashed before her eyes. "I'm sorry I'm late. Your Highness didn't have to come." Along with the voices that suddenly came, the magic that was shot at her began to shatter. The ice arrows disappeared when they collided with the golden aura, and the pillar of fire was swallowed by a black dragon that appeared from somewhere. Whew! The heavy gravity was lifted. Then Lorna lifted her head and saw the person standing in front of her. A man with a dazzling aura all over his body like the sun, his lips curled up slightly. "It's been a while, young Lady Beowulf." She recognized the familiar voice, the reincarnation of the founder. It was the appearance of the Crown Prince. Chapter 13. Yan licked his tongue as he watched the skeleton fly far away. The monster he had brought out was an ancient lick, a being that was presumed to have existed since ancient times. It was the same being that Yan had faced when he was the chief instructor of this project in his previous life. "Whenever I think of that time, Yan brushed off the goosebumps that rose on his arms. Unknown identity, mana that was close to infinite, endless stamina, the magical bombardment that unfolded with just a flick of his hand. As a result, only about 100 trainees survived out of 1,000. If it wasn't for Baldes, the Special Task Force Training Center would have been wiped out. Baldes was the instructor who was with Yan when he was in charge of the Dragon Soldier Project, and he was the one who subdued the monster. Yan led the instructors and fought the lick to buy time, and Baldes searched the entire mountain range to find and destroy the lick's life, or the life vessel. Chief instructor. I found out why this guy flew away. What's the big deal? There was a fight among the trainees, and the corpse of one of the dead trainees fell into the guy's lair, and that's what caused this mess. What? You're telling me that the ancient lick, who is called the Peak of Magic, flew away because of such a trivial reason? Well, maybe he's a germaphobe. At that time, it sounded like crazy talk, but the more he investigated, the more Baldez's words weighed on the side of truth. If it had ended there, he wouldn't have had to summon the monster again. But Baldez left the special task force right after the incident and started moving alone. Not long after, he was called Sword Demon, a ghost of the sword who wielded all kinds of swordsmanship at his will. At that time, he wondered what had happened, but then he had a chance to hear the details from him at a drinking session. Senior, do you know what I got from the Blade Mountain Range back then? Back then? When are you talking about? Oh, come on, when the ancient lick went berserk. Oh yeah, so what did you get? The treasure in his lair. Thinking about it, Baldez wasn't that special until then, but he seemed to have gotten stronger since then. Maybe he got a treasure that could awaken his talent for mana. That was also what Baldez lacked, whether it was a treasure that increased his affinity for mana, or a spirit medicine that filled his mana, he didn't know yet, but whatever he got, he could replace the mana storage, the biggest drawback of the current Dragon's Breath. He couldn't make a single shot with the half-baked Dragon's Breath. He could make a temporary mana storage that could replace the single shot. If he could use mana more actively or fluidly, he wouldn't have to strain his body like he does now. He had already been injured and bled several times because of that. Yan's eyes sparkled. And besides, since the lick had existed since ancient times, wouldn't there be other valuable treasures? It was a hopeful wish, but the possibility was high. Magicians were greedy and collectible, whether in the past or present, and if he kept getting the ties he knew in his previous life, one by one, he could surpass the level of his previous life by far. Yan chuckled as he thought of the three people who were struggling against the lick. Leon, the crown prince who killed him in his previous life, the chief instructor who blocked his escape in this life, and I don't have much feelings for the current special task force leader. Anyway, he had prepared another way, but thanks to the sudden appearance of the Crown Prince and the Special Task Force leader, he was able to use this method. They would be able to hold the monster for much longer than dozens of instructors. Maybe they could even catch it. Anyway, it was time to move. Yan's gaze turned to the cliff below. He felt a little dizzy at the tremendous height. Wow, look at how high it is. But Yan didn't hesitate and threw his body down the cliff. It was time to rob the empty house. There was no river or downstream below, so falling without safety equipment would make his body smash like a potato. But Yan's eyes didn't waver, and when he had fallen for a while, bang, something flashed and swallowed his body. A cave where night pearls are shining brightly everywhere. It's been a while. Yan didn't look worried at all, even though he had fallen into a completely different space from the cliff he was falling from. This was the entrance to the lick's lair, which was distorted by space. The blue rocks that filled the cave gave a mysterious feeling. In front of him, there was a huge passage that looked like it had opened its mouth wide, as if it was welcoming him. The ancient lick's lair, or dungeon, as it was called. But the lick here was different from other liches and didn't use chimeras undead, or monsters as guardians. Maybe he was disgusted by them just by looking at them because he was a germaphobe, or maybe he had other reasons. But couldn't he make undead pretty clean? Yan walked slowly forward, thinking such nonsense. The passage was a huge straight bridge with a lot of old-fashioned patterns carved on it. Below it, there was only darkness that had no end. It looked like a sturdy bridge that would never collapse. But in reality, it's so weak that it could collapse with a little shock because of the countless traps. When he killed the ancient lick and investigated this place, the instructors who knew how to handle magic tilted their heads. Magic circles originally needed a medium that could be engraved with the formula, because they had to go through a process called discovery. But the medium that was engraved with the formula of the magic traps that were laid all over this lair was not visible. It just changed mana into magic from somewhere when an intruder came in. How was that possible? The instructors who confirmed the reason were shocked. Simply put, he engraved the formula in the air. Is that a big deal? That's not a big deal. This is enough to cause a new paradigm in the academic world. Yan, who knew the types and characteristics of magic well but was ignorant of the theory, didn't understand, but, well, it was amazing. Come to think of it, the space distortion that led to this place was also engraved in the air. By the way, I never found out the identity of this lick. The lick's lair, which was hidden inside, disappeared along with the ancient lick, so he couldn't figure out his identity clearly. It'll be different this time. The Crown Prince and the Special Task Force leader would buy him plenty of time. Yan stood in front of the passage and took a deep breath, a bridge that looked sturdy, but in reality, it could collapse at any moment with a slight shock. According to my memory, the number of magic traps laid here is hundreds. Baldez said he had crossed safely with luck before, but Yan had no intention of risking his life on that luck. Fortunately, most of the magic traps that had been left for too long couldn't function properly. Yan's eyes sank low. He recalled his previous life's memory. The magic traps were installed about 1,000 years ago. There are a total of 492 magic traps in this place, but only about 30 of them work normally. High-level magic doesn't work at all. It was impossible to break through 492 magic traps with his current body. But if you can't break through the low-level magic, you should go and die. He had plenty of ways to destroy the low-level magic, and he had prepared for them. He slept for so long that he couldn't even repair the traps properly. That's why he's out of his mind right now, just waking up from his sleep. The magicians of his previous life had said, if the ancient lick hadn't been in a drowsy state of mind at that time, the Special Task Force would have been wiped out before Baldez destroyed the life vessel. This is the perfect opportunity to steal the treasure when he's only driven by his instinct. The reason why he ate the disgusting goblin heart raw and wore the monster skin upside down, it was all for this moment. Yan took a deep breath. Whoosh! Rough mana entered his body through his throat and started to rotate. He took a step forward and recited the formula of Windbird's wing flap. Swoosh! Mana began to gather on his feet. In that state, he bent his knees and pulled his thighs and calves tightly. Now, bang, when he was full of power, he stomped on the ground, like an arrow being shot. Then, suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the air. Left! His eyes quickly scanned the magic that was falling. Tat! He put strength on his left foot and flew to the right. A fireball pierced through the bridge where Yan had been standing. Low-level magic is no joke either. The size of the fireball was several times larger than the usual fireball. Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead without a moment to spare and kicked off his spot. Crash. Bang, boom. As much as Yan was breaking the bridge with his feet, threatening magic poured down incessantly. Among them, there were some magic that flew so precisely that it was hard to avoid right away. Magic arrow? Yan didn't avoid the 3 magic arrows that flew as if they would pierce his skin, but tightened the leather he was wearing upside down. ZZZT. Shriek the magic arrows collided with the leather that Yan was wearing upside down and made a hissing sound as they disappeared. Good thing I brought this. The leather that Yan was wearing upside down was the leather of an armadillo. This creature, which had a hard shell similar to a turtle, had no attack power at all. But its magic resistance was so high that it was known to be very difficult to hunt. Its habitat was also a dark swamp where light didn't reach well, so it was hard to find. But Yan was able to catch a few after a long ambush. I used it very handy when I assassinated the Warmages on the battlefield, but I didn't know I would use it like this. So Yan resisted the low-level magic that he could with the leather, and avoided the dangerous magic as he ran across the bridge. He crossed over 80% of the bridge like that. Whoosh! This time, a mana storm started to swirl in the air. A magic circle that was several times bigger than the usual magic circle was clearly drawn. Inside the magic circle, dozens of small magic circles were interlocking like gears and spinning fiercely. Damn it! Weren't all the high-level magic circles broken? At a glance, it was a grand magic circle that could be used in a battlefield. At least the good thing was, it looked like it was low on mana because it had been neglected for a long time. It meant that it couldn't exert its original power. But it's still much more powerful than low-level magic. Yan didn't take his eyes off the magic circle and ran. In the blink of an eye, a sinister vortex began to form from the completed magic circle. The vortex grew in size in an instant and began to swallow not only the bridge, but also Yan. Quack quack quack. Damn it, this is cheating. This would be no help even with the armadillo's leather. The only answer was to escape in time. Huyup! He took a deep breath as his lungs tore. Dense and dark mana began to push into his throat. Am I going to die from overwork? Yan made a futile thought and began to recite a different formula from Wind Bird's wing flap. He didn't use this vision unless he had to. Dwoong! A thump rang in his thighs and calves. Tujuduk. The middle of his pants made a popping sound. In between, Yan's thighs were revealed to be strangely thick. Cough! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Yan's mouth. It was a natural result of using a high-level divine technique that was hard to even attempt with his current body. Dark Dragon Power, Rising Dragon, a vision that only the special task force leader could use. One of them unfolded in Yan's body. Explosive power began to rise from Yan's swollen thighs. The power continued from his thighs to his calves, feet and toes, and then, bang, he smashed the spot and shot forward like a spring. Faster, faster, faster! A whirlwind began to grow behind Yan. Quack, quack, quack. The whirlwind and the human race continued for a while. Thud, the human won by a hair's breadth. Yan's toes touched the ground, not the bridge, and the whirlwind that was flying behind him quickly subsided. Uack, weck! Blood and vomit poured out of Yan's mouth. He had suffered a lot of internal injuries from using the vision recklessly. Yan vomited for a while and got up with a hard look. I just need to get the treasure. Just the treasure. Then he wouldn't have to ruin his body like this anymore. Yan was grinding his teeth. But as soon as he saw the golden door standing proudly in front of him, Key, this is it. His eyes sparkled. It was the door leading to the treasure vault. Chapter 14. At that moment, the Crown Prince was engaged in a fierce battle with the Lick, along with the special mission leader. Whoosh! An immense formless force pressed down on the Crown Prince's body, trying to bind him, and dozens of ice arrows flying towards him. A large-scale gravity weighting magic? Even the court magicians can barely do that. HMPH. The astonished Crown Prince quickly gathered his energy and dispelled the falling gravity, shaking his hand in the air. A gust of wind whipped like a whip, knocking away all the ice arrows from the air. Boom, boom, boom. On the other hand, the special mission leader distanced himself from the Lick and began to draw out his mana and spread it around. SSSSS. His surroundings began to darken as if a dark cloud had settled low. Dark Dragon? With a shout, the black energy coalesced and began to take the shape of a dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The symbol of the special mission team, the Dark Dragon, revealed itself. The special mission leader's secret technique, Dark Dragon Summoning. The special mission leader quickly infused his will and formed hand seals. A dark dragon that seemed to be at least 10 meters long moved according to his will and began to twist its tail. It felt like the world was shaking. Crash, crash, roar, roar, roar. The dark dragon swiftly devoured or knocked down the ice arrows and hailstones that came from everywhere. Thanks to that, the Crown Prince was able to back away. Hugh, it's been a long time since I've had such a hard time. The Crown Prince forced a smile. Otherwise, he would have felt afraid. Shouldn't we call the Dukes for this? The special mission leader mentioned the 4 Dukes, the pinnacle of the Imperial Knights, as the situation was dire. The Dark Dragon's mana was dwindling as it faced the magic. The mana depletion was so severe that the color of the Dark Dragon was gradually fading. If we keep fighting like this, we will lose. Just then, the Lick let out another scream and dozens of magic circles appeared around him again. Ha ha ha, he's crazy. He's crazy. The special mission leader felt a moment of despair as he saw that. The number of magic he had destroyed so far was already enormous, but he still pulled out more magic than that. Does he have an infinite amount of mana to use? Whiz! The magic circles rotated and drew hundreds of fireballs. The heat felt like it reached here. If the continent is destroyed, this would be the scene, I guess. The Crown Prince also let out a wry laugh. Then he hardened his expression. If he keeps rampaging, he will cause great damage to the Empire beyond this training ground. There were 3 domains adjacent to this area. It was obvious what would happen next. Many Imperial citizens will die. As soon as he thought that far, whoom! A brilliant golden glow burst out of the Crown Prince's body, incomparable to before. He had thought of capturing the monster and finding out how he had flowed into the Blade Mountain range, but he gave up. He had to kill him with all his might. Dragon's Breath, Secret Art, Golden Dragon Descent. The Crown Prince activated the secret passed down by the royal family and raised his power to the limit, as he was about to leap forward for the final battle. Special Mission Leader. There is something I want to check, but there was something he had to check before that. What is it? Your Highness, the Special Mission Leader asked with a question in his head. His voice was very tired from the long battle. This monster, the magic he uses is getting stronger and stronger. Did you feel it? That was the question the Crown Prince had felt while fighting the Lick himself. A mage would suffer a significant penalty when fighting a martial artist or a close combat. He had to cast multiple magic very quickly, so he could only use simple formulas of low-level magic. But this Lick was different. The resistance and recoil he felt every time he tore the magic circle got stronger and stronger, and the magic he activated also increased in difficulty. At first, he only used basic magic like fireball or magic missile, but now he occasionally manifested high-level magic like storm. Bang bang, bang bang, the Special Mission Leader also realized that fact firsthand, so he nodded. Yes, I feel it deep in my bones. He doesn't seem to have any reason or intelligence at all. How can he use such a variety of magic? Isn't it strange? At that remark. Could it be? The Special Mission Leader's eyes were filled with doubt for the first time. Squeak the door, decorated with all kinds of antique patterns, opened, and Yan revealed himself. Huh! Yan let out a hollow laugh as he looked around the interior of the lair. He had expected that the monster, who had lived for a very long time, would have collected quite a lot of things, but this was far more than he had anticipated. It was literally a different world. It was as if the lair had been spatially expanded with the size of a special forces training camp. Inside, there were 4 large rooms. From a library filled with books to a warehouse displaying dazzling treasures, a white laboratory, and a dark chamber, Yan walked along the marble-paved corridor. A library? The first place he entered was the library. Then Yan burst into laughter. This seems to have way more books than the Imperial Public Library, doesn't it? About 7 stories high. Along the spiral-shaped stairs, hundreds of bookshelves were lined up on each floor. He looked at the book titles to see if there was anything worth reading. What kind of letters are these? They were full of unfamiliar letters. He was proud of knowing quite a lot of foreign languages as a Special Forces commander, but he couldn't make sense of the titles of the books in the library. There were many characters he had never seen before, and some of them were presumed to be rune letters of the wizards who had already disappeared. He searched around to see if there were any books written in Imperial language, and he could barely find a few. Mana Heart Research Journal, Summary of Low Magic, 5th Circle Magic Summary, 6th Circle Magic Summary, a small study on the cycle of creation and destruction. At a glance, they were mostly magic books. Most of them were summaries of high-level magic that were hard to obtain. If they were wizards, they would have flipped their eyes. Unfortunately, he was not a wizard. Of course, there were some books that caught his eye. Mana Heart Research Journal, the book was stained with dirt, as if the Lick had written it when he was alive. Yan turned the bookshelf. He was curious. Could he combine the Dantian and the Mana Circle, the stable flow and endurance of the Dantian, and the explosive amplification and absorption of the Mana Circle? If they were combined, it would be like opening a new chapter in this rigid system. Wow, this seems pretty amazing, Yan exclaimed as he read the contents. He had always thought that the Dantian and the Mana Circle were separate things, but the owner of this place didn't seem to think so. But as he turned the bookshelf, Yan's expression gradually hardened. Familiar names began to appear, so I asked my friend Bahamut for permission and used his body to start researching the Mana Heart. Bahamut, don't tell me. You mean the founding festival? Yan couldn't help but be a little flustered. The Lick, whom he had thought of as an ancient monster, was friends with the founding festival, and he used his body for experiments, as he read one page after another, until the last page. Ha, what did I just see? Yan laughed as if he couldn't believe it. He just came to find a treasure that would fill the shortcomings of the dragon's breath. When the research was finished, Bahamut thanked me and decided to call it Mana Heart, and Bahamut and I created a martial art that could utilize it. The name was based on Bahamut's and my wishes. We called it Dragon's Breath. He accidentally saw the process of creating the dragon's breath. The moment he realized this, goosebumps ran up his arms. What if he didn't know this and just tried to make a mana storage? The dragon's breath and the mana storage would have collided and blown up my body. Or even if not, my condition would have worsened to the point where I could never learn mana again. The dragon's breath was a technique that could only be applied to the mana heart. The research journal said that even the flesh of the founding festival, which was a dragon body, collapsed several times before making the mana heart. It was needless to say for his current state, which was beyond mediocre and even lacked talent. He checked the first page carefully to see if there was anything else written about the dragon's breath, but there was nothing but the last page. Still, I'm so lucky. Yan sighed with relief and took only the Mana Heart Research Journal and left the library. The next place he headed to was a dazzlingly decorated room that looked like a treasure warehouse. At a glance, it seemed like a great weapon. Swords that looked like they would cut even if they grazed, staffs that lumped together heavy jewels, and artifacts that had unusual shapes and unknown uses. Ha 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 ha, you ha ha ha, this is it. Yan's voice grew louder. His footsteps were light as he headed towards the displayed treasures. But, beep, the mana quality is different. A voice with a warning sound as he approached. When Yan ignored it and reached out, shiver. He felt a chill on the back of his head. Yan looked around the exhibition hall. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Light was leaking from the countless magic circles on the ceiling. If I force it out, they will all activate. Right? The contrast with the magic circles outside, which had lost their light and broken. These are all working. He felt a cold sweat as he thought so. Well, I can't take it so easily. Can I? What a stingy kid. Yan sighed at the lick's ungenerous personality and turned his body. The next place he went to was a dark chamber that seemed to have something. Yan took off a night light from the wall and lit up the inside. He must have only slept here. A splendid coffin. It looked like he slept here, as there was a cotton blanket inside. He searched around with sparkling eyes, hoping to find something more, but there was nothing special. There were tons of jewels and gold, but that was useless to Yan right now, so he left the room and headed to the last remaining laboratory. The door of the laboratory was black, but the inside was white. It was so clean that there was not a speck of dust. Is this a joke, this lick? Does he have OCD or something? On the innermost shelf, there were suspicious-looking potions and green gems. First of all, this seems to be the treasure that Valdez was talking about. Yan walked over, recalling what Valdez had said. A life vessel? It looked like a green gem. I felt something as soon as I saw it. I found it. The life vessel was placed next to the potion. Yan laughed as he looked at them. The things he needed were gathered together. How grateful he was. But there was one problem. How do I get in here? There was a transparent barrier in front of the shelf, as if it would not allow anyone's intrusion. Chapter 15. Yan glared at the transparent barrier with a sullen look. I never heard of anything like this. Valdez never mentioned any obstacles that he had trouble with while obtaining the treasures. Yeah, it's not like we can find a solution by worrying. We should first look for a way to break this thing. Yan reached out his hand and touched the transparent barrier. A sturdy barrier that made him lose any thoughts of breaking it. It was so wide that it blocked the entire inner space. Yan sat down in front of it. Then he stroked his chin and kept staring at the transparent barrier. First of all, it's definitely magic. How could he break through this? Yan, with a vague thought, pushed the armadillo's leather that he had brought with him, but nothing happened in the transparent barrier. Well, it's obviously a high-level magic, so it would be strange if it was broken by something like this. He looked around carefully, but he couldn't see anything like a magic circle. Suddenly, a piece of knowledge from his previous life popped up in Yan's head. When a magician is absent, what is needed to maintain the magic is a magic circle drawn with specific materials, or a medium. A medium, the magician, Lick, had left this place a long time ago, and there were no other magic circles. Then, there was only one answer. There was a medium installed somewhere nearby. But for something like that, there's nothing that looks like a medium. Yan turned his head around and looked for something suspicious, but he couldn't see anything, but he didn't feel disappointed. Still, it's my specialty, so I can't give up easily. Yan started to search around. The first was the wall. He punched it here and there. If it was hollow inside, it would make a hollow sound, but he only heard a solid thud. The second was the floor, but could he use the whole floor as a medium? Just in case. Yan closed his eyes and put his hand on the floor to sense the mana. If it was completely separated, he wouldn't know, but in this close state, he could sense a decent amount. Even if he had no mana, he had felt enough of it in his previous life. But not the floor either. As expected, there was no reaction. In the end, there was only one place left. Yan's head turned to that place. At that moment, his eyes sparkled as he found something. I think I found it. The black painted door, contrasting with the pure white interior of the laboratory. There. Mana was flowing out faintly. The door of the laboratory that was the medium was smashed. Fortunately, it was not too hard to break or had any measures taken. Just like the warning magics, this lick is really sloppy in some ways. Yan crossed the laboratory where the transparent barrier had disappeared and approached the shelf. The first thing that caught his eye was a green gem. This is the life vessel, right? Hee. It was a beautiful sight for a vessel that contained the soul and mana of an undead lick. Then Yan quickly came to his senses. I have to take care of the other things first. When the lick died, everything in this place would disappear, so he had to take the necessary treasures first before breaking this. This is it. Yan took out one of the potions he had picked up earlier. Pop, the lid opened with a crisp sound. Inside the glass bottle, there was a liquid shining in emerald color. Yan sniffed it slightly. Wow, it smells good. The fragrance was captivating. If his mental strength was a little lower, he might have been intoxicated by the sweet scent. There might be poison in it, but well, I don't need to be wary. Valda's bastard drank them all without any problem. It wouldn't be a medicine that would endanger his body. Yan put the potions on the table one by one and started to open the lids. Pop, pong, pop, the colors of the liquids were varied. From topaz color, ruby color to transparent diamond color. The scents were different but equally enchanting, refreshing, sweet, or cool. Gulp. Yan took the first bottle he had opened, the emerald one, and put it to his mouth. A cool scent spread from his lips. The feeling soon spread from his throat to his whole body. Suddenly, he felt like his body was burning, as if it was painful enough to die. Yan clenched his teeth and endured it. Blood vessels rose along his skin and his eyes were bloodshot. Then, when the heat reached its peak, pewduck, tuck, tuck, Yan's body began to wobble. A creepy sound like bones breaking echoed. He crouched and endured the pain for a long time. About 10 minutes later, the pain disappeared as if it was a lie. Rather, he felt refreshed. Yan slowly got up from his seat and felt his body. Amazing. It didn't seem like a medicine that would give him the talent for mana he was looking for, but it was a medicine that gave him a better effect. Bang! Yan hit the wall next to him hard. The wall caved in and cracks spread widely. I'm not hurt at all, and I'm strong. The first stage of the body strengthening technique. He completed the bone replacement, which changed his bones to strong bones. Wow, so I achieved the first stage in an instant? I'm amazing. Yan felt happy but also empty. He had estimated the time to reach the first stage of the body strengthening technique to be about a year, but he narrowed it down in a breath. No, to be exact, it was almost like compressing a decade. This medicine not only made him achieve the bone replacement, but also completed it. He skipped the tremendous pain, the effort of shaving the bones, and the corresponding time. No, I'm not empty. I gained that much time. I can run the growth path faster than I expected. Yan thought that maybe it wouldn't take that long to regain his skills from his previous life. Visiting this place was a heavenly fate. Yan's eyes sparkled as he drank the remaining potions without missing any. Gulp. Gulp. When he drank them all, his eyes popped open. He made a sound as if he had drunk a strong liquor. But this is delicious. The topaz-colored potion made his senses sharper. He could hear the wind sound from far away clearly. I have to control this well. The ruby-colored potion healed the big and small wounds he had gotten since he came here, and that was not all. Even the scars that he had gotten when he met the gun instructor were all gone, and the last remaining diamond-colored potion. This is really awesome. As soon as he drank all the diamond-colored potion, a tremendous amount of mana poured into his body. It was half the amount of mana that Yan had accumulated in his previous life for 30 years. Did they just liquefy mana? I've never heard of a potion that has such an effect. It was an unheard of idea to turn the mana that flows in the air into a liquid state. Yan sat down on the floor with his butt. I'll have to try this while looking at it. Yan took out the research journal from his pocket and flipped it over on the floor. He didn't need to look at the front part, which was the process of failure. Even at this moment, the mana in his body was leaking out in real time. He had to stop it as soon as possible. Then, when he saw the part where he started to succeed, Yan's eyes became serious. He thought it was greedy to engrave a single point in his heart, so he decided to plant a seed this time. Seed. Yan tilted his head and turned to the next page. The first method of planting a seed was simple. It was to concentrate the mana in his body near the heart and keep pouring it. It was often the best way to think simply. Yan started to operate the mana as it was written. He concentrated the mana in his body near the heart. Wuang. A small amount of mana gathered and formed a point. It was so small that it would just scatter and disappear if he blinked. Yan focused all his consciousness on that point so that it wouldn't scatter. So I just have to keep pouring it here. Kwaya, the mana slowly started to flow into the point. Then, as the point grew larger, the speed of the mana movement also increased and gradually began to swirl. Hwack. Suddenly, he felt a dizzy sensation in his heart. Oh, did I succeed? It meant that the mana was engraved on his body. Then, from here, it was the most important. The second method was not a primitive one, but a more theoretical one. The principle of a single point was as follows. It was to make a vessel to hold the mana and increase the amount of it by enlightenment or other methods whenever it was full. But, because it was limited and static, it required a lot of mana to produce explosive power compared to a circle. It had excellent endurance and stability, but it was inferior to a circle in causing explosive phenomena. The lick had made such a distinction between a single point and a circle. The explosive amplification of a circle came from endless rotation. The mana rotated and amplified endlessly, and created a new rotation whenever it reached its limit. But because it was dynamic, it took a long time to recover the mana consumed compared to a single point. These were theories that were widely known to the neighborhood kids in the present age. Mana's heart had both advantages of these two. It rotated the mana, but placed a static symbol, namely a seed, in the center to recover the mana and compensate for the drawbacks. Therefore, it secured endurance and stability, and also had the amplification from the rotating mana. Omitted, he realized after reviewing the concept of mana heart again. The first method was wrong even in the approach. It was meaningful to rotate the mana around the seed, but the first method was a method that was no different from using the seed as a single point. What we wanted to do was not just changing the position of a single point. Omitted, the characteristic of mana heart is a center and the mana that rotates endlessly around it. He went over the theories in the research journal one by one, and based on the martial theories he had accumulated in his previous life, he reinterpreted and applied them to suit his current body. As he entered a state of no mind, a presentation by a magician who had served the emperor in the future flashed through Yan's mind. In fact, this continent is nothing but a star, and it orbits around the bright sun. There are dozens of stars orbiting the sun, not just the star we live on. This is called orbit, the content that several planets orbit around the sun. This was similar to what the lick said. The mana rotates around the seed. The reason why the orbit occurs is because two forces are combined. The magician had taken out a stone tied with a long string in front of the audience at the time. When he spun it, the stone rotated around the magician's hand. He said that this was the model of orbit. Yan recalled that model. He wrapped his heart with mana. This was the sun. He placed a seed around it. This was the planet that orbited the sun. He connected the two with mana like a string and started to operate it. When you tie a string to a stone and spin it like this, you feel like you are being pulled. This is called resistance. As soon as the latter phrase came to mind, Hwack, Yan couldn't control his body and staggered from the force that occurred inside, but his mouth was up. I found it. For the first time, the mana was operating without scattering. If I touch this spinning stone with my hand, it will hurt my hand and stop here. But if I don't touch this stone directly, that is, if I don't apply external force directly, it will orbit obliquely like this. The magician added this and finished his presentation. The resisting force of resistance and the pulling force of gravity form a harmony and create an orbit. This is the new fact and law that I have discovered. So, the dragon's breath was gravity, and the key to harmonize the resistance between the planet and the sun. Ha! Ha ha ha! Thump, thump thump! Wuang, wuang! His heart beat hard. The dragon's breath also operated according to a regular rhythm. It was a natural movement. Too natural, as if breathing, weeing. The mana kept coming into the heart and spinning the mana heart. It felt like a delicate clock mechanism was implanted in his chest, but he didn't feel bad about it. No, rather. He felt good. His mind, which had been exhausted until a moment ago, seemed to clear up. I only have 1 mana heart now, but depending on the training, I can have 2, 3, and keep increasing. Like the universe that will be discovered in the future. He would have a new mana heart, that is, a planet, when he had enlightenment or fate. Then, let's call the first mana heart that was made sun, and he called everything that included the other planets mana heart. Thump, thump, it was a normal heartbeat, but now it felt something different. He was satisfied for a while, and then Yan suddenly showed a regretful emotion. I wish I could have collected everything, but that's a bit of a pity. Chuck. Yan lost his appetite as he felt the mana. He regretted the mana that was lost in the process of completing the seed, but he didn't worry. Well, I can still collect it. This is a huge achievement anyway. Yeah, were you satisfied? Satisfied or not, it was much better than the mana storage he had planned. Even at this moment, the first mana heart, that is, the sun, was rotating and amplifying the mana. Then I'm glad. No, wait. Yan's eyes sank for a moment. Who was talking? As soon as he thought that. Fuck, this is the worst situation. He sighed deeply in front of Yan, and a dark red energy began to gather, and the energy began to change into a shape. At least you won't regret dying. He thought he was fighting with the Crown Prince, the Special Commander, and the gun instructor. It was the appearance of the Ancient Lick. Chapter 16. The Ancient Lick Mammon gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yan. He didn't know what had happened, but he had been lured out of his lair in his sleep and forced to fight with some strange fellows. After the fierce battle that ensued, he regained some of his sanity and remembered the elixirs and life vessel he had hidden in his lair. Just then, the alarm magic he had set up went off. From then on, he focused more on getting out of there and returning to his lair than continuing the fight. But the enemies clung to him stubbornly, and he had no choice but to escape with some damage. The wounds he had suffered were so severe that even if his life vessel was intact, he would have to recuperate for at least a year, and when he arrived after all that trouble, the elixirs were already in that bastard's stomach, and they had been absorbed completely. What kind of things are they? The elixirs that the rat bastard had gulped down were the ones that had kept him restless for 1,000 years. They were elixirs for the day he would resurrect as a human. With the determination to avenge Bahamut, who hit me in the back of the head, I prepared and prepared for 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, Bahamut and Mammon had worked together for decades to create a vision that transcended the existing mana manipulation methods. And after a time of hardship, they finally produced a result. The bastard killed him and took away the result, doing a despicable deed. He became an undead that he hated so much and sharpened his blade. But would he have to wait another 1,000 years like this? Mammon's red eyes flashed. No. He realized there was another way, the damned thief who had swallowed his 1,000 years of achievement. I'll resurrect with your body. It was taboo to take someone else's body. But what could he do? He had already lived for 1,000 years in this skull face, and he had to live another 1,000 years in this body. He had no intention of doing that. You're going to take my body? Yan's face hardened as he heard that. You ruined my wish. So I'll take your body too. How fair is that? Shut up. Yan's eyes narrowed. I'm sorry for the treasures, but I have to kill him right now. He already knew how to break the Lick's life vessel from his previous life. He had left it alone because he wanted to look at the treasures more and take what he could. I'll have to be satisfied with what I've got so far. Yan took out a bottle containing ogre blood that he had prepared. He had searched all over the Blade Mountains to find this method, and collected the blood from the corpses of ogres. Ogres had been called mountain kings since ancient times because they were powerful monsters. They were strong, but their innate magic resistance was also remarkable. In the near future, he would research ogres and find out that their skin had no magic resistance. Rather, the source of the ogre's magic resistance was their blood. And if you mix a few more ingredients, the magic resistance will be much stronger. Fortunately, the rest of the herbs were all available in the Blade Mountains. I used this enhanced ogre blood in my previous life too. In the special squad, where assassination and espionage were the main tasks, ogre blood was often used as a tool to neutralize magic mediums. The enhanced serum could melt even a life vessel with powerful protection magic. As he watched Mammon tear his body apart, he secretly opened the bottle cap. Wait! Suddenly, he wondered if he really needed to break the life vessel. The life vessel was a vessel that contained the Lick's life force, In other words, it was similar to a magic stone. He glanced at the life vessel in his hand. And this. It has the same mana heart and innate magic flow system. Right, the mana heart and the life vessel were similar in that they circulated endlessly, whether it was mana or life force. Then, if I eat this, won't I be able to take all the life force in it? He was already sorry for the mana he had lost while making the mana heart. It was a windfall. Yan's lips curled up. Then I'll eat it. With that thought, Yan quickly put the life vessel in his mouth. You crazy bastard. Maman was shocked by Yan's appearance, a guy who ate a Lick's life vessel. Why are you eating that? Maman's voice became urgent. There had been no precedent for eating a life vessel before, so he didn't know what would happen if the life vessel were to deteriorate. Spit it out right now, Maman shouted and swung his scrawny arm. Swoosh. Then 7 magic circles of various colors appeared around Maman. Energy bolt. Hold air bomb. Fireball. The magic circles that appeared in the air began to cause different phenomena. Yan also stimulated his sun. A stream of mana stretched out from the rotating sun. They went down his legs through his blood vessels, from his thighs to his calves. His veins popped out and his muscles swelled. Dark dragon power, rising dragon. Unlike when he crossed the passage, the mana flowed smoothly through his blood vessels, and no more blood-stained phlegm came out. He savored the feeling and looked at Maman with a smirk. Then try to catch me. Bang, Yan kicked the ground and started running. Crash, boom, the mana spikes that had hit where Yan had been standing flipped the floor over. The fireballs and ice arrows created by the magic circles chased after Yan fiercely, but Maman gritted his teeth at Yan's skillful evasion. You damn thief bastard, I'll rip your belly open. And so the chase began. Maman's lair was a mess. The bookshelves in the library were burning fiercely, and the central staircase was frozen solid. The glass tubes that held the treasures in the treasure room had been broken long ago. The floor was littered with broken and shattered treasures. If it were the usual Yan, he would have sighed deeply with regret at the sight. But not now. Yan felt his lightened movements and thoughts. This is no joke. Yan licked his tongue as he looked at the divine dragon's breath and the mana heart that showed an amazing synergy effect. He had performed the special squad's vision enhancement technique for about 30 minutes, but there was no sign of mana depletion. That was because mana was coming in through his breathing at this moment. Now, I understand why it's called the divine dragon's breath. There was always a reason for the name attached to the manipulation method. The special squad's vision manipulation method, the dark dragon's breath, was created to use the dark dragon power, which had many one-hit kill techniques. As such, the amount of mana that could be poured out at once was overwhelmingly greater than other manipulation methods. The way he poured out mana looked like the breath that the legendary dragon was said to spit out, so the name was the dark dragon's breath. Many other manipulation methods were similar. They had hidden meanings, or they were named after their appearance. But this one didn't have any of those features. In his previous life, he had used the divine dragon's breath with the core as the center, so he couldn't help but not know. But now he felt like he knew a little. As far as Yan knew, all mana manipulation methods could not manipulate mana without consciousness. But this is different. Mana flowed in endlessly, like a human breathing unconsciously, and the mana heartbeat and refined and rotated them. It really feels like breathing. It was a mana manipulation that did not fit the common sense that was widely spread on the continent. No wonder the Emperor was so crazy about finding it. Yan felt something shooting at him from behind and quickly lowered his head. Whoosh! The invisible magic grazed over Yan's head and collided with the wall. Crash! A few strands of Yan's hair were cut off. His senses were so sharp that he felt even these things very finely. It's about time to digest. Maman still looked lively, but Yan was sure that he wouldn't last long. The lick would surely perish when the life vessel was gone. Stand still, I said. Maman shouted and threw magic at him from behind, but he didn't seem to catch a glimpse of him. He jumped over the grease that made the floor slippery. He twisted his body and slipped out of the stone wall that blocked the way. He dodged other attack magic as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Maman had no choice but to be impatient. Damn it, at this rate, I'll really perish first. Maman thought that the situation he was in was absurd. It was unbelievable that he had eaten the life vessel right in front of him. But the problem was, I can't use proper magic because I'm afraid that my life vessel in his stomach will break. At a glance, the damned thief's level was at best enough to wield a sword. There was a difference between him. who had reached the level of a grand mage and the sun and the firefly. But he couldn't use high-level magic recklessly, so he couldn't catch him easily. In the end, all he could do was pour out low-level magic. He's a low-level guy, but why is he running away so well? As he thought that, a good idea came to Mamon's mind. I can't do this, I have to corner him. If he could corner them in one place, he could easily subdue them with low-level magic. Mamon's mouth curled up slightly. Snap! As he snapped his fingers, hundreds of the lowest-level magic, Monatan, floated around him. Of course, in this situation, quantity is more important than quality. He could use these low-level magic hundreds or thousands of times. As he swung his hand, the Monatans covered Yan at once. Seeing that, Yan stomped the ground hard with his thick legs, and he turned his body back sharply. The Monatans exploded around Yan, limiting his path, attacks that revealed his intentions too clearly. Yan smiled faintly and said, I guess he finally thought of this. Yan waited until the lick cornered him. There was only one place he could drive him to, a door made of gold. It was the entrance. Thud! Yan, who had been running away, stopped at the entrance of the lair. Momon raised his mouth as he saw Yan, who was no longer running away. Now, are you ready to give up? This old man will use your body well. At that, Yan quietly raised his middle finger. This bastard until the end? Momon was about to explode with rage. Even in this situation, Yan was too confident. Yan, who was standing in front of the entrance of the lair, had no way to escape. He couldn't even break the door with his skills, let alone open it. Then, was he expecting someone to help him? You, what are you relying on to resist so stubbornly? You're delusional if you think someone will open that door and help you. I've already restored all the magic circles before. Yan snorted at that. He didn't believe that he had restored the broken magic circles in an instant. But, so, what? Yan smiled at the eerie feeling behind the door. What does it matter if someone who defies common sense comes? What nonsense are you talking about? Just then, crash, the door shattered with a loud noise. Someone walked in, shining a golden light through the broken door. Thump, an overwhelming presence. It was the Crown Prince. Behind him, the Special Task Force leader followed. There was a place like this in the Blade Mountain Range. The Special Task Force leader has been neglecting my work. The Crown Prince snapped at the Special Task Force leader and glanced at Yan. He was leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Are you okay? Yan nodded quietly. The Crown Prince, who heard a satisfactory answer, turned his gaze to Momon. Where are you trying to run? You monster who escaped death, are you afraid of death? You bastards, I don't have time to talk to you right now, so get lost. Momon's red eyes were fixed on Yan, and the Crown Prince frowned and quietly blocked Yan. Yan looked at the back of the Crown Prince and smiled slightly. I knew he would come by now. He had smelled the scent of the follower, which he used to use in his previous life, from him as soon as Momon appeared in front of him. The follower was a tool made to chase criminals or fugitives, and it could be smelled from a very far distance with a special method. And that meant the Crown Prince or the Special Task Force leader had prepared beforehand. So he lured Momon to the entrance, which was closer to the outside, so that the Crown Prince and the Special Task Force leader could come here more easily. Intense energy waves flowed out and collided between Momon and the Crown Prince. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, Yan watched that and laughed softly. Chapter 17. The Crown Prince's face hardened as he saw Momon, who seemed to have regained his sanity unlike before. He thought he had driven him to a near-death state. He thought that if he pushed him a little more, he could kill him. But when he arrived, it was not the case. The aura that he was emitting was so intense that his skin tingled just by looking at him. I have to be careful too. As soon as he came to that conclusion, golden scales began to rise on the Crown Prince's face and arms. The special commander who saw that from behind widened his eyes. Your Highness, you're using your dragon body. This is not the time to think about likes and dislikes. The Crown Prince said that, but the special commander still could not hide his surprised expression. He could not understand, but the Crown Prince hated to reveal his dragon body, which was the most clear symbol of the royal family. Dragon body, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It was a blessed body that only the direct descendants of the royal family, who were called the kin of the dragon, could have. It increased the magic resistance and defense to the point that it would not leave a scratch even if it was hit by a low-level magic or a sword. The physical ability also improved to a different level than before using the dragon body. It was a body that was close to cheating. But the Crown Prince still felt something empty and clenched and unclenched his hand. It would have been better if I had brought my sword. The Crown Prince muttered with regret. He had no time to arm himself as he hurriedly left the palace, avoiding the Emperor's eyes. Lick, what is the reason for doing this? Dragon body? You're the descendant of Bahamut. Mamon's red eyes exploded. Among the many people that Mamon knew 1,000 years ago, the only one who had a dragon body was Bahamut. He was sharpening his blade of revenge against Bahamut, who killed him, but his descendant blocked his way. What a ridiculous joke of fate. Mamon laughed loudly, and the dark red mana that flowed from him covered the hall like a tidal wave. Kahaha, how absurd is this? I have to prioritize something else while having the enemy's descendant in front of me. Mamon gritted his teeth. The biggest reason why he became a lick was because of Bahamut. He thought he could easily catch the Crown Prince if he used his full power, even if he had a dragon body. Mamon was a magician who had experimented with that dragon body for a long time. But the moment he exerted his full power, he did not know what effect it would have on the kid who swallowed the life vessel, and if that happened, the life vessel would also be in danger. It was back to square one. He had to catch that brat. Damn it! Mamon screamed with rage. Then, dark red energy gathered around him. The special commander stepped forward to dispel the energy, but the Crown Prince stopped him with his hand and walked forward. Bahamut, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with my ancestor. The Crown Prince said in a cold voice to the angry Mamon. The number of trainees who disappeared or died because of your magic is 100. A bright light burst out from the Crown Prince and began to push away the dark red energy that was covering the hall. 100 children who lost their lives before they could bloom because of you. The Crown Prince stomped hard. Boom! The magic circles that were secretly created around Yan were shattered in an instant. I can't forgive you for that. The Crown Prince finished his words and shot towards the lick. Mamon frowned as he saw him. This damn bastard! The descendant of Bahamut who was rushing in was not someone he could take lightly, but he still tried to subdue him by reaching out his hand. Right at that moment, Mamon's red eyes grew bigger. What? The Crown Prince was already in front of him. It was not easy for him, a magician, to engage in close combat with the Crown Prince who had a dragon body. And more than anything, time was, crack. The hand that he stretched out to cast magic was crushed by the Crown Prince's blow. He felt no pain because he had no nerves, but he still felt a sense of crisis that he might be in trouble. Mamon quickly created a magic circle with his other hand. He had to get some distance. Blink when his body disappeared from its place and moved to another place. Damn it! The Crown Prince was quickly shooting towards where he was. The golden light that bloomed around him made his force tremendous. Mamon regenerated his broken arm bone and swung both hands to create magic circles. He embroidered dozens of magic in the air and shot them at the Crown Prince. Amazing! Yan exclaimed as he watched the fight between the two. The dark red energy and the golden light mixed together looked like the legendary Demon King and the dragon fighting. Then, a strange voice came from the side. You're number 974, the instructors must have been blind. Yan turned his head to where the voice came from, a man with long hair and a long scar across his face. Special Commander? Add sir to that. The Special Commander looked over his body, and Yan felt a little wary. His eyes were more curious and cautious than friendly. Ah, are you the one who tried to escape this time? Yan nodded at his words. The Special Commander chuckled at Yan, who showed no sign of emotion. That attitude looks like you're protesting that you're proud. Then why shouldn't I be proud? I was forcibly dragged here in the first place. The Special Commander looked down at him. It's only possible to be rude when you're in a family that can give you a lot of love. You haven't learned yet that you can't do that when you go out into the world. Yan laughed at that. Are you laughing now? Then, are you going to kill me for being rude? Still relaxed. The Special Commander felt puzzled. He wondered if he had a noble family behind him, but he had never heard of the number 974 when he received the report on the special cases related to the Dragon Soldier Project. Did you grow a pair? Yan shrugged his shoulders and said nothing else. By the way, are you okay with not helping His Highness the Crown Prince? If I go in there, I'll only be a hindrance to His Highness. Yan nodded. Well, the fight between the two was so fierce that there was no gap to get in. Even if he somehow got in, the two seemed to have never coordinated their attacks. Then, how did you manage to avoid being caught by that monster until now? At that moment, Yan's mind spun fast. Should I tell him that I ate the life vessel? There was no need. No. He might even be dissected with the approval of the special commander. The Empire would be quite interested in the life vessel of such a powerful lick. He had a better excuse. He said he wanted to take my body because it matched well with him, so he tried to catch me without hurting me too much. No matter what, how did you manage to run away from a grand magician? I guess I was lucky. As they exchanged useless chatter, the fight between the Crown Prince and Mammon became more intense. Mammon created magic circles as if pouring them out, and the Crown Prince quickly approached and tore them all with his hands and feet. But the magic circles that he couldn't destroy completely shone and manifested. Crash, they collided with the Crown Prince's body, but the Crown Prince didn't seem to be shocked. Yan's eyes sank. I don't know who the real monster is. It was still a fight, but their power was barely that much. The Grand Magician who could do quad casting and shadowless casting that only appeared in legends could cover the space itself with magic. The Crown Prince who had a dragon body that only the chosen royal family had, and also bloomed his brilliant talent, could make his imagination into reality. I don't know about the lick, but I have to check the Crown Prince's power. That's how he could make the future plan. First, I'll pressure Mammon to draw out the Crown Prince's power. Wuong, Duong, Dung. As Yan stimulated his mana heart, his mana began to beat slightly. Then, the life vessel in his stomach began to react. It looked like it would be sucked into the mana heart at any moment. As I thought. He thought he could absorb the life vessel completely if he stimulated his mana heart a little more. But he didn't do that right away. His goal was to pressure Mammon mentally. Snap! You annoying brat! Mammon realized that there was a problem with the life vessel that was connected to his soul. As he was moving around with Blink at a speed that was invisible, he glared at Yan, who was smiling in the distance. But, where are you looking? Are you that relaxed? Crack! The Crown Prince, who had reached Mammon's front in an instant, swung his fist and broke his ribs. But Mammon still glared at Yan, regardless of whether his body was broken or not. The Crown Prince felt a sense of incongruity as Mammon didn't react at all and stayed still. And, Guo! The dark red energy that came from him was different from before, and poured out like a waterfall. This is dangerous. The Crown Prince sensed the ominous atmosphere and decided to distance himself. How dare you insult me like this, you bastard? I'm tired of thinking about this and that. I'll just kill you all. Mammon's voice lowered. Yan and the special commander shuddered at the atmosphere that made their skin crawl. It's worse than I thought. Yan felt his whole body stuck by the mana in Mammon's voice. He had a mana heart, but he couldn't resist easily. Shiik, the dark red spheres that Mammon poured out began to contaminate the space itself. The Crown Prince also raised his energy with a heavy face, but unlike before, the bright light couldn't push away the dark red spheres. The Crown Prince let out a sigh of frustration, but soon, his eyes hardened, a face that seemed to have made a decision. Hua! The Crown Prince let out a loud roar. Then, his light became much brighter than before. It was so dazzling that it was hard to look at. The Crown Prince's light and the space that Mammon contaminated touched. Kurarung. The space began to shake violently. Mammon sneered at the Crown Prince and shouted, "Area expansion." It was right then, when he was about to chant something for a new magic. Puang, the bones that made up Mammon's flesh exploded out of nowhere. Srrrrrr. He stared blankly at the bone fragments falling to the floor. Huh? Yan couldn't help but blurt out a stupid sound. The Crown Prince and the Special Commander also had a dumbfounded expression. Crackle. At that moment, the life vessel in his stomach broke like a glass. He thought there was no way the life vessel would break since he didn't stimulate his mana heart anymore. Could it be that he really exploded with anger and died? Nah. No way, that can't be. Yan looked at the bone dust that was Mammon. Chapter 18. Crackle, crunch. Yan felt the powerful energy spreading throughout his body as the life vessel broke. His stomach felt like it was burning, but he couldn't show it because of the Special Commander next to him and the Crown Prince standing blankly in front of him. That damn bone, acting like he had something to show. Why did he end up so vainly? Yan had a slight clue about the reason. It seemed that the rotation of the mana heart affected the life vessel and weakened its durability, and Mammon, who didn't know this, tried to draw out his power, and the life vessel eventually couldn't withstand and broke. There's no other reason that comes to mind. Yan came to that conclusion. So, how much did I absorb? He was sorry that he couldn't see the crown prince's power, but it was not bad at all for him. Yan looked around and examined his body with great anticipation. Puha! He almost burst out laughing. The energies mixed with life force and mana were scattered all over his body. The amount and concentration were astonishing even for Yan. How much mana would he have if he could gather them all into one? Yan smiled with satisfaction and gathered his prayer. And then he moved his gaze to the crown prince who was standing blankly in front of him. The crown prince looked at the remains of Mammon with a suspicious expression. It seems like it's over for sure. He carefully examined it, wondering if he would come back to life and attack, but he couldn't feel any mana or life force. Huh! The crown prince let out a hollow laugh. He thought his spine would shiver when the lick uttered the word area expansion. Self-domain, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, which only a few strong ones realize. As much as he manifested his long-accumulated wish in the world, the caster could exert a power that was no different from a god in that domain. In the Empire, only 4 dukes were known to be able to use it. The 4 dukes could create storms and firestorms with just a wave of their hands, or freeze exploding lava. But if the Lick had really realized such a domain, total annihilation or mutual destruction, no matter how high his magic resistance was with his dragon body, he would have been seriously injured. The crown prince muttered quietly, "I'm still weak." Then he suddenly moved his gaze to Yan, who was standing awkwardly. "I saw you having a fight with cruel Dwight. You also did a great job here." At that moment, Yan was slightly surprised, but nodded heavily. Sure, he was watching the inside of the Blade Mountain with the communication device. But fortunately, he doesn't seem to know that I ate the magic stone, or that I woke up the Lick. The problem was that the crown prince's eyes were too soft. It was too unfamiliar. "Don't be afraid. I don't intend to scold you for what you did. I might praise you if anything. But..." The crown prince looked up and down at Yan and tilted his head slightly. "What's the matter?" The crown prince answered Yan's question that it was nothing and called the special commander. "Special commander, send this kid to the medical station." "Yes, sir." In principle, trainees could not use the medical station unless they were injured to the point of death, but it was the crown prince's order. Even if the special commander didn't get along well with the crown prince, he didn't want to antagonize him over this. "I'm fine." Yan was reluctant in this situation and said so. The crown prince frowned and pointed to Yan's right thigh. The blood that flowed along the open wound soaked his pants. He couldn't say that it was not a problem. "Okay." Yan sighed and followed the special commander to the gate. As he watched him leave, "What is he hiding?" the crown prince murmured lowly. Yan thought he had hidden his prayer and hid it, but the crown prince didn't know exactly what it was. But he had a hunch that there was something about Yan. The Empire has something called the Imperial Knight qualification. It refers to those who can handle mana, not those who ride horses, as knights, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Thus, even the magicians who belong to the Empire can acquire the knight qualification. There are a total of 10 grades, from the lowest 10th to the highest 1st. In the case of knights who use swords, 10th grade can be obtained by just realizing mana, and this grade was called an apprentice knight or a trainee knight. 9th grade is for those who have a single coin or a circle. 8th grade is for those who can make the sword sound, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. 7th grade is for those who can manifest their energy on objects. 6th grade is for those who can skillfully apply sword energy to their swords or bodies. 5th grade is for those who can twist the sword energy into a line shape. That is, they can shoot out sword chi. From 4th grade onwards, they had to be able to draw out the sword aura, the dream of knights. After that, they were separately called superhumans or entrance to godhood, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. They are the super strong ones who transcend the limits of humanity and become gods, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. There were less than 20 in the Empire, which had a population of tens of millions. The future Imperial 7 stars, who had the title of the Empire's new stars, and some skilled ones were 3rd grade. The 4 dukes, who were called the guardians of the 4 directions, and the captain of the Emperor's personal guard, the Royal Knights, were 2nd grade. And the strongest in the Empire that Yan knew, the Emperor, was the 1st grade. In his previous life, Yan was able to reach the 2nd level of enlightenment, albeit imperfectly. He guessed that it was because of the coincidence of breaking through the realm and merging with the dragon's breath. which allowed him to free himself from the brainwashing. Would the current crown prince be able to manifest his mind at the third level? Maybe. At the end of the battle with Mammon, the crown prince's figure, emitting a golden glow, was already in the ranks of the superhumans. Yan, who was racking his brains to figure out how far the crown prince had reached, said, "Wow, I don't know, maybe I'll find out for sure when I get a chance." He decided to postpone his judgment for now. It wasn't certain anyway. By the way, is it okay for a trainee to rest so much? I'm not used to it. It felt like he was getting special treatment. Yan was now resting and getting a thorough diagnosis at the medical station, just for a thigh injury. There was no one else in the 10 or so beds in the medical station, and the doctor who examined him also left somewhere after checking his condition. Yan looked around. Various medicines and bandages were placed here and there. How many should I take? Yan was also somewhat skilled in emergency treatment and wound care, even if he was not as professional as a doctor. If he took some familiar medicines or bandages, he would have something to use later. But, sigh, forget it, let's not do something that will get me in trouble. He had nowhere to hide them anyway. Yan lay down on the bed and thought about what he had gotten from the Blade Mountain. First of all, the elixirs. He said he made them for over 1,000 years. Mammon was furious, and it was understandable because they were all extraordinary. The ordinary elixirs couldn't even compare to their effects, and they had various effects. The ruby-colored elixir was like an elixir that healed. No, regenerated the body quickly. The blood vessels and muscles that had been torn from overusing mana before were cleanly restored, and in some ways, they felt wider and stronger than before. The only downside was that it was a one-time use, and the minor wounds he had received from the lick did not heal. The topaz-colored elixir was an elixir that changed the body to the level of modification. Who would have thought that he would force the bone transformation, which would have taken at least a year, to happen in one go? The bone transformation was changing the structure and density of the bones to make the body optimized for martial arts. Normally, it would have required a process of enduring pain as if the bones were being ground. But thanks to the elixir he drank this time, he was able to achieve it in one go without suffering for a long time. Of course, he had to taste all the pain in that one time. He thought he was going crazy. He felt a different feeling when he clenched his fist, but if he was asked if it was a bad feeling, he would definitely say no. My motor skills have improved tremendously compared to before. He threw a punch in the air and smiled contentedly, comparing himself to before he drank the elixir. These two alone are a great gain, but the best ones are these. The last elixir was filled with mana itself. It was the beginning of the mana heart, and he used it all to create the sun. Mana heart. If he had made the core and continued to use the dragon's breath without any information about it, his body would have exploded. It was normal for a balloon to burst if you put too much water in it beyond its limit. He was heartbroken when he found out. It was almost impossible to recover the broken core, and even if he did, it would have a clear limit on his growth compared to before. But the mana heart doesn't have that worry. What if there was too much mana accumulated? Then he could just create a new planet. Infinity. In theory, he could achieve limitless growth. The life vessel also seems to have absorbed well. Mammon's life vessel was so full of life force that it could be called a 1,000-year-old magic stone. The mana heart took some of them and gave birth to the second planet that surrounded the mana heart. It wasn't something Yan intended to make, but the mana heart just gathered the leftover energy and made it on its own. It's quantity over quality, but the efficiency is amazing when the two planets rotate together. Yan was in a state where he could only vomit, but there was something more surprising. There's still a lot of mana that hasn't been absorbed. What would happen if he could gather the mana scattered all over his body? Shiver. He shivered just by imagining it. The only thing he could regret a little bit was that the newly created planet was still incomplete. But that was nothing compared to the growth he had achieved so far. Yan picked up the mess on the table and raised his mana. Whoosh! The faint energy began to cover the mess, and soon, a sharp energy materialized on the blade. Sure enough, it works. The sword energy is the exclusive property of the 6th level knight. It was the foundation of the knight. The starting point. A smile appeared on Yan's lips. He raised his sword energy, but the sun still had plenty of mana available. This should be enough to be a 4th level knight in terms of mana, but still, I'm a little dissatisfied. At first, he thought it couldn't be better than this when he saw the results. But as he dug deeper, he found that there were some things that were not perfect. It was probably because the dragon's breath he had acquired this time was still incomplete. There's a clue to that in the place I'm going to enter soon, so let's wait a little longer. He was planning to go to the place where the original of the dragon's breath was. Wouldn't there be some improvements to the parts he thought were lacking? If not, well, I can do it myself. Once he had a direction, it wouldn't be too hard. After sorting out his thoughts, he turned his gaze somewhere. Are you cold? Come on in. The entrance to the medical station. How did you know I was outside? I tried to hide my presence. I don't know about your presence, but my eyes are not holes. A high-pitched voice. It was the chief instructor. He stood quietly at the door, watching what Yan was doing with his senses. He seemed to have used some kind of stealth technique, but Yan's senses, which had become sharper with the bone transformation, never missed it. He has a lot to say to me, sure enough. The chief instructor walked towards the bed with a chuckle, emitting a lot of aura. You gave me some information, right? That wasn't it? Chapter 19. Yan sneered. Was that what you did while you were away? The crown prince seemed to have taken the chaos as an opportunity to slip away and quickly went outside. So I'm wondering whether I should spare you or kill you. Right now, Yan lifted the corners of his mouth. In fact, this was something unimaginable if he thought about the usual behavior of the chief instructor. It would not be strange if he tried to kill him right away in this situation, but he was still hesitating. But seeing you come out so lukewarm, I guess I was right to some extent. Ah, or did the daughter of the special commander get there faster? How did you know that? The chief instructor's eyes narrowed, like the eyes of a snake hunting for prey. He was starting to be annoyed by Yan's confident appearance. But as Yan said, the daughter of the special commander had already moved her residence a few hours before he arrived. The place that Yan told him was a mess, as if she had fled in a hurry. So he tried to follow her, but failed. The traces were meticulously erased. That fox-like crown prince? The chief instructor gritted his teeth as he thought of the special commander. Yan waved his hand. Don't push me too hard. You don't have to worry. She'll be in your hands soon. She couldn't have gone far. Huh. The chief instructor's eyes turned fierce. What was the reason? He pressed Yan with his aura, as if to spit it out. But Yan did not answer properly and diverted the chief instructor's momentum. Pht. He was so amazed that the chief instructor could not help but laugh. Until a while ago, he was only trembling under his pressure, but now he was resisting. The chief instructor's eyes sparkled. What did you eat in the Blade Mountain Range that made you so bold? Yan shrugged his shoulders instead of answering, and the chief instructor chuckled. His eyes flashed with irritation and murderous intent, but Yan did not flinch. He was confident that the chief instructor would not harm him right now, so he could talk back like this. After all, the chief instructor was in a situation where he had to cling to him. He had no information. And another reason. Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? What are you going to do with that? I guess he called me, so I think it would be better if I knew. The Crown Prince knew of his existence. You're really funny. The chief instructor's eyes turned cold. He was more wary than friendly now. How did you know that the Crown Prince was looking for you? He seemed to have a lot to say to me. He did not think that the Crown Prince sent him to the medical station out of concern. Maybe he thought it would be better to talk after he healed his body, so that the flow would not be interrupted. That's what the emperor of his previous life would have done. The crown prince of this life was showing a different appearance than he expected, but the route did not change. It was a way to prepare for the worst and cope with the possible variables later. Get up. And his words were proven by the chief instructor's actions. Yan smirked and got up from the bed. He briefly wondered whether to untie the bandages that were meaningless now, but he just left them on and followed the chief instructor. The place where the chief instructor headed was his office. It was where Yan was interrogated a while ago. How should I deal with the crown prince? Until he returned. He thought he had no feelings for the emperor of his previous life, so he did not think of revenge. Anyway, the emperor had burned and destroyed the empire that he cherished so much. What more sure revenge was there? But I don't know. He still felt something rising in his chest. Yan could not tell what it was. Intense anger, or a sense of alienation that arose from the difference between the emperor he knew and this one. When Yan was thinking hard about what that emotion was, the chief instructor knocked on the door of the office. Knock, knock. Come in. As he got permission, The chief instructor quietly opened the door and gave Yan a hint. He seemed to want him to go in alone. Yan swallowed his dry saliva and stepped inside. "I'll go in." The inside was the same as before, except that the crown prince was sitting in the chief instructor's seat. "Yeah, come on, sit there." The crown prince gestured to the empty chair. Yan sat in the chair and looked at the crown prince's face. He felt complicated emotions. He had a gentle and soft smile on his face, which was very different from the face Yan knew. "What is your name?" "Yan, that's what I'm called." Even as he answered, Yan's head was spinning fast. Who was the crown prince sitting here right now? Was the righteous-looking appearance his real self, or was he just acting like that? But from the crown prince's point of view, he didn't have to do that. He had the dragon body, which only those who were born with outstanding talent among the direct descendants could have, and he had already secured the position of the next emperor. He didn't need to deceive anyone else. "I still don't get it." He thought he should try to figure it out little by little while talking. Yan. The crown prince rolled Yan's name in his mouth and smiled. "That's a good name." "Yes. Well, thank you," Yan bowed his head and asked bluntly. "But why did you look for me?" A direct question that seemed rude, but the crown prince just smiled. "I was curious about something and wanted to ask you a few questions." "What are you curious about?" "I'll answer you honestly as much as I know." Of course, he had no intention of doing that. The crown prince nodded his head and began to ask questions one by one. "How did you find out about the lair of the Lick?" It was the question he expected. "I ran into an ogre and ran away, and the only place that seemed like a way out was there." "So you jumped off the cliff?" "I was much more likely to survive than being caught by the ogre." Then how did you get into the lair?" "As far as I know, there were a lot of traps installed there." Yan's eyes widened. "Traps? There was only a passage there." Yan made a face as if he didn't know the fact, and the crown prince stared at him. "Is that so?" The crown prince, unlike the chief instructor, passed over it even if he had some doubts. Yan was surprised by that. He doesn't ask for more details and moves on. Did he notice something? No, even if he did. He should have checked it out before moving on. From the crown prince's point of view, there was no reason not to interrogate him. Compared to the emperor of his previous life, who had to reveal every reason for even a speck of doubt, it was a very contrasting appearance. I still don't get it. Was he really acting for some reason? Or was this his original personality, but it twisted after some event? But could a person change so drastically? That doubt. It only grew bigger as he saw the crown prince bowing his head to Yan. "Thank you, whether you intended it or not. Many trainees were saved because of you." "Me? Because of me?" "Yes. If you hadn't gone into the lair then, many people would have died because of the Lick." When he calculated the time when Yan went into the lair of the Lick and the time when the Lick flew to the lair from the Blade Mountain range were similar. "Is that so? So I'm going to give you a reward, whether you intended it or not." Yan's ears perked up. "A reward? I heard that you're not from here. If you were captured, I can let you go right now." A serious look. "No." Yan refused the offer in an instant. He had to find out about the connection between the chief instructor and the clan first. "You want to stay here?" "Yes." "Why, this place does not guarantee survival. Do you want power too?" Yan snorted inwardly. What power? Yan knew very well that the special unit was nothing but a shiny dog, but he didn't need to say that here. "Is there anyone who doesn't want that?" For a moment, the crown prince's eyebrows twitched. He looked angry for some reason, but he soon sighed and put the teacup on the table to his mouth. "Yeah, if that's what you want, I'll respect it. Anyway, I still want to give you something as a reward. Is there anything you need? I can give you a vision or a sword of fame if you want." "I don't need that. Just having this meeting with the crown prince who will lead the empire in the future is an honor for me." Yan flattered him without even wetting his mouth, and the crown prince smiled awkwardly. He said he wanted power bluntly, but now he was acting like this. He's quite an interesting kid. The crown prince listened to Yan's words with a smile. "If you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could give me something to commemorate our meeting." Something to commemorate? He was rejected, but the crown prince didn't get angry or anything. Yan engraved that image in his eyes. "He's so different from the emperor I knew. He has no sense of authority." The crown prince tilted his head at Yan's words. "I don't know why you need that, but I'll give it to you if you want. Look." He called the attendant who was waiting outside and ordered him to bring a rope and a thick iron that could be used as a necklace. A little later, the attendant came with a rope that looked sturdy at a glance and a lump of iron the size of a thumb. The crown prince took it and began to carve the lump of iron with mana on his fingers. Scrape, scrape, the lump of iron was cut like a string and soon turned into a dragon that symbolized the empire and the royal family. The crown prince put it on the necklace string. "Are you satisfied with this?" Yan took it with sparkling eyes, and the crown prince laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I'm glad you like it." By now, he couldn't tell what was what. What changed this crown prince's personality so much? After finishing his private talk with the crown prince, Yan headed straight to the blood brothers. "You're being called around a lot. I could hardly see your face in the Blade Mountain range." Roman, who was hanging out with the gang, was the first to spot him and got up. As he approached Yan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, gasped, "Is this guy the same one I knew?" He couldn't express it, but he felt something had changed in him. Roman looked at Yan with a wary eye. Yan had a serious face and was thinking hard about something. He didn't seem to notice that he had come close. "I'll ask later." "Whatever." Roman reluctantly let go of his suspicion and shrugged his shoulders and went back to his place. Leaving Roman behind, Yan went deep into the blood brothers and sat down. He took out the things in his pocket. A silver pendant and a souvenir from the crown prince. Yan stared at them and grabbed the string of the souvenir necklace with both hands, and, snap, he broke it with force. He pulled out the dragon statue and threw it in a corner, and picked up the pendant instead. Click, he checked that the family photo inside the pendant was safe, and quietly put it on his neck. Just a little more. He wanted to go back to his clan and see his lost family as soon as possible, but I'll get rid of everything that could be dangerous until then. He felt he had to get rid of any possible risks before he could relax. With that in mind, he clenched the pendant. Chapter 20. The next day, the central auditorium on the first floor. The auditorium was filled with trainees who had gathered before entering the Blade Mountains, but it was hard to find the same clamor as before. A gloomy atmosphere like a portrait gallery. But even there was someone who exuded presence. "I'm in a bad mood." A short-haired, short girl trainee, she was Lorna Beowulf. She did not hide her displeasure and said, "It's just one test that's over, but looking at this, I don't think there will be many people who will survive until the end." Then, one of the trainees who was leaning against the wall snorted at her words. "I don't understand why you're making such a pointless noise. Do you want to make some rude remarks?" "What?" Lorna turned her head sharply toward him. "What do you mean what I mean? You're being annoying with your snotty talk." The one who was provoking her with his temper was Cruel Dwight, who she didn't like from his usual behavior. The surprising thing was that he was quite obedient in the first test, when she expected him to do something lowly, but he was still a very unpleasant guy. "Ha, why, are you annoyed? Then do you want to tell your daddy? Well, go ahead and do that." As Cruel kept fanning the flames, Lorna's eyes sank coldly. She hated her father. The Duke of Beowulf? "You!" Lorna clenched her fist. Her fist trembled with anger. Cruel just sneered at her like that. "Or do you want to fight me? I always welcome it. I'm sick of being rated below you." "Yeah, then we should do that." The people around them also looked at the two and discreetly widened the gap, an atmosphere that seemed to explode at any moment. Then, someone intervened. Hey, stop fighting." A charming voice and a handsome face, it was xperrif. He had somehow reached Lorna's side and grabbed her wrist. "He's like that every day, so stop it. Okay, let go of this." Lorna glared at Casa with a cold eye. Even facing her murderous intent, Casa just smiled. "Squeak. If you cause trouble here, it will affect your goal, won't it?" No matter how much he had fallen, Casa was the heir of the Ifrain family, which had produced the most nobles in history. He already knew why Lorna, who lacked nothing, volunteered for the Dragon Knight project, so he warned her, "Don't mess up your purpose by causing trouble." Lorna bit her lower lip. "Phew." Lorna quietly let go of her fist, but Cruel didn't stop there. "Oh, did you two start dating or something? If so, why don't you just go outside and learn how to make flowers? Stop doing things that don't suit you." As Lorna ignored Cruel's cheap provocation and turned her body, he said, "Do you want to take the place of the dead heir of Beowulf? Why didn't you say that earlier? Then I could have been more considerate." "Who knows?" Lorna's body stopped abruptly. "What did you just say? Say it again." "I said, do you want to take the place of your dead brother?" "Huh, why? Did you come to this shabby place to get recognition? Hee hee." losing his reason at Cruel's last touch on the taboo of the family. Whoosh, what? As Lorna suddenly raised her mana, Casa let go of her wrist. Die! Lorna rushed at Cruel with a fierce momentum. Cruel, as if he had been waiting, unfolded his arms and unleashed his power. That was when the two were about to collide. Ooh, suddenly. A sense of presence. Lorna and Cruel both felt their throats dry at the same time. Thud, the two quickly kicked the ground and distanced themselves. Their eyes turned to the right, where they felt the presence. There. A trainee with a buzz cut was walking leisurely as if he was taking a walk. Lorna wiped the sweat that ran down her neck without a break. Who is that? I've never seen that face before. She scrutinized the buzz-cut trainee, but she couldn't think of anyone like that. And above all, the number engraved on his chest. 974. It was probably the lowest number, except for the trainees who had died. Oh, the kids are more sensitive than most people. You noticed me like a ghost. Amazing. Huh? The buzz-cut trainee, who was mumbling to himself, suddenly raised his hand and looked this way. Long time no see? He looked like he was talking to an old friend. Lorna tilted her head at his appearance. Do I know him? But she realized too late, the buzz-cut was not walking towards her. You're alive. He was heading towards Cruel. Lorna narrowed her eyes as she saw Cruel's mood change. He was so nervous that he didn't even look at the buzz-cut trainee. And why is his voice shaking like that? He was hardly recognizable as the same Cruel who had been rude to her just before. The buzz-cut trainee curled his lips up. Thud. Hey, what's with the you're alive thing? Huh, you're alive, you're making me feel bad. He wrapped his arm around Cruel's neck. His face looked thin, but his arms were quite thick. Cruel flinched. This. Let go. Squeak. The buzz-cut trainee put more strength into his words and lifted his head. Huh, who are you? Lorna was shocked to see him calmly holding Cruel by his side. She knew how strong Cruel was, and his aggressive personality. Like a fighting dog. Did Cruel back down? But she hid her feelings and asked calmly, Who are you to interfere with a duel? You'll find out who I am later. The buzz-cut trainee tilted his head. A duel? Yeah. Oh, that was a duel? The buzz-cut trainee shook his head and tossed his hair back. His bare face was revealed, but Lorna and Casa still didn't know who he was. Oh, I thought. The buzz-cut trainee, Yan, looked at Lorna and Casa with a grin. You kids were playing house or something. Then he turned his gaze slightly and looked at the chief instructor on the central podium. Lorna and Casa just stared at Yan with stiff faces. The first test that took place in the Blade Mountains ended with unexpected damage due to the lick. Because of him, about 100 trainees were killed by the aftermath of his magic. It was enough reason to postpone the test. But the special commander and the chief instructor did not do that and ordered the test to resume immediately. Because of that, the first test, which was almost over, was filled with a week of time and proceeded again. Some trainees began to stand out. Lorna, number 1, Casa, number 2, Cruel, number 3, Roman, number 12. They each achieved remarkable feats in the Blade Mountains, either with their own forces or alone. Roman, number 12, led his pack and cleared most of the goblin territory. Cruel, number 3, hunted monsters like crazy after the test resumed, and finally managed to catch a troll. Casa, number 2, gathered the trainees from the commoners and the foreign lands and subjugated the orc tribe. Lorna, number 1, succeeded in catching the ogre, called the Tyrant of the Mountain, alone without the help of her followers. Even compared to the previous generations of the Dragon Knight project, these were overwhelmingly impressive results. That's why the instructors were flustered by the appearance of the lick, but also very excited. But this was only the truth that was revealed on the surface. The chief instructor pointed to the bulletin board that the instructors had put up with a bored face. Check your ranks over there. You know that your future depends on those ranks, right? His eyes scanned over the ones who had shown the most prominence this time. He would have been interested in Lorna, Casa, and Cruel before, but they all look like rocks to me after I met him. The chief instructor looked at Yan, who was yawning in the distance. There was nothing remarkable about him in his record. He was just one of the special agents who had been bought from a slave trader. Rather, he was weak and small back then, unlike now, so he was number 974. He was evaluated as someone who had to participate to fill the quota. It was not the information that the chief instructor needed. But there was something that intrigued him. Origin, unknown. Nothing was known about his origin. The Dragon Knight project only allowed participation after a thorough background check because of its secrecy. But a kid whose origin, age, and even name, Yan, were unknown, participated. That meant only one thing. There's no one but the high-ranking nobles of at least the Duke level who can pull off such a big deal in the Empire. He must have received support from them and had some unknown information as a kid. For example, the relationship between him and the special commander, or the daughter who was the special commander's weakness. I'm sure he knows something more. How do I get him to talk? It was too risky to torture him right away since the background was unclear. I like that kid a lot. And above all, the crown prince, who had left for the imperial palace with the special commander, showed interest in him. Maybe that was a warning to him. Don't mess with that kid. How do I get him to open up? How do I set the mood? But he erased that thought from his mind soon. That kid, who was so soft and cute, wouldn't be intimidated by a simple slap. He had to throw him something else as a carrot, something that would make him spit out something in return. It's amazing that I have to worry about this because of one trainee. The chief instructor's eyes sparkled for a moment. He thought of a good way to lure him. This might make him quite interested, right? The chief instructor held back the laughter that was about to burst out and continued to announce. From 1st to 10th place, you are in the upper class. From 11th to 100th place, you are in the middle class. And the rest are in the lower class. Check your rank and line up according to your grade. After the announcement, the trainees rushed to the bulletin board that the instructors had put up. They each looked for their number and checked their rank, and then turned their eyes to the other side. They had something else they were curious about: the top rankers. The names and ranks of nearly 800 people were written, so high that they had to crane their necks to see. The noise also grew louder. Wow, in the end, those 4 took everything. Didn't you see them in the Blade Mountains? They were flying around. That's natural. If anything, if you haven't found someone to follow yet, come below 12th place. This time, when we catch the goblins, it will be key. Prince Dwight seems to have become more brutal than outside. 5th place, Roman. Number 12, upper 4th place. Cruel Dwight, number 3, upper, no matter what. Isn't Casa's side better, who guarantees safety and teamwork? Even if he says he guarantees it, there's no avoiding the risk in the end. But Lady Lorna is different. Do you think she would say that after seeing her catch an ogre by herself? These bastards are really so noisy. Did you all come to play? 3rd place, Casa Ifrain. Number 2, upper 2nd place. Lorna Beowulf, number 1, upper. Something's weird. Yeah. Wait a minute. Lady Lorna is 2nd. Is this wrong? What? 2nd? The trainees' faces began to harden as they realized the sign. There were also some confused voices. What is this? Is this wrong? The words written at the top of the bulletin board. 1st place, Yan. Number 974, top 974. Does that make sense? That? Yan, who the hell is Yan? Does anyone know him? There were names and numbers that they had never heard or seen before. The top rankers, except for Cruel, were also confused. But Yan, who was looking at the bulletin board from the back, turned his body back as if it was natural. He was ashamed to be compared with these brats in the 1st place. It's just the beginning. Being first was obvious. He was going to end this Dragon Knight project with his solo run. Chapter 21. After the chaotic ranking announcement, the atmosphere changed completely. Who the hell is Yan? Wasn't it supposed to be that the lower the number, the worse the talent? A new powerhouse, no. The appearance of the top student shrouded in a veil. The mood of the trainees in the hall was bound to heat up. Curiosity, rivalry, anticipation, various emotions were mixed in the air, but no one could figure out who he was, and they all searched for him. Wouldn't he be where the upper-class students are gathered? Someone's remark drew the trainees' eyes to one side. The ones who received the S rating were all 10. Among them, 9 were the ones who had been active in the Blade Mountain Range, so their faces were not unfamiliar to the other kids. But only one was strange. A boy with a buzz cut who yawned as if he was sleepy. Is that pale-looking guy in the 1st place? Why do you say that? He looks so ordinary. Maybe he's hiding some power. Where did you hear such nonsense? The ones who were confused were also the upper-class trainees who were standing with Yan. He's the top student? Something feels awkward. Dangerous, even. The mad dog, Cruel, also seemed to lower his tail earlier. Do they have some connection? I've never heard of the name Yan outside. Is he from another land? No way. The only trainee who was not confused was cruel, but that didn't mean he was calm. I hope I don't have to deal with him in the future. The memory of being dragged around by a leash for the first time in his life was enough to be a trauma for Cruel, who was full of pride. But, someday, snap, Cruel glared at Yan with murderous eyes. The trainees expected Yan to introduce himself, but he showed no reaction, so they couldn't approach him easily. The first one to move was Roman, who was also his escape partner. He reached out his hand. Come with me. With your and my skills and the gang I've gathered, with these 3, we can finish this place, this damn training camp, with overwhelming results. A sudden recruitment offer. The other upper-class trainees were shocked and flustered. Too late. Damn. I was so surprised that I didn't think of the most important thing. He must have done something to get the chief instructor to personally grade him, so he didn't get first place by luck. As long as they could get Yan on their side, they could achieve overwhelming results in this project. And the upper-class trainees had already formed complex factions by building their own forces or alliances. It was not a choice, but a necessity for them to reach out to Yan. If he joins Roman, our goal might be shattered. But they only thought and didn't act rashly. They decided to see Yan's reaction to Roman's offer and then judge their next move. Thud, thud. Then another trainee came behind Roman. Hey, Roman, that's cheating. He must be confused by all the attention he's getting. At that, Roman turned his body with an annoyed look. Yan sparkled his eyes as he saw Casa. He had no contact with him in his previous life, but he knew his information and whereabouts. The phantom Casa Ifrain who charmed people with his tongue, that's why he was a little excited. What kind of appearance would he show? Roman is the type who pushes with loyalty. Casa, how will you approach? Roman blocked Casa's front. It was a narrow distance that would bump into each other if they stepped half a step. Are you trying to teach me now? Don't take it so sensitively. I'm just saying, why don't we all make a proposal and let him choose what he wants? Casa said with a sly smile as he pulled his body back. Wouldn't he be better off joining the side with more benefits? If he's going to choose a side anyway, Roman snorted. He believed that Yan, who had escaped with him, would surely join him. That's true. But he had to turn his body sharply with a frown when he heard a voice from behind. What did you say? He's right. Isn't he? Don't I have to know where I can get the most help? Yan shrugged his shoulders, and Roman pursed his lips quietly. You promised me that you would have another chance to escape and join me, a meaning to keep the past promise. Yan gave a bitter smile. Sorry, Roman was right. It was true that he had made such a promise. But the situation had changed. The tattoo on the chief instructor's chest. He had to find out why it was similar to the pendant's pattern. If there was any connection between the clan and the rebels, he had to cover it up or come up with another plan. Therefore, he couldn't leave here right now. Suddenly, Roman's face turned red. You son of a bitch! As he gritted his teeth in anger, a tall figure came next to him. Can't you all hear what I'm saying? Didn't I tell you to check your grades and line up, but you're still doing this? It was the chief instructor. He had a smile on his face. But the trainees knew his viciousness and violence well, especially Roman, who had felt it firsthand. Roman swallowed his anger and returned to his seat nervously, and Casa followed him with a sneer. When the ones who stuck to Yan all disappeared, the chief instructor flew back to the podium. Now I see some faces that I like. The chief instructor looked at the trainees' faces. The ones who were whining or trembling when they first came here were almost all gone. The ones who were here now were all talents who had survived and mined stones in the dangerous Blade Mountain Range. Of course, most of them had barely extended their lives with the help of the upper-class trainees. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that they survived. Look at them. They are starting to plan how to move now that they know what to do. The sense of urgency that they might die if they don't do well, that was enough. The chief instructor grinned. Some of you have learned this and that outside, or have been pushed by the status of nobility, and think like that, right? Some of the middle and lower class trainees brightened their eyes at that. So His Majesty the Emperor has granted you all an equal opportunity. Faces that wanted to ask what it was, the chief instructor didn't drag it out. I'm going to open the royal treasury. Everyone's eyes widened. The royal treasury, the repository where all the skills, visions, and treasures that the Kabalan Empire had collected since its founding were sleeping. Not only that, but there was a rumor that the peerless vision of the Duke who had dedicated himself to the Emperor was also in there. The reputation of that place was so high that even the commoners sang about it. If that's the case, maybe I can really go higher? A hot heat swept through the hall. If they learned the skills in the royal treasury, they might have a chance to change their fate even if they fell out of there. He was the chief instructor who was only feared. But right now, at this moment, he was no different from a benefactor who gave them a golden rope. One of the trainees raised his hand. "Excuse me, does the grade once set not change?" The chief instructor smiled. "No, it will change every test." The lower and middle classes were filled with hope, and the upper-class trainees were on guard. The tension was rising. Of course, the top-class trainees didn't show much of that, but that was enough. From the beginning of the project, they had set up the royal treasury as a trump card to spur on this competition. Oh, but if it's completely fair, there's no point in dividing the grades, right? So I divided the floors that you can enter the royal treasury by grade. No, then. Judging by what he said, the higher the floor, the better the vision and treasure. That meant that no matter how much they learned the skills on the lower floors, they couldn't narrow the gap with the upper class. Stupid bastards. Roman bit his tongue. "That's right, if you think a little more. You'll soon get the answer," Casa added to that. "Don't talk to me." "Hey, friend. Calm down, I didn't say anything wrong. Do you want me to shut your mouth for you?" Yan glanced at Roman and Casa who were bickering. They were right. Of course, the higher the floor, the more valuable things there would be. But why would he give them to the trainees? The royal treasury was divided into 5 floors, and the trainees could enter up to the 3rd floor. In fact, the things that could be called real were all on the 4th or 5th floor. Below that, there were only mediocre things, and the chief instructor didn't say it in the first place, for the sake of giving equal opportunities. That meant that the difference in the level of skills and visions from the 1st to the 3rd floor was not that severe. But the trainees who didn't know that couldn't help but complain. "How the hell is this equal?" A brave, lower-class trainee blurted out. Roman looked at him with a pathetic eye. "Are you stupid or brave? Maybe both? I told you not to talk to me." By the time Roman and Casa's conversation ended, bang, the trainee who had bravely questioned was slammed into the wall behind the hall. "Q-Huck!" The instructors flew quickly to check the condition of the fallen trainee and raised their hands, a signal that he was still breathing. The faces of the trainees who were dissatisfied changed pale. "Well, is there anyone else who has a problem? Now that you all understand, let's move on to the next explanation." No one answered the chief instructor's question. Lower class is the 1st floor, middle class is the 2nd floor. The upper class is the 3rd floor. Be careful not to leave your assigned floor or exceed the allotted time, or you will be charged with trespassing and executed on the spot. A gloomy air settled on the faces of the lower-class trainees. No matter how much it was the royal treasury, they wondered if there was anything to expect on the bottom floor. When the chief instructor was about to move the trainees, someone raised his hand. "I have a question." It wasn't a loud voice, but it had a strange power to draw the attention of the hall. "What is it?" Not only the chief instructor, but all the trainees' eyes turned to Yan. Does he mean to ask to be let into the 4th floor because he's the 1st place? He looks like he got lucky and got the 1st place by his number 974, so he's too arrogant. Eyes mixed with inferiority, curiosity, and hatred, but Yan just smiled. "I want to go to the 1st floor, is that not possible?" At that, the upper-class trainees around him were all surprised. No matter how much the level difference was not big, there would be a clear difference between the 1st and 3rd floors. Why would he leave the 3rd floor where some selection had been made and go to the 1st floor full of trash? They couldn't understand his question. "What are you thinking?" Casa tried to talk to him from behind, but Yan acted as if he didn't hear and just waited for the chief instructor's answer. "Ha ha ha!" The chief instructor burst into laughter. He even wiped his eyes with his sleeve as if he had tears. He always felt that way, but he was the first one like that since the project started. "Do you know what you're saying?" "Yes. Those losers don't want the opportunity, and you're kicking it away as if to show off. Isn't it more important that I don't want that opportunity much?" The chief instructor laughed again. That's why he was interesting. He was fresh, unpredictable. He heard that he had lured and survived the lick that the Crown Prince and the Special Commander had trouble within the Blade Mountain range. For the sake of the trainees, he doesn't seem like a good-natured guy from what I've seen so far. Whatever happened, he really wanted to get his hands on the 974th who had such unexpectedness. Okay, do as you please. Is there anyone else who wants to go down to the first floor with him? The chief instructor looked around the other trainees, but no one stepped forward. As expected, it was a world of boring guys. But why do you want to go down? I lack the basics. I think it would be better to build up the basics step by step, since I have the chance. Puha, the one who almost succeeded in escaping, said he lacked the basics. Then what about the instructors who were caught by him? Were they all trash? But the chief instructor didn't think deeply. He was just making up a plausible reason to hide his purpose, and he didn't want to dig into that reason either. That's what I have to find out for fun. It's not fun if you know the answer beforehand. That's how the chief instructor chuckled and granted Yan's request. He's crazy. Cruel twisted his face. Yan's excuse was ridiculous, but he was glad that he wouldn't have to deal with him in the royal treasury. That's when they all had complex feelings or interesting expectations. From now on, I'll dazzle the chief instructor with my overwhelming growth. Yan quietly repeated his goal. That's how the Dragon Soldier Project officially began. Chapter 22. Following the instructors, they arrived at the place after climbing the stairs. In front of them was a gate made of purple sandalwood. The trainees only gasped, unable to utter any admiration or appreciation. The calligraphy is engraved on the plaque above. Royal Arsenal number. As soon as they saw the 4 characters, they stiffened as if they had been struck by lightning on their heads. Yan also felt the same impression. Large, vast, and noble calligraphy. As soon as he saw it, he felt a tremendous pressure pushing him down, and a majestic atmosphere that made him want to bow down. In a word, awe. How high did he reach that even after 1,000 years, he could show such authority with just letters? That plaque was said to be made by the founder himself. No wonder he was called the first gold coin. The founder, Bahamut Kabalan. He was the hero and emperor who built the empire with his bare hands 1,000 years ago. How strong was he? He cut down 1,000 soldiers with 1 sword. He sent 10,000 dead to hell with this sword. He carved a new sky with 3 swords. All mankind bowed down and praised and worshipped him under his feet. This seemingly absurd poem was said to best express the founder's power at the time. Cutting down 1,000 soldiers with 1 sword sounds plausible, but the rest would have been godlike. Yan shook off his thoughts as the chief instructor came forward. From now on, you will enter the royal arsenal. If you go beyond the floor that is allowed to you, or if you don't come out after 10 o'clock, the chief instructor smiled and put his palm on his neck. You'll die, got it? The trainees swallowed their saliva at the sight. Creek, don't worry, even if you're focused. I'll ring the bell every 10 minutes from 30 minutes before. As soon as he finished speaking, the chief instructor clapped his hands, and the instructors next to the gate opened the gate wide. And soon, the sight inside. Wow, are those all books? This is the royal arsenal I've only heard of. Exclamations burst out among the trainees. The view of the royal arsenal from the outside was like another world. Hundreds of large red bookshelves, and on those shelves were thousands of well-preserved books, from heart techniques, martial arts, swordsmanship, and spear techniques, to martial theories. There were too many books to count. And between them, the large and noble calligraphy that hung on the nameplates explained what kind of place this was. Royal Arsenal. First floor. Number it was a report of martial theories and skills collected from all over the continent. Maybe I should take a look. The absolute vision that made the founder the first gold coin. The breath of the divine dragon. He was looking forward to finding the rest of the pieces. Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The royal arsenal was said to be built by the first emperor himself in his later years, but no one knew why he built the arsenal in such a place, not in the imperial palace. If I were the emperor, I might have some idea. But Yan had no clue. He passed through the gate and looked around the inside of the arsenal with his tongue out. There was a central staircase that led to the upper floors, and on each floor, there were instructors waiting to check the grades and open the doors. The red bookshelves on the first floor filled the entire arsenal, and each one was packed with various skills and martial theories. I don't see anything useful at a glance. The well-known skills and visions seemed to be only available on the higher floors. Yan tapped the wood on the wall and muttered, I could live a life of luxury if I could just take one of these. The wall looked shabby and worthless, as if it would break with a tap. But the material of the wall, black ironwood, was actually worth as much as the same weight of gold. In other words, this place was made of a huge amount of gold. What a waste of money. Yan thought so as he leaned against the wall and quickly looked around the skills. Then he moved his steps to a skill with an eye-catching title. Wrath of the Thunder God. It sounded like a skill that a knight who had influenced an era would use. Swoosh. Swoosh, number this is just a loud name. But when he read it, it was nothing but a low-grade skill that couldn't even produce sparks. Huh. Then Yan was surprised belatedly. It took much less time to read a book, and his comprehension also improved. Is it one of the effects of the potion I ate in the Lix lair? Yan smiled with satisfaction that he didn't know. The income from Blade Mountain, which he thought was over, was not over yet. Maybe there's more I haven't discovered yet. Of course, Yan was not satisfied with this opportunity. He vowed to sweep away all the opportunities he knew. To find the piece of the breath of the divine dragon hidden on the first floor of the royal arsenal, I have to search through all the books that seem useless. Yan didn't know how the emperor found the breath of the divine dragon, so he had to find it by suffering. Anyway, there are about 20,000 skills and martial theories on the first floor. It was the number he had investigated when he was a special commander in his previous life. There might be some difference, but not much. Even if it takes only 10 minutes to read one book, it takes more than 2 months for 10,000 books. Even if he finds it by luck in 2 months, it would be useless if Yan didn't notice the content. All he knew was that there was a piece of vision on the first floor. He sighed involuntarily. I have to try anyway. What can I do? Yan took out the book next to the Wrath of the Thunder God. You can do it too, 30 days of invincible attribute. It was then, whoosh, number suddenly. The structures and contents of the Wrath of the Thunder God that he had just read came to his mind vividly. The Wrath of the Thunder God always makes itself light. Number that was not all. The structures gathered together like living creatures and began to form a human shape and perform certain actions. As if Yan himself was performing the actions that appeared in the Wrath of the Thunder God. He saw the letter-made figure punch vigorously, but the punch was so weak that sparks popped out of the end. Yan came to his senses after a while. He looked down at his own hand in the real world. Did I overwork myself too much? He wondered if he had seen something wrong and quickly opened the book he was holding. It was also full of nonsense. Things like sticking your hand into hot sand heated by fire, or hitting your body with an iron hammer, are ridiculous training methods. Someone who wanted to die wrote this crap. By the time he turned the last page and closed the book completely, the figure who had finished the training of sticking his hand into the boiling sand pot was now swinging his hand towards the wood. His hand failed to penetrate the wooden pillar and swelled up. Yan laughed bitterly after returning to reality. He realized that what he had seen was not a ghost. This is ridiculous. He seemed to have calculated unconsciously that this was useless no matter how much he learned. It seemed to tell him if he could understand and embody it by just reading the book. It's not over with reading fast, is it? The answer was nothing else, the opportunity in the lair. It opened the upper field. The upper field was the place where the soul descended. This meant that the soul, mana, and body were unified. In other words, he gained superpower. That's why Yan thought that all the amazing phenomena he had experienced were the effects of opening the upper field. It was made for 1,000 years. It wasn't nonsense. Of course, the upper field wouldn't have opened completely. If it did, he would have already completed the self-domain that could manifest the mind outside. But still, one thing was certain. Valdez, who had taken the same potion in his previous life, was not like this. Valdez was definitely good at understanding various skills and martial theories, but he never said that he could keep them in perfect form like this. I'll look into this later. Yan focused on reading the remaining books, wanting to experiment more with his new ability. Great Tiger Sword Technique, Snake's Venom Fang, Basic Imperial Swordsmanship. His reading speed also increased. At first, it took 10 minutes, then 8 minutes, 5 minutes. Most of them were just grandiose names, but some of them were quite useful. They all piled up in Yan's head without missing a single one. The countless martial theories and skills were constantly broken down, established, and assembled in Yan's head. Time also passed quickly. 3 hours, 5 hours. The sunlight coming down through the stairs turned red. The sun was setting. A long time had passed. But Yan was still focused on reading without resting. Then he was left with only the last bookshelf. Wow, but where is it really? My eyes are going to pop out. But even after coming this far, he still couldn't see a trace of the breath of the divine dragon. Yan looked around. By now, there was no one else on the first floor except Yan. The other kids had already gone out, maybe because they had lost their concentration. Where is it? All Yan knew was that the Emperor had obtained the piece left by the founder here. All he could do was read the rest as well. Time kept flowing endlessly. Ding, 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 soon the bell rang, announcing the closure. Then Lorna, Casa, and Cruel came down the central staircase one by one from the upper floor. He was still here. Cruel flinched when he saw Yan and quickly went out. There are a lot of books. Lorna glanced at Yan, but she turned her head sharply as if she had no interest in the skills piled up next to him. But Casa seemed to be interested in Yan. Wow, you've read all this already? I guess the first place is different no matter what. He smiled and approached with his usual sociable attitude, and he started to talk nonsense. Lorna was too arrogant and ignored him too much. Cruel had a bad personality and it was better to avoid him. He kept talking without stopping. But Yan didn't react at all to Casa and only moved his fingers and eyes to focus on the book he was reading. No, he didn't seem to hear Casa's voice at all. Ding, 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 another bell rang. There were only 20 minutes left. Casa sat down next to Yan, then he tilted his head and asked, "Are you really reading all of this?" To him, it looked like Yan was barely skimming. Of course, Yan didn't answer properly this time either. The only sounds in the arsenal were the bookshelves turning quickly and Casa's voice talking to himself. Ding, 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 when the last bell rang. Wow, you're amazing. I didn't expect to leave first. Casa dusted off his butt and got up from his seat, grumbling. The chief instructor had warned him, if he stayed after the closure, he would die. He didn't want to risk that to stay here, so Casa was going to leave soon. But he still looked at Yan with curious eyes and finally walked towards the door. But he didn't forget to leave some advice at the end. If you don't come out now, you'll really get in trouble with that crazy chief instructor. But I don't care. Yan still had no answer. Casa finally shook his head and said, "Fine, it's your fate anyway." With that, Casa left the arsenal completely. Thud, the arsenal became quiet in an instant. There was only one book left on the last bookshelf. Yan took out the book and opened it with his eyes filled with anticipation. But Basic Mechanics of Mana and Aura, this is not it either. He turned back to the first page with a hopeful mind. But it was also in vain. The bell had rung 10 minutes ago, so he had about 8 minutes left. Yan looked around the floor that was buried with books. There were parts that were piled up like hills. He looked at them one by one with disappointment. His eyes stopped somewhere in the middle. The first bookshelf. The far right, the place where the Wrath of the Thunder God skill was, there was a new book that he hadn't seen before. No, it seemed like it had been pushed back and popped out when the space was empty. Yan carefully took it out. A shabby book that seemed to break at any moment. It was an old book that he couldn't even tell when it was written. The Birth of the Empire, the title seemed like nothing more than a history book. The content was the same, nothing special. It was a false hope after all. But well, it's not like I didn't get anything today. Squeaky stopped turning the pages and cut his finger on the edge of the paper. Then the blood spread. The corner of the paper turned red. Ouch! Yan bit his index finger in pain, and when he moved his eyes to the book again, his eyes widened. Before writing the words that announce the birth of the empire, the speaker wrote all the miracles that he saw the founder perform in this book. The preface praising the founder began to move like a living creature. I, the dragon man Bahamut. In this piece of the breath of the divine dragon, I will record the beginning. I found it, as Yan was immersed in ecstasy and shivered. Oh, what did you find? Shiver. He felt his heart sink at the sudden sound from the side. He quickly turned his head. The chief instructor was looking down at him with a smile. Chapter 23. The chief instructor approached him without any sign of interest and asked again, "What did you find?" Yan swallowed his dry saliva. He had been waiting for him to show up. But the problem was the booklet in his hand. Keep calm. Yan tried to act nonchalantly and hide his true feelings. You don't look surprised. I've been waiting for you from the start. Sir, Yan's words made the chief instructor tilt his head. You waited for me? Yes, I thought it would be uncomfortable for you if the other instructors saw me hanging around your office. The chief instructor's eyes sank coldly. How did this guy know him so well? As if he had read his mind. The instructors were lower in rank than him, but they were not his people. Some of them must have been planted by the special mission director. He definitely needed a place to avoid the eyes of the other instructors. The chief instructor stared at Yan, who boasted an unusual cunning, and asked, "So why did you wait for me? You said you didn't see any reason to spare me, since the special mission director's information was wrong, right?" The chief instructor glared at Yan's eyes. He did say something like that, but I'd rather have him in my hand than kill him. He was still curious about what he would say. "So, I found something interesting here." "Interesting? Did you know that the special mission director's daughter is sickly?" The chief instructor frowned. He had never heard of such information. "Hey, you didn't know that?" She looked pretty serious. She was panting even with a little movement, and she looked like she could die any moment. The chief instructor's eyes sparkled. This was new information to him. "How do you know that?" "I told you. I met her a lot." "Then why didn't you tell me from the beginning? There are many people who are born weak. I didn't think it was useful information." "You thought that way until now, but now you changed your mind?" "Yes." The chief instructor looked at Yan sharply. Was he spilling all the information he had hidden because he was afraid of dying? He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. The chief instructor's lips curled up. He found this situation quite amusing. A mere trainee was barely keeping his relationship with him alive by walking on a tightrope. The chief instructor hid his expression and asked calmly, "Why did you change your mind? Did you find something here?" "I realized something strange." "Something strange?" The chief instructor's eyes were filled with curiosity. Yan did not avoid the chief instructor's eyes and continued. "I thought that the special mission director was moving his daughter around to avoid your pursuit. But what if that's not the case?" The chief instructor's curiosity turned into interest. What if the reason he moved his daughter was not for protection from the outside, but for treatment of her illness? Treatment? When I remembered that she was sick, it seemed a bit strange. No matter how afraid he was of you chasing him, it was weird to keep moving his daughter who could die any time. The chief instructor's face changed drastically. His brows furrowed and his eyes became serious. Yan smiled slightly. He saw impatience and anticipation in the chief instructor's face. That meant he had the upper hand now. Yan was confident that he would not lose this advantage to the chief instructor. "So what are you trying to say?" "I found something interesting on the first floor. I thought it might help you if you knew." "Interesting. Born with a disorder that makes the circulation of mana unstable, weak and prone to illness, and very rarely survives past 20. Geormig, a famous disease, Geormig abstinence. The most important thing for humans to live is air and mana. Geormig is a disease, or a constitution, that prevents the proper circulation of mana in the body." The chief instructor's lips rose. "The special mission director's daughter has Geormig?" Yan also smiled like the chief instructor. "Maybe, maybe not, but I think it's worth doubting. There are many other symptoms that I saw here that are similar to what she showed normally." Yan already knew that the special mission director's daughter had Geormig. How could he not know about the first embezzlement case that occurred after the establishment of the special mission unit? The case where he embezzled various elixirs and treasures for over 10 years, even in a brainwashed state, to cure his daughter who had Geormig. If this is true, it would be good news, but this is not evidence and it's only your word. Yan shrugged casually. "I told you maybe. Maybe not, but what if this is really true? Isn't that awesome?" "I guess so." There was no need to say more. The head instructor was a quick-witted person, so he understood everything Yan wanted to say. "It takes a lot of money to treat, or rather, keep alive someone with Geormig. You have a lot of authority and power as the special director, but if you embezzled that much money, there must be some traces somewhere. If I only dig up the traces, there won't be any backlash." "Right?" Yan's words were the end of it. The head instructor closed his eyes. He stayed like that for a while, then he opened his eyes again. "Hey, did you come down to the first floor because of this? I should reward you for this." He returned to his usual tone. He seemed to have made up his mind. Yan was delighted by the head instructor's words. There were many books on the first floor, not only martial arts and skills, but also history books and other miscellaneous ones, so it was hard to find a flaw in his excuse. The head instructor would probably imagine whatever he wanted to fill in the gaps. By the way, a reward? Yes, a reward. Yan felt a surge of nervousness at the unusual word from the head instructor. Do you have any thoughts of becoming my disciple? At that moment, Yan couldn't control his expression. His disciple? Is he crazy right now? No matter if the head instructor was the future one of the three swords of the continent, he had no desire to become his disciple. He had seen how this author treated his disciples in his previous life. He called them disciples, but they were really just toys. Right? He would mercilessly discard them if they displeased him even a little bit, and there was no survivor among his disciples. But if he flipped it around, the position of disciple was very attractive, since he had to form a deep relationship with the head instructor somehow. Yan looked uneasy, but the head instructor didn't care. Why? Don't you like it? You should listen to my offer properly. Shouldn't you? Yes. If you were just moderately interesting, I wouldn't have gone this far. But you're too appealing, what can I say? Anyway, I don't have time right now. So let's talk about the details tomorrow. Then the head instructor's gaze went to the book Yan was holding. But what's that? You've been holding it pretty preciously since a while ago. What is it? A brief alarm went off in Yan's head. He had diverted his attention, but he was interested again. Yan's mind spun quickly. It's nothing. It's a book that summarizes the historical process of the empire's birth, and I was a bit interested. I had some time left, so… Anyway, it's true that I have to live here for the rest of my life. Yan went one step further and thrust the book in front of the head instructor. Are you curious? Do you want to read it too? Head instructor, a look of confidence. The head instructor looked back and forth between Yan and the book. Snicker, he let out a deflated laugh. What do I need to read that for? I already heard and memorized it enough to get earwax when I was young. Ah, Yan made a natural sullen expression and took the book back to his chest. He sighed with relief inside, and he asked casually, Then, can I borrow it for a few days and read it in my quarters? That… The head instructor tilted his head and looked at Yan's face. He shrugged his shoulders. It's not allowed, but it doesn't seem like a problem. Do whatever you want. Yan tried to hold back the laughter that was about to burst out. Thank you. Yeah, the instructors are waiting outside. So let's end it here for now. I'll send someone tomorrow at midnight, so follow me. Yes, I understand. Yan bowed his waist, and he followed the head instructor out of the royal library. The instructors outside the library stared at Yan, who came out in a good mood. Why are you standing there? One of the instructors stepped forward. Aren't you going to punish him? Do you think I'm going to kill the first place for such a reason? Maybe if it was those maggots down there. Then there's a problem of fairness with the other trainees. Fairness? The head instructor snickered and walked up to the protesting instructor. Hey, yes. Tell me honestly, you're doing this because he killed your colleague a while ago, right? The instructor clenched his teeth at that, but the head instructor just scoffed at him as if he was nothing. Yan held his breath and watched their confrontation. It's the rule if he stayed in the royal library after 10 o'clock. Yeah, he stayed with my permission. If you have anything else to say, report it to the director, but… The head instructor's eyes curved like crescents. The shadows near his feet began to wriggle. But why are you so tongue-tied since a while ago? Do I have to report everything to you? Even these trivial things? A fierce aura spread from the head instructor, and the instructor quickly bowed his head. No, sir, I'm sorry. Yeah, keep bowing your head like that, if you don't have the courage to bare your teeth. The aura that froze the hall disappeared as if washed away. Hey, first place, you haven't seen your new quarters yet, have you? Hey, instructor, if you have nothing to do, why don't you guide this guy? Yan laughed incredulously at the head instructor's behavior. Yes, sir, head instructor. The approaching instructor sent him a burning gaze. How blatant! The head instructor seemed to want to tell him that he would suffer from this guy if he didn't become his disciple. Not that it was a warning. Though, this is where you'll stay until the next test. Thank you. Yan bowed his waist as the instructor glared at him, then turned around and left. It's damn spacious. It was a huge difference from the dormitory he had stayed in before. It was like he had taken the interior of a hotel where only nobles could stay in the imperial capital. There was a fireplace in the living room, and a soft bed and sofa, and there was a desk where he could study easily. Also, there was a bathroom with a private shower, unlike the smelly communal one he had used before, and a window that let him see the outside on one wall. I've seen it a few times before, but personal rooms are definitely the best. Yan lay down on the bed right away. He felt a soft sensation envelop his back. He felt like he could fall asleep at any moment. No, not now. He opened his eyes wide as he said that. He got up and picked up the book that was stuck in his side. The Dragon Man Bahamut, here is the breath of the divine dragon. Let the beginning be recorded. Yan sat on the bed and straightened his back. The content he was about to see was the secret of the founding emperor, who was called the best of ancient times. His heart pounded. He didn't know if it was because of the anticipation or the breath of the divine dragon, but he thought it was the former, like a hero facing a grand epic. He stretched his back and his eyes sparkled. With such a devout posture, he turned to the next page of the book. Light and darkness are one and two. He saw that one sentence and flipped the page, but what is this? It was all blank. There was no other secret written. There was no, which was essential for all techniques, only one sentence. Light and darkness are one and two. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing it wrong, but nothing changed. Light and darkness are one and two. That meant this was the first piece. What do you want me to do?